both of us is the utilization of tech within the nonprofit sector, where again, having those type of conversations and relationships likewise has been strained. And when we think of not-for-profits and how they're engaged as far as to being able to get in funds and get in resources, a lot of times that is based on economic and social and a lot of different parts. So looking at some spaces that's been hit the hardest and likewise impact communities of color would be the nonprofit sector.
Right.
And so now you got I feel like you've got probably the best experience in how not-for-profits have been able to navigate this pandemic and still try to remain tech savvy. So what's your overall perspective from there?
You're talking about somewhere where we really got a lot of work to do is definitely in supporting the nonprofits and the community-based organization across this country. I say this and I'll keep saying it, to me, they are the true heartbeat of this country in so many ways. When we think of, everything that's happening on, at your capitals, whether they're state or federal, on the Hill, policies and all these things. And when there's, money allocated for certain things, it's ultimately passed off to a lot of the nonprofits to be able to fulfill said services, especially when we're talking about social and human services. And then, when we think of, our school systems across the country, for a lot of reasons, especially on how money is divvied up to schools, a lot of our school systems, I hate to say it, but to a certain degree are failing our youth. So when we kind of think of even those two scenarios and how these nonprofit community-based organizations are filling so many gaps for us, they're the ones who are working with the youth. They're the ones who are working with the family. Those are the ones that, you actually see them over there. Those are the ones that are really helping our communities. And, traditionally, a lot of the funders, a few things. One is a little bit of this network of keep funding the same organizations over and over again. So it really makes it hard for, the newcomers to come up. And oftentimes, unfortunately, the newcomers are discredited, which makes no sense to me. If you think of the number of nonprofits that's born out of just the last year between the pandemic and the reckoning around all the racial injustices, we shouldn't discount these nonprofits because they're new. If anything, we should be wrapping our arms and embracing them because they have the pulse on what the heck this country needs. You follow I'm getting at? Not necessarily some that may have been around for a long time. So I think there needs to be a rewiring of the brain there. I talk about that a lot. Also a rewiring of the brain when we think of technology and actually funding it. For whatever reason, since the beginning of time, funders and donors, want all their dollars to go to the program, to the end result. It's kind of that, I think a lot of times it's that feel good in terms of, like the commercials, like, 50 cents of your dollars, 50 cents a day can help this youth. It's kind of that mindset that they want to feel warm and fuzzy that, I know for a fact my dollars help, X number of people. And we want you to get to that point. But don't forget about the people that's working to do that. And, to ask them to, do that hard work with no technology and scraps is mind blowing to me. Like, how do you expect them to do the great work if they don't have the tools that they need? And there's a huge disparity. When there are funds used for technology, it usually comes from what we call unrestricted funds. So these are the funds that the nonprofit, that the funder says, hey, I don't care what you use it for. Here's unrestricted funds. And that's when organizations can use that for technology. But when I tell you Black-led nonprofits receive unrestricted funds at a 76% smaller rate than white-led nonprofits, how are those nonprofits going to get the technology? You won't fund the technology. You won't give them the unrestricted funds. So, you have really great people that are just working so hard across this country, back to the heartbeat of this country, who have a passion for helping. And in my opinion, those that are really able to, put that power to their back and get them those needed funds so they can be successful, they're being ignored. And that's the last thing I'll say. So many of these community-based organizations don't need a lot. you know, $10,000 could do wonders. 20,000 can do wonders. But on the other hand, you know, much larger organizations who frankly don't need the money, you know, you give them $200,000-300,000 and you won't see the results of it because they have so much overhead, they have so much stuff that they have. You don't even see the impact of that money. But you know, spread $200,000 to, you know, 10 or 20 organizations here on the west side of Atlanta and see what type of instant impact you can have. So don't get me on my soapbox there.
But no, it's, you know, no, you're coming from the position of expertise. So no, we want you to preach on, and I think the congregation understands that not only to your point of access to unrestricted funds, it's the startup points of people within the communities that need it. You know, yes. our particular are those folks who have that ear to the streets, or, you know, boots on the ground more specifically. And a lot of times are those creators and innovators of color who, as you said earlier, already have a hard time even being acknowledged, you know, when we look at it from a traditional sense. Yeah. So with that, you know, how can we better innovate that? I mean, obviously technology is bringing all things closer. Yeah. Is it we need more connectivity to the funders, or should, from an economic standpoint, we try to look for ways to, I guess, divest or invest from that infrastructure?
You know, funders of all type, whether they're, you know, traditional foundations, donor advised funds, and corporations. You know, a lot of people made a lot of proclamations and declarations about a year ago. And I really think it's time that, you know, those organizations are really held accountable, because, you know, they can really lean in. You know, I think it personally bothers me when, you know, some corporations, you know, will look at you and I or other people in the community and, you know, for lack of better words, may prey on us as a consumer. You know what I mean? You know, spend money with us. But, you know, when you ask for that same help just to be able to help the people in the community, you know, they turn your back on you a lot of times. So, you know, it's going to take a village, and it's going to take a lot of people, you know, kind of coming together. So, you know, while there's some work that needs to be done at that end, you know, I think that the one thing that is in the control is, you know, organizations, you know, like Subsume and other great, you know, nonprofits around this country that is really working hard to bring all the knowledge, know-how, et cetera, to the youth. So, you know, when we think of equity and how we get to it, you know, it's one thing to harp at these people, give us more, but let's really focus on all the things that we can have in our control as well. You know, so the more that we can continue to do that, and, you know, sometimes we have to uplift ourselves. I feel like as Black people been kind of used to doing that for 400 years anyway. But, you know, but continue to do that, you know, continue to, you know, get well versed in, you know, where things are going. When we think of technology, what are those jobs of the future? And we think, especially, you know, I think studies saying, like, you know, data analysts and data scientists are some, you know, some real upcoming jobs of the future. We already talked about how, you know, the gaming industry is booming. Let's empower our young people so that they know where their future and where those opportunities are. And then, if anything, as a community, really rally around them and make sure that they have what they need to kind of get there.
No, so well said. And I think the part of this, the whole part of why we have a Juneteenth holiday is based off the spirit of our ancestors and the folks that, you know, have paved the way for where we are right now.
Exactly.
That, right. You know, we've literally the African-American experience in America is making something out of nothing. Right.
Right.
That's why this whole day and this whole idea of creative Juneteenth exists. Right. And so with that, I mean, it's, you know, we're born of faith and innovation, right? Of our very existence. With that, while, you know, we want to make sure to, you know, to honor obviously those legacies, but with folks like yourself, you know, where we're looking to try to continue to innovate a spirit. So what can we do that will have that greater good for our shared future. To
Right.
kind of, as a close, where do you see the shared future of tech and inclusion, not just for Atlanta, which we see as a space. How far can we truly go with all this if we take some of these points to heart?
I mean, I think we can go really, really far. I talk about the concept of tech equity, and I think a lot of times people may focus on, again, the easy, obvious, and especially if you think in the term of digital divide, and just get devices in hands and get broadband in hand. Hands down, we need that. But there's also that skilling standpoint and bringing digital literacy and bringing that not only to our youth but the entire family. Shout out to another great organization, Inspired You, and their whole focus is on bringing youth and their parents or grandparents to the class together and be able to learn those digital skills together. So when you go home, they can be support systems for themselves. So, that is one thing when I look at, how do we reach tech equity? Also, again, I kind of mentioned, ensuring that from our school systems to these nonprofit organizations, that the best of technology is making it to them so they can get down to the youth of the future. Another concept I like to talk about is just, trickle down of technology. Where it's being innovated at, and it may be at the big tech companies, making sure that it's part of their D&I initiatives, equity, whatever words they want to use, that they are bringing all of their know-how down to these communities. You know what I mean? These schools, these organizations who can in turn get it down to the youth. If we can have all those components and all those things happen together, I don't know if you and I, Dedra, will be alive to see it, but I feel like at some point, maybe some of these things we talk about, won't be as much of a conversation, and it'll be a little bit more on par to people just expecting to have lights and water and the different things that have just become normal in our lives. Access to technology, access to skilling, awareness to careers, pipeline to jobs. Maybe at some point we can get there, but to your point, we got to keep fighting the fight, making something out of nothing, and just keep doing what we know how to do.
That's that I completely concur. So, with that, last man. Again, first off, thank you again for being part of our Creative Juneteenth endeavor. And again, when I can say this young brother here is doing the work with multiple boots on the ground. Not only from your experience with Microsoft, but I know your personal endeavors as well. How can we follow you and keep up with you in these efforts?
Yeah, I'm about to say, follow me on IG, Twitter, Talk to Darrell, TalkTodarrell. I kind of get in spurts. A lot of times I post a lot of things I'm doing, and every now and then I may say a controversial thing or two. So no, definitely follow that. Yeah, I see you'll see a lot of the things, especially that I'm up to across the country with Microsoft there. But also, more importantly, LinkedIn. Too many of our young Black youth are not utilizing that platform as they should. So definitely look for me, Darrell Booker, on LinkedIn. Let's connect. Love to be any type of support or information hub that I can be for whoever is looking for it. So.
Well, Darrell, I appreciate this time. I know on our end, this won't be obviously the last time we speak, but to that, I know you're a busy young man, and again, appreciate you taking some time this weekend to be a part of our project, and I'm sure more to come, from yourself and the endeavors from here. So again, thank you so very much for your time and for your example, man. I really appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you. And we have Darrell Booker here again as we continue with our programming here for Subsume Summit Creative Juneteenth. Stay tuned and we'll be back with much more. And welcome. Just one moment as I give a little echo out. Now I can say welcome without echo. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Thank you so very much for joining us here for day 3 of Subsume Summit Creative Juneteenth. And my name is Dedrin Sneed, the founder of Subsume. Subsume is a creative-based platform that is the intersection of technology, creativity, and community, looking to enhance the story and opportunity for marginalized voices in technology and creative careers. And so with that, we use art, we use games, we use animation, and we use spirit to be able to share our culture, our creativities, and our dreams with the world. And with that, try to make social innovation for good. And so I'm so thankful for y'all to be part of this third day with us. We got some a fantastic run of service, not only to commemorate coming out of our first formal Juneteenth holiday, but actually come into Father's Day. And so with that, understand it's a special day for the men and the fathers and men in our lives who play such an important role and are a valuable resource of time and wisdom and love. And so with that, I want to wish everyone out there, to yourself and to those adjacent and to the families and those who represent fatherhood in our communities, a happy Father's Day. And I'm very excited to get this show underway. So it's going to be a little bit more casual today. Of course, Father's Day and Juneteenth and all good things like that in hand. I'll be managing the boards and talking and chatting. And again, figure for Father's Day that we want to make this an open and engaging opportunity to interact. So for those who join us on Facebook and on LinkedIn, no, well, on Facebook, not on LinkedIn yet, but on Facebook and on Twitch. By all means, feel free to drop your name in chat and also check us out in the comments. Likewise, a couple quick announcements. Of course, our live vendor space is up and running right now, so you can check out over 40 vendors as well as our NFT auction with artist Keith Cross and the Guap coin buy is still up and active. So that closes at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. But you can go in and check out all those cool parts as part of our virtual platform. So all you need to do is just go to subsumesummit.com, register, and get your free ticket, and you can go right into our virtual space where you can text, talk, and type with all of the fellow participants there, and be able to see some amazing supporters and vendors along the way. And to that, we're going to do a little bit of a giveaway today. I will post some information about that here in a moment. But first, I want to go and give the floor up to a group, an organization that I firmly believe in and think they are a technology and social innovator for change. That is the Guap Foundation. That is centric around Guap Coin, a cryptocurrency that we are utilizing as a point of practice and as a point of culture. That we want to show that cryptocurrency for the culture is indeed a thing. So with that, we want to bring to our stage a couple of our compatriots, and we will take it from there. So let us introduce them and give them their propers. I'll go ahead and bring them onto the stream. Jerome, welcome. And AJ, welcome. All right. And I think we have you guys just now on mute on both sides. I'll give you a quick second. There we go, Jerome.
Oh,
AJ as well.
Hey, how's the evening and how's your Father's Day been?
Okay, AJ, are you able to come on? If you guys are able to enable your mics, we'll go ahead, and your cameras there. We'll go ahead and get you set to begin on our panel.
Hi guys. I don't know if you can hear me, Dedrin, but we are super excited about the partnership and just really excited for the foundation. We have a lot of big things in store for this year, and we're here for it.
All right, thank you so very much. Now, tonight, we want to turn this over as a conversation to you two. So, by all means, please tell us about the Guap Foundation, and again, from there, Maven, we'll give you an opportunity to get set from there.
Oh yeah. So the Guap Foundation, pretty much our sole responsibility is to grow the ecosystem of Guap Coin by any means necessary through both the expanding the user base of people who use and do transactions in Guap Coin, onboard any Guap merchants, as well as attract any developers who may want to contribute to the blockchain network. We've made a tremendous success with this in terms of onboarding a lot more master nodes. We have a lot more unique addresses. We're up maybe over 500% or from this time last year. Even our master nodes, we were around maybe 200 something master nodes, and now we're up to over 1,200. We've had a lot of progress with onboarding Guap merchants as well as we got coin payments, who allows us to add Guap coin as a payment gateway to anyone's platform of website of choice, whether it be WordPress or Shopify. We also have expanded from restaurants to bookstores and actually we have a Guap governor who actually is in the middle of trying to start his food truck business in Augusta, Georgia, actually, where he will be selling vegan food in exchange for Guap coin. So we've definitely made tremendous strides in terms of expanding the ecosystem. And so, but at the part of it, though, we really had to just get to the basics of educating the people on cryptocurrency first, blockchain technology, and then we get to the topic of Guap coin. So we definitely, myself and J.R. Williams, he and I came together and built the site guapacademy.org, where we uploaded a lot of video tutorials from how to operate the mobile wallet to the desktop wallet, the purpose of each of these, as well as how to benefit it. Of course, backing up your private keys, because we've seen too many stories of people who said, yeah, I had X amount of Bitcoins, a decade ago, and then they're locked out of their wallet. And then now, so we were trying to avoid that as well with Guap coin, because we understand this is new to a lot of people from all walks of life. So we're just doing our best to, long story short, make sure our people don't get left behind, because we've seen the effects of that with people who didn't know how to use the computer, didn't know much about the internet, and same thing with the tablet. So now the new topic is cryptocurrency. So we're trying our best to pretty much keep people up to speed, so that way they don't get left behind. And then I will yield it to Angel here.
Hi guys, I was trying to get my camera together really quickly, and then I was like, let me hurry up and make sure I have Jerome's shirt on for the occasion. For anyone who doesn't know, Jerome actually makes shirts, Guap coin shirts, but we are super excited to be here. Excited to represent the foundation. We are doing some really big things. We have started going global, which is really exciting. We announced a partnership with the Indian Blockchain Alliance. So that takes us into India. We actually have a partnership with a grocery store in the Philippines. And so we're just doing a lot of good work, a lot of good expansion for some of the Guap governors who are listening. We just got out our first newsletter on behalf of the foundation. So we have a lot in store for this year, and just excited about these types of partnerships. We also have an event this Thursday with the African American Chamber of Commerce in Philadelphia, where Maven is actually going to be teaching merchants how to accept crypto and how to accept Guap coin. Right now, I think we have roughly about 50 people registered. So please look out for that link, get registered. And, we want to make sure that we're showing people that they too can accept crypto and accept Guap coin for their services and goods. And Deidre, thanks again for the opportunity to talk to everyone and to ultimately promote Guap and the Guap Foundation. And we're just excited about continuing to support your efforts as well. So thank you.
Of course, it's the pleasure's mine, and glad to see as a point of adoption and again, reference for what Guap can be. That I think that again we need use cases like this, and we just want to give a shout out to artist Keith Cross, who's provided us with some fantastic NFT artwork, artwork that we were able to bring into the NFT art space and look to update and complete that point from there. So with that, I guess to say, I want to just leave this as an interactive conversation between y'all as far as to what is the overall, what is GWAP? Let's just kind of take it back from that standpoint. Because I think just from a one-on-one standpoint, we'd love for y'all to give us a conversation about what GWAP is and what the GWAP Foundation is in reference to. And if you can keep that as a point of conversation, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah. So I'll give the technical answer and then I'll give the simple answer here. From a technical answer, at our core, in terms of coding, GWAP coin is very much similar to Bitcoin, except that here's the ladder, for lack of better words. So you have Bitcoin, and then there's Dash, which is a fork from Bitcoin. There's Pivx, which is a fork from Dash. And then there's GWAP coin, which we are a fork from Pivx. So that's the technical analysis part, in short, of what GWAP coin is. But on a more simplistic explanation, so take the dollar, the Chinese yuan, Japanese yen, Mexican peso. These are currencies, not payment networks. PayPal, Venmo, Zelle, Venmo. These are Cash App. These are payment networks, not currencies. GWAP coin is a currency and a payment network simultaneously. And of course, in short, pretty much that means Black people now no longer need another race of people to move money between themselves. Which is game changing for us as the entire diaspora, because lots of fees are paid when trying to send money to family in the Caribbean or back home in Africa or anywhere else in the world. So this is our modern day financial bridge that we can use to move money between ourselves. And so and then GWAP coin, I try my best to cover the three main topics of crypto, because when it comes to crypto, there's the tech side, there's the finance, and then there's the economic side of how crypto will play a part in each other's lives, because we understand that GWAP coin is not a product to be sold. It's a currency. It's a money that we can all use for our day-to-day transactions, and that's gradually becoming more and more of a thing for everyone here that's involved. So especially as we onboard more merchants that accept the currency. So then now that we're changing, we literally have changed the rules on how we transact, do our finance, because the rules keeps getting changed when we use dollars, right? You need to say more when it came to the 2008 market crash, to the dollar not being backed by gold, to you can use silver or gold as legal tender to buy your groceries. And so all these rules of finance have changed and it hasn't impacted us. So now GWAP coin is literally us creating our own rules in terms of what we choose to do with it, how many are in existence, in terms of how the currency of supply expands. But that's a loaded question that I can get on many topics on. But in essence, that's what GWAP coin is. It's a currency and a payment network simultaneously. And then, we are a fork from Pivx.
Thank you. Now, AJ, and again, if AJ, if you folks have, I think we're just waiting for Tavanya to also come in. I know we're also expecting Maven to come in a moment. What is the future for GWAP coin as far as, I guess to say, maybe even short term for adoptability? Obviously we hear a lot about crypto and these parts just in the general buzzword sense. And Jerome gave a great example of again, I got to think on the technical aspect, but just from a simple vendor and use case standpoint, what's our first points that we can try to bring to that?
Yeah, so I can speak on behalf of the foundation and, what our vision and what our roadmap is. We have been working very diligently on our roadmap, as well as just building up the community and building up the ecosystem ultimately. So, right now our focus is expanding our merchant sectors into various sectors. We actually just gave a gaming grant maybe a couple of months ago to a vendor who is expanding expanding the platform from a gaming perspective. Like I said, we're in supermarkets, we're in India, we're in the Philippines. We're actually trying to expand the technology, which Jerome spoke to. So our goal is to make guap and crypto more accessible to our people. And so how do we do that? We are trying to bring guap in a more simplified way so that the average users, our cousins, our aunts, will be able to purchase guap in an easier fashion. We actually are moving on to our second exchange. So we are focused on that right now. Over the past year, we've been on one exchange, which is great, but we're looking to expand that over these next few weeks. And so we're really excited and, just really looking forward to the growth as we move into other countries. And then, obviously expanding our reach here in the US is super important as well. So from our perspective, we're trying to just build up the ecosystem so that guap becomes a household name for our people, as well as just get a marketplace in place so that we're able to easily buy and sell our own goods. And so, when Tavana created the coin, her focus was on us. And so the foundation is taking that mission that she came up with in her vision and really taking it and moving it forward and focusing on both sides. So making sure that we all have our own wallets and our own master nodes, but also that the community of merchants are able to connect with us and with the people who are looking to buy as well. So that's what we're focused on. We've been very busy, as you know, Deidre. So, we're just trying to move the needle, move things forward. But we definitely have a lot of good stuff. If, like I said earlier, for those who did receive an email about our newsletter, please check that out. We spent a lot of time really putting in all the updates and, just making sure that our community is fully aware of what we're up to and how we're looking to move things forward. So it's a good time to get guap. You see, the partnership with Deidre and his crew. We have the partnership, like I mentioned, with the African American Chamber of Commerce. So our goal is to make sure that we have those partnerships in place and that things are moving forward.
Fantastic. So again, I know that the foundation's been diligent, not only here in the States, obviously, where we see crypto and this point of adoption. But can you talk to us about, and you mentioned and alluded to it a bit more, the diaspora effect of guap. What is that for people who are now just being introduced to it?
Well, right now we're starting on a smaller scale, but it's actually a really good question because we're always looking to establish stronger partnerships. So if there are any African countries out there that are looking to partner with guap, please definitely reach out to me, to anyone on the foundation, to Tavana. We definitely don't turn down business, but right now our focus is just on a grassroots level. We have a lot of masternode holders and wallet holders that are in Africa. And so, even a part of our Telegram group, I think we have, a couple of African Telegram groups. And we have actually, I think one of our moderators, Joshua, I'm pretty sure he is, I believe he said South Africa. So, we definitely have representation in Africa, but I would love for us to see more partnerships for African countries in the guap Foundation. So if, like I said, if anybody, in Africa, any country within Africa, is looking to partner, we're definitely here for it.
Great. And Jerome, from a technology standpoint, for a wallet, can you kind of explain just in a little bit more in layman's terms when we're doing, like, for what we're doing right now, right? We're asking people to come and get your guap wallets, right? For the NFT program. Can you explain like how the guap wallet in a general sense works?
Yeah, so the wallet, we have two versions. We have the mobile wallet that is available on both Android and iPhone. And then we have the desktop wallet where you pretty much have to let your wallet sync with the entire blockchain before using it. And so you can pretty much view at the desktop wallet, you can pretty much view it as a bank account with any other bank. You can have one wallet, two wallets, one like as a checking account, one for savings. Even if you're a business owner, you can create a third wallet and say, hey, this is my business checking account where all my transactions done on my website that accept Guap Coin, it can be done in and out of this particular wallet. And that is pretty much it. That is how you once you have your wallet, all you need is someone's Guap Coin address where you can send the coins to. You can also use QR codes on the phone, actually, where you can literally just scan the QR code like you would with anything else. And then you have the Guap wallet address, which then gets pasted automatically into the wallet. And then you can send Guap coins to whoever you would want to send it to.
Great. Now that's understood. So, and you said something earlier about the ease of use of using it for mobile wallet protection. Does your mobile wallet and desktop wallet stay connected?
Well, they are two separate wallets. They both have their own unique Guap Coin address. And then also, too, when you're creating a mobile wallet, you do get your own private key. Which is important because, as a lot of people would say, at least when in the gold and silver world, they say if you can't hold it, you don't own it. We'll take that same concept with private keys. If you don't have your private key, you don't own your wallet. And so we make sure that people have a private key to their mobile wallet, which they can find in the settings part of the mobile app. And then you can actually take that private key and actually move your mobile wallet balance to your desktop wallet as a backup, because in case anything should happen to your phone, that's what your private key is there for. So that way you can recover your funds and nothing gets lost. And so but yes, the wallet on the mobile app and a wallet on your desktop, those are two separate wallets. And then you can actually use that as a test if you want to use it for yourself, where you can send Guap coins from your desktop to your phone wallet. You can see how quickly the funds get moved and how very little in transaction fees that you paid to move the money between two wallets. So that way you get comfortable with using it before you start using it for your business.
So let's say that, I guess to say the growth of Guap goes as we would all hope. What type of economic impact are we looking at here? I mean, just from a larger sense of where we're in a state of crypto adoption and all of the technology that we're talking about, what could be the economic impact to the Black community with adoptability of Guap? And I kind of leave that open for both of you as a point of reflection.
Okay. Do you want to go first, AJ, or do you want me to start?
No, you can start it off.
Okay.
That's a heavy question there, Deidre.
Oh yeah.
Of course, what we're thinking of, in spirit post Juneteenth and things like that, we want to talk about freedom and being a part of economic freedom, right? So yeah, by all means.
Yeah. So in terms of economics, so let's start with like a supply chain, right? If you have a cotton farmer who's Black owned, then he sells the cotton to a wholesaler who takes the cotton and turns it into shirts, and then the wholesaler sells it to the retailer, and then they sell that to the customer. Well, then every part of the supply chain of this transaction was done in Guap Coin. So that is literally an infinite loop of Black dollars being cycled within the Black community. And so also too, now speaking on inflation, actually, there is no cap on the amount of Guap coins. It's just a certain number gets created throughout the year. I want to say roughly around 25 million a year, but that's don't quote me on that. We're still doing the math on that though. But this also helps us control the rate of inflation in terms of spending power, because that's also something that we have to bring into the conversation as well. Mm-hmm. Because for example, I'm old enough, I'm only 30, but I'm old enough to remember how, $1 used to be able to buy me a certain amount of candy at a grocery store or a bag of chips and so on and so forth. And now you can already say like, wow, my dollar does not pay for the same amount of stuff. And that's really inflation because of all the dollars that we've definitely printed up out of thin air last year due to the pandemic. Then on a even more macro scale, Tavana had put it in her video about why do Black people need a crypto, and she did an excellent job of explaining how pretty much Guapcoin is a very economic flex that we could do as a race, because let's say if we take the city of Atlanta, who use Guapcoin for everyday transactions, then Nike enters this conversation saying, hey, we want to sell you our shoes to you. And we can say, sure, we like to buy your shoes. Here's our Guap coin. And should they say, well, we don't accept it, well, then shoot, we can just say, hey, we're not doing business with you today. And then they can, so then it becomes a question of adding a level of transparency to their accounting books in terms of whether it be Walmart, Nike, Publix, General Store. Should we say, hey, we're going to boycott you? They can now quantify the economic threat we're making, because all of us are doing business in Guap, and this is the rules we have set for ourselves. So this is definitely game changing in terms of how we can move as a race of people when we take full control of our economic power that we wield. Globally, that's another topic, but I'll take a stab at it. Guapcoin can also protect African countries from predatory lending. Certain countries can create their own digital currencies, move people into that country, do predatory lending to help with infrastructure projects, et cetera, et cetera. Well, we can empower them and saying, hey, here's Guapcoin. This is for the culture. This is for us. We can actually help write cheaper loans for you guys at the rate that whatever we think is favorable to our own people. So that way their resources aren't compromised, as we've seen throughout history. So, but yeah, I see Tavana's on the line here, so I'll yield it to her in terms of what Guapcoin could mean for us economically, especially with us reclaiming our data as well.
Hi, everyone. Well, I wanted to chime in on the lending part. I think that's really key. I think that Guapcoin is going to open up the way for us to do more lending internationally, and to especially on the continent. And I think that you're going to find, looking at the current trends of Guapcoin right now, and looking at the current trends in terms of who's starting businesses at such a huge rate right now, to be a major force and a major economic, international force to be able to do lending in other countries, especially on the continent. That's my prediction, because, and I'm just looking at the numbers. Black women are more likely to start. They're starting businesses at a rate of 3 to 1 to in regards to everyone else. So you're talking about in the next decade, Black women are going to be a strong economic and business force in the world. If this trend keeps continuing. So, we're going to be the ones that are going to turn into the institutions and be in a position to institutionally lend, institutionally invest in emerging economies. So I think we need to look at that as well. But having a vehicle that we can do that in a transparent way, in a trustless way, something that we're creating from the bottom up is going to be very, very, very instrumental in that. And when we're talking about the data, being able to, really see where our dollar is going and make better use and efficiency of that dollar is a key plus that comes from having a blockchain and for having our own blockchain. We're able to see where our money is going. We're able to see the impact that we're making, and there's no dispute because, you can't argue with the numbers, right? But we just haven't had the numbers, and we've been subjected to whatever numbers that are kind of allocated to us per se, more so than actual real numbers. So I think that's a great thing. And in terms of us in general, and it's Black women, Black men in general, it's going to be an overall plus because we're going to be able to, by investing in ourselves and investing in what's important, we're going to be able to strengthen the economic base of our families and communities. And that's going to do nothing but further help us along and further help us heal from the generational traumas we suffered here in America. So, people don't like to look at money as the root of everything. They say money is the root of evil. I say money is the root of everything. Because, again, just because, there has been such a lopsided force when it comes to money in the world. This is our opportunity to balance it out by entering in this game with clear intentions, clear goals, and a structure that we can grow and we can even the playing field, so to speak.
Fantastically said. And to that point, just to take one step back, we want to formally introduce you, as our moderator here, and get a chance to you to get your proper bona fides, and to that, I'll want to turn it over the floor to the Speaker of the House. So, Tavania, a pleasure to chat with you yet again, right? So, not only as my neighbor, please let me know, let's know about you and your endeavors, please.
Well, yeah, I'm the servant of Guap Point. I don't like to call myself the founder anymore. That's just bad. I'm the servant. It's already been founded. It's already here. Mm-hmm. Now my role has changed to just being a servant and how I can be of service to the community and to the platform in general. Because I'm constantly trying to figure that out. What's my best place of service right now? What can I best do to make this better, to further this along? So that definitely turns me into a servant now, rather than a quote unquote, founder. And then even as quote unquote, if I'm looked as a leader is a servant. So, that's my day-to-day job. Like, how can we solidify and expand this in a way that's going to impact us in the greatest, and make the greatest impact in areas of our lives. That's our daily challenge. Our daily challenge is figuring these things out. And I think that because from day one, we've kind of had an organic start. We talked about it before, we didn't have no huge investment. We didn't have huge investors. We just had people who really believed in the mission and invested on a personal level and ultimately grew with us. Because we didn't have that left us in problem solving mode every day. Problem solving mode from day one to day now. We're still in problem solving mode. And it's actually a great thing because, we're creating a currency and we're building this currency, but the ideas that we come up with are ultimately going to be the saving grace of what this currency does for us. And I think that that's the most important thing. And that's why we're still in the mode that we're in right now. The public often asks us, why can't we do this, or why aren't we doing that, or why aren't we've done everything. We're doing everything. Trust me, there's nothing you could think of now that we're not doing, or that we're not. But it takes time. And I think that's our greatest lesson that we are learning and that we're trying to, relay to the people in the community, is that building a strong community financial or economic base is something that takes years. It's not something that happens overnight. I know that we wake up and anytime we see something about crypto, we're seeing these overnight, ups and downs, moons and this and all of that volatility, but that does not make an economic system. That does not create a stable economic system that is usable from years to come. That is a speculatory gambling kind of energy, and that people oftentimes lump us in that category. And then that's when I understand.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we got you now. No, what did you? No, you're fine.
That's when I know that they really don't know us, and that they need to become a part of the community to really gain an understanding on what we're doing. And we're forgiving about it. You don't come in the community and start saying, how do I make money? and we're going to be mad at you. No, we're not mad at you, but we're here to educate you on, we're not here to make money. We're here to create money. You know what I mean? So that is what we're doing, which is super duper duper important and very transformational, especially for your children and generations to come. So you got to think a little bit more long term and lose that, let me get this money grab mentality or that crypto has put out there on us.
Understood. And what I want to do, I want to defer the floor back to you. And I think that AJ may have had a point to follow up with that. I'll jump back in, but again, I want to make sure that we give you all the breadth of conversation to continue about, again, the importance of the GWAP Foundation and in our programs here.
Yeah, I think she brought up a really good point about education. And when we talk about our community, we have to start from an education perspective. It isn't something that we could just jump out and, start talking about crypto and everybody should have a master node. There's a very large education piece that we have to make sure that we are addressing. And so, we kind of have to start with the basics. And then obviously the second point is just around the reality of that in recent days, we've not had our own currency. And so this is really huge for Black people to have our own currency, as well as to have merchants accept that currency. And so, between the education, the merchants, the foundation is just really passionate about pushing that forward. So, but I actually, Deidre, I'm going to jump off. We were, warming it up. So now that Tavana is here, I think Tavana is going to take it from here. And I think Jason is probably going to be joining as well. So thank you again.
All right, we'll bring our guest Tavania back on, and again, Tavania Edwards with Guapcoin, servant of Guapcoin. We appreciate you and understand that. No worries, I appreciate it, and we understand and thank everybody that we had a bit of technical difficulty in proceeding with the full show as expected. So what we'll end up doing is we'll absolutely look to parlay this as a longer conversation with the Guap Foundation and with Miss Evans here at another point. But what we want to do is at least just kind of give a couple of quick moments for Tavania to kind of speak about what is Guap Coin, the importance of Guap Coin, and most importantly, how can we all support this endeavor. So Tavania, please tell us, how can we also learn to serve and Guap Coin? And first of all, the importance and relevance of and the timeliness of doing so.
Well, the first thing I like people to understand about Guapcoin is that the foundation of Guapcoin is the community and growing the community. So I don't want people to think that, it's all about money. You know what I mean? So kind of overlook just something as simple as joining the community. Joining the community is very important. And sometimes even being in a community, there are opportunities to earn Guap Coin that are just being a part of the community. You never know. You may bring something of value to someone else and they may want to pay you in Guap Coin or there, or airdrops by individuals all the time with Guap Coin. So the first thing is to join the community, join the Telegram. You can also join the forum at Guap Talk. Which will allow you to post some questions that could be answered and shared, because a lot of times there are repetitive questions. That's why we set up the forum. People often have the same questions and the answers are the same. So we want people to be able to see that in an efficient way. So that's why we also set up the community. But joining the Telegram is very important too. And just keeping it, because the Telegram is like probably the first place you may learn something. In the first place, you may connect with someone in live real time that can help you with some of your questions about things. So definitely join the Telegram. And the link to the Telegram is on the website, right at the top of the website, guapcoin.org. You click on join the Telegram and you're in the Telegram and you can ask questions and you can kind of see what's going on in real time. But community is important. Businesses are important. Small businesses are important. So at the current time, we're definitely working towards getting small businesses involved. Right now we have a minimal directory where you can add your business, but in a couple of days we'll be launching a major directory where you can add your business and be a Guap business, and we'll do what we can to show you how to do that, to show you how to accept Guap Coin. It's not difficult at all, and definitely not expensive. But we have to. We're essentially showing the world what mass adoption looks like in crypto. You know what I mean? And I know we're going to do it because we set trends and everything else, and because we're focusing on this very important part that a lot of people are not focusing on here in the country, like just using crypto as money on a day-to-day basis. I think that we're going to set that trend globally. And when we do that, it's going to be a major achievement for us, because this is what crypto was supposed to be about. This is what Bitcoin was supposed to be about. It's supposed to be a peer-to-peer cash system, a peer-to-peer money. That's what it was supposed to be. And it's deviated long from that premise. However, Guapcoin has picked up the ball and ran with that premise that this is a currency, a real currency, real money that we'll be able to use in exchange for services and products, etc. So the first thing is to get involved. Step 2 is to get educated. A lot of people, they don't want to talk about it because they don't know anything about it. They don't want to talk about crypto because they feel they need to have all this extensive information to sound smart in crypto to be able to talk about it. And what they fail to realize is everybody in this is a crypto baby. This stuff has only been around for the last decade. And still, there are people who maybe only been involved for 6 months to a year. You know what I mean? It's that much. So you're not that far behind. And you don't need to absolutely know all of the technical musings around cryptocurrency. When Bitcoin started getting popular, really back in 2017, there were a lot of crypto events, but they were teaching people the tech behind crypto. And, most people who are going to who use online banking or use debit cards, etc., they have no idea how the whole thing is put together, and they really don't care. They just want to be able to use it. So I can guarantee you we have at least 85 to 90% of our audience who fits in that category. So that's the most important thing to me, is usability, just teaching them how to use it, why to use it, where to use it, what it's used for. That's it. Keep it simple. We're not going to bog you down with a lot of technical details, because we don't feel like you really, like we feel like that's more confusing than anything. Imagine me trying to tell my 96-year-old grandmother the technical details of crypto. No, she knows about Guap coin. She knows what it's for, and she's anxious to be able to use it. So that's our mission. But on the education side, we're definitely building an education ecosystem to address people who want to learn more, who want to be able to develop more and to integrate this, et cetera, and be more used on the technical side. That exists as well. So we have everything, a little bit of everything for everybody. But again, we want to get this in use as quick as possible. We never know when we wake up tomorrow, when we're in a crisis and the dollar is unavailable or the banks are unavailable. And we've been in this crisis before. I can point back to 9/11, when 9/11 happened. And if you were living in New York at the time, there were certain banks that were inaccessible to you. I remember in certain situations, my mom, who's a government worker, could not access her money for at least about, I think it was about maybe 2 months. So we might wake up in situations like that tomorrow. So we should prepare to be economically independent so that we can continue functioning in a way that is separated from the instability of our governments and the instability of our current financial system. I can't hear you. I don't know if that's me.
It's me. No, it's me. And I was just saying, there was so many great points in that. Now, obviously, we'll have to look to make this obviously another conversation, as again, like you say, it's about the education, it's about the empowerment, and about the engagement that Guapcoin in particular, has an advantage, and to your point, the cultural advantage of us as we always are, the trendsetters. Once we figure out how things work, that we look to innovate and make it to that next step. So with that, where's the best place to get information about Guap, the Guap Foundation, and how to be a part of this?
The best place to get information about Guap, of course, is guapcoin.org, the main website, which will take you to pretty much everywhere else in the ecosystem. Of course, the next best place is the what do you call it? What do you call that thing? I'm drawing a blank. The Telegram.
Telegram.
Yeah, the Telegram, where you can get live up to the moment information and actually talk to people, and even people like me and other members of the foundation. We're in the Telegram all the time. So that's a great thing. You could, we're very accessible. We make ourselves very accessible. I wouldn't suggest the inbox, direct inbox, because my inbox does get inundated. But I would suggest you posing a question in the general Telegram first, and then they can tell you where to go after that. So you'll get it answered. So that's, and then also, if you see any of our webinars, we do webinars all the time. We do lives all the time. I'm currently doing a Monday evening live, walking you through the process of getting Guapcoin every Monday. Whatever different ways there are, we will try to address getting Guapcoin in that way. The last Monday was with Probit, through Probit, and we might go through Probit again. And then we also are now launching in other exchanges and having other platforms. So this will be a great time for an introductory discussion on Monday, open discussion on Monday evenings with me as I go live on YouTube, etc. There are many, many other people that are doing stuff, you know, just like yourself,
Mhm.
just like, you know, other members, other governors, etc. They do things on a weekly basis. So don't be afraid to reach out to other governors, other GWAP members, and participate in the things that they're doing to bring more awareness and increase education in this as well. So, you know, with all of us, you're pretty well taken care of. It's nothing, it's not rocket science. It's not nothing that you need to take on too much to do. You know, you might decide that you want to be a merchant. You might know merchants that should be merchants. You might decide that, you know, you want to be able to do something on a greater level. You know, remember, this is a decentralized community. You bring that force with you. We don't dictate to people what they do and what they can't do and cannot do. All we do is try to support you in what you've chosen to do to spread the word about GuapCoin.
Awesome. And thank you so very much for giving us this opportunity to serve, and likewise, you know, being an example of the innovation that, you know, we always try to celebrate within the Black and creative diaspora. You know, being able to create a resource and a reference in a community that, you know, is keeping us included, you know, in blockchain and in cryptocurrency and in economic empowerment. And I just wanted to, as always, you know, it was always such a great endeavor. You know, so when I first saw it, it made perfect sense. And again, these years later, where, you know, we can now see, you know, like you said, more adoption and interest, that, you know, we've got a place and a resource that, you know, we can say is you know, for us and by us, and benefits us. So again, I want to thank you for that, for having that vision, and also for having the action. And again, I know that likewise, it's you know, it is always a work in progress, but, you know, the progress is the work. So that's again, very much appreciated. So for that, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, we have Tavania Evans. And I'm always say founder because I'm used to saying it, but we'll say servant of the Guap Coin community, where you can follow her, and the great work of Guap in general in that community at guapcoin.org. Also on Telegram is the best points of contact. And again, to remind that we do have our Guap Coin NFT show that's running here until 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, where you can reach out through our virtual space and through Guap Coin's points of connect to be able to transfer into a new Guap Coin wallet, where you're able to bid on 6 pieces of art that will mint as NFTs, or give that information as part of our workshop here to learn about Guap Coin, cryptocurrency, and NFTs. So again, thank you so very much, everyone. Stay tuned and stay included with this creative Juneteenth and happy Father's Day celebration.
Yes,
Of course,
Father's Day.
absolutely. So, Tavanya, thank you so very much. Obviously, we'll be in touch, and thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
All right, take care now.
Have you on mute? Have you on mute?
I've been rambling that whole time.
We're good.
No, I've been rambling that whole time, and that's something because I'm running 3 computers now, so that missed the whole thing. So let me just I'm going to just take it from the top. Let me give you your bona fides and make that set. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Glyph Award-winning illustrator, cartoonist, and animator raised in Clarksdale, Mississippi. He is the founder of Diesel Funk Studios and has taught at the New York Film Academy and Howard University. His clients include Ubisoft Entertainment, TriStar Pictures, and Marvel. He lives in New York City. And joining us, Mr. Tim Fielder. Sir, how you doing?
How you doing, man? How's it going?
Always building it as we fly, as we say, you know.
Okay.
So that's fine, but I'm doing well. Better than I deserve. No complaints. How are you doing?
Everything's good. Everything good. Just getting back in yesterday from Minnesota. I'm always, ironically, you would think during the pandemic I would not be on the road, but that's just the way it works out. It just seems to be that I'm on the road a lot. So yeah, that's what that is. So right now, my focus is just finishing up work. Now that I am settled here for the next month till I have to go to New Orleans next month, then right now the good thing is I could just settle down and focus on finishing out the work, even though I'm working all the time. But now it's like a serious in studio work for the next 4 weeks.
Wow, so many good projects, and I'm sure all well deserved.
Yeah. Right now, working on Maddie's Rocket 2.
Nice.
Revised one, which would have about an additional 30 to 50 new pages. And then Maddie's Rocket 2, and then finishing up my memoirs, which is called Black Metropolis, at least just doing the content. Someone else will design it. And doing a middle grade book, which I'm trying to really get going and stuff. So that's what's happening.
Oh, that's a lot happening, you know. So
it is,
and all in good favor. So congratulations to that.
Before we get started, I should say I'm very proud of you, man. Very proud of you. You've kept this thing going, and you just don't seem to know that you could stop, but you don't.
I know.
You could stop, right? But you don't. So I'm very proud of you, man. Very proud of you, and it's my honor and pleasure and a privilege for me to be here.
Oh, and again, it's my polite ignorance that keeps me propelled forward, you know. So
hey, ignorance is a very useful thing sometimes.
It is. I don't know.
You don't know can't stop you.
Exactly. That's true. What I try to say. So yes, by all means.
All righty. So when I guess I'll get started now, just because the title "How to Draw Black Superheroes" is a bit weird because I'm not really known for doing Black superheroes. I'm known for doing Black science fiction, Black characters. I've done 1 or 2 superheroes and stuff, but I'm primarily known for embedding as best I can Black culture into my images without it being so on the nose. You know, sometimes that can be the case and sometimes it cannot be the case. But what I was really going to do today was, because Infinitum it's a weird thing. It's like, you know, there on the indie space, Black comics, some form of Afrofuturism has been around. It's been around for decades, you know, in terms of just comics, you know, but from a big 5 publisher, where it's the big multinational corporations, it seems that Infinitum holds a distinction of being the first one. Which is weird for me because I was out of the industry for a long time. But hey, you know, if it happens, it happens. So there we go. But what I'm going to be doing today is showing a lot of behind the scenes work that I did with Infinitum, showing how I put my ideas and my concepts together. And I'll also be giving a preview of how I do my breakdowns for Maddie's Rocket. Right.
Oh, amazing.
So it's going to look a little weird because obviously I'm going through my files.
No worries. That's fine. That's fine.
It will also be a demonstration of how disorganized a person can be when they're working on their stuff. So any questions you want me to go through before I proceed?
No, please proceed. You're the teacher here. We want to learn. So no, your preface is perfect. So I'm
Right.
with that.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
good. So I'm gonna work a little bit here with not I'm gonna work a little bit here with Clip Studio Paint, because Clip Studio Paint is the bomb. And I will the idea of doing that will be that I'll use I could use Photoshop, and Photoshop is obviously awesome. I love Photoshop. And perhaps I will get to Photoshop in a bit. But for right now, at this moment, I think I'm going to stick just with illustration work, because some things I want to go into as we get to our thing. Now, also, for those folks, we're going to assume that the people watching this are both young and old. So for those folks who are more advanced, I'm going to need you to bear with me to give an idea of how should I say, I need to make sure that the folks who are not as tight in terms of their work, they'll be able to get some idea of how to face what they're facing. All right.
Sounds great.
All right. So let's go here. I guess I should share my desktop, which I believe I can do. Can I?
Yes, you can. Yep. It's just share.
Let's go to where is share? There's share. Okay. We're going to share our screen. Now, my desktop is messy. So don't judge me. But I got it done. All right, here we go. I don't want to see any tips. We're going to go to share screen. Okay, you can see here what I'm working with. Let's see here. We're going to share that. Yep, that's what we're going to do. We could have window. Yeah, I think I'll go to the desktop here, because I have Bridge open as well as many other programs there. So we'll just deal with that. All right, now. Can everyone see my screen? I believe you can.
There we go. We're gonna add.
All right, good. Oh wow. Okay, there it is. All right, so I'm gonna minimize this for a second. All right, now at this point we have Clip Studio Paint, and we also have Clip Studio Paint. We have Bridge open. For those folks who don't know, Clip Studio Paint is a really awesome illustration program that allows you to do comic book work. Additionally, Bridge, now many people, I would assume some people use Bridge, some people don't. But in this particular case, the thing that's very useful about Bridge, it's a fantastic asset browser. So for those folks who are looking, you're like, well, what are we looking at here? This actually here is the breakdowns for Maddie's Rocket. These are the finished pages for Maddie's Rocket book 1, which I'm adding the new pages to. So we're going to start off with Infinitum. This will be good. And when I started off with Infinitum, it was interesting. I came up with the concept for Infinitum years ago. And when I did it, it was kind of sort of a play on superpowers, that type of thing. But as we went on, I began to expand it out. But of course, I stopped because I started working on Maddie's Rocket. Maddie's Rocket is my book for you guys who may or may not know. It's my graphic novel. Retro Afrofuturism is what I call it. But going towards Infinitum, in 2016, I was approached by the New York Times. And the New York Times asked me, hey, look, would you be willing to tell us a story based upon what the idea of what Afrofuturism is? Could you do that? And I said, sure, I could do that. That wasn't a big thing for me, and it was the type of thing that I knew that if I did it, it would give me the ability to both tell a compelling story, but design this or and explain this concept that I've been doing since I was 11, 12 years old. All right. So one of the stories that I pitched to them was called Infinitum, and they obviously passed on it. Because black man as immortal God may not have been in their vein of their wheelhouse. So, but what we're seeing here, if you guys can check this out,
okay. Just to interject, Tim, if you want, take a look at your screen because it looks kind of just gray to me. Like I see that you have your screen.
No.
Okay, you're right. Okay.
You see that? You see this here? How it looks gray, but with the black drawings on top.
No, it just kind of looks out of sync or out of focus.
Okay, let's see what's going here.
There.
All right, I'm back on this again. All right, I don't know what's happening here. So let me try this here. Let me go back here to Bridge. Can you guys see that?
Yes. Well, now we just see it.
Okay, so what's happening here is Bridge is acting weird. Okay.
No worries. Now we can see your desktop and we see the tabs, right?
Right. And what I was trying to do was to go to Bridge. Can you see that?
No.
You can't.
We can only, I think, either see the tab or
all right. So Clip Studio Paint is acting a little weird. All right, no problem. We're gonna stop sharing for a second here.
No worries.
And we're gonna share again, and we'll share a screen, but this time we're going to hopefully go to illustrations here. And let's go back. Bridge is, I guess, acting a little weird, but it's okay. We'll just go to our illustration point here.
No worries.
Can you see Bridge now?
Yes.
Interface of Bridge.
Yes.
Let me make sure that I put in a little drawing here. Let's see. Let's bump that up there a little bit. You see that, correct?
Yeah, we go.
All right, thank goodness. All right.
All
right. I was wondering what's going on there. All right. So I have a Bridge up, but we will go back to that in a minute. So let me just do this, and I'm going to go to a new thing here. So first of all, when you're working, the first thing and by the way, is what you're looking at here is Clip Studio Paint. It's very good. I use it as much as I use Photoshop, but I tend to use Photoshop for more of the graphic design work. But I do coloring and things like that. But I found that Clip Studio Paint is really, really good for the illustration work. So what we're going to start off here with is we're going to start off with what we're going to be doing today. So we'll grab my pen here, and I'm going to start off with one. I'm sure everybody can see that. First thing we're going to go do is the concept. Sorry about the horrible spelling. 2, I'm going to go with the sketch. 3, line work or line art. Right? 4, rendering. Okay. And in 1, when I say concept, I'm going to put in this here reference. Probably misspelled, but it's all good. All right. There we go. So we're going to start here with this guy. Concept. All right. I'll create a new layer. We'll go with concept. All right, now this is what I've done before, but I like to show folks here. First thing we're going to go with is we're going to go with keywords. Now you might like, well, keywords, what do words have to do with concepts? For example, so Dedrin, you're going to assist me today with this, man? Are you going to assist me today? Okay, good. All right, so we're saying the concept, we're going to deal with, let's take concepts that are going on today. We're going to go with Juneteenth. Right, because it's in the air.
Right.
right. So you'll notice when I'm saying Juneteenth, that brings up certain images, right?
Right.
We can go with slavery. Right. We can go with the Union. And I'm even going to put in the Confederacy here. Right. And these are uncomfortable terms, but these are what we have to deal with when we're dealing with this.
Right.
Go with reunification. Right. So each of these words here sort of give if you will, give a sort of idea of what's going on in terms of they evoke images. What's your favorite animal?
Favorite animal is elephant.
All right, elephant. Why?
Seem like they are very gracious to be as large and powerful as they are. They just seem to be quite unique animals, so remind me of Africa.
Classic memories as well.
See, I think it's aspirational that I had an elephant's memory, right?
Right. Okay. Let's say memory. All right. All right. Now, another thing I want to do here is, and these keywords with Juneteenth, that led to slavery, the Union, Confederacy. Then you take it farther, you go with reunification. Going to go with family, right? Elephant, memory, right? So I'm going to do that, but then I'm going to say the visual of the elephant. Now, you might say, okay, he's got these images. How in the world do these elements lead to a visual? Now, let me write it down here. I'm going to write it down in the color red. These are simply keywords. And keywords evoke visuals. Got it?
Got it.
Keywords evoke visuals. And these are the keywords. Got it? Juneteenth, slavery, Union, Confederacy, reunification, elephant, memory, and visual. Now, I'm doing this on the fly, and I'm showing you guys how I work, how I'll come up with elements. So with all these elements here, since we're doing Black superheroes, one thing we want to do is want to keep the superhero thing in there. Right?
Right.
And what immediately followed reunification? In one sense, we can say reconstruction. Right? So watch this. It's going to sound really weird, but work with me. Struction. Hope I spelled that correct. All right. So families. Reunited. Right? Superpowers. So we got families reunited, superpowers, reconstruction. We need one more thing. We need, I think these three things here might work. So let's go back here right quick. So we got superheroes, concepts, visuals, Juneteenth, slavery. Now, I love the idea. And here it is where we're going to go with our sketches. But before we go to sketches, I'm going to do a very quick tutorial because there's some people who say they can't draw. Like Dedrin, can you draw?
No.
Yes,
I can. I was going to say I can, not as well as I'd like to. So let me just answer the question. I can draw.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, watch this. I'm going to show you how you can draw. There are two different ways you can draw. You can draw by taking a pen, pencil, doesn't matter. And it could be like that. Here. right? And that is a character. I use this example from time to time, right?
Mm.
Or you can draw like this. Now I'm showing this for the folks out here who don't have a ton of experience, right?
Right.
Who draws well, right? And then let me move this over here a little bit. You can do this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm using you as a little bit of inspiration there. All right. Do we see what's going on here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so this one here, I'm going to go on another layer here so you can see it. And I use this example many times with students. What is that, Dedrin?
That is an eye.
That's an eye. Very good.
All right.
What is this?
That is an eye.
And here?
That is an eye as well.
That is an eye as well. So how you draw, right? This is a stick figure.
Mm.
This is more cartoony. Sorry, I'm misspelling that again. And here would be a little bit more realistic.
Mm.
Right?
Right.
Now, it doesn't matter which style you draw in, as long as the audience understands that that's an eye, that's an eye, and that's an eye. It's all about communication. And let me let you folks who work in the comic book industry, in the mainstream comic book industry, understand. And I'm going to lay it out so it can be a little bit sobering, but I think you need to understand this.
Mm.
There's a difference from the comic book industry and the trade industry. The comic book industry is where your regular comic books, you know, Superman, Batman, X-Men, Bitterroot, all that stuff is sold, right? Image Comics, Marvel, DC, Boom, all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The trade industry is James Patterson, that's Stephen King,
Right.
that Nick Stone, Jerry Kraft. That's the trade industry. The trade industry generally, when it deals with comics, deals with graphic novels. Art styles in the trade industry are completely different than art styles in the mainstream comic book industry. Now, I'm going to say it here. Get ready. Jim Lee, a lot of people like him as a comic book artist. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Right. But here's the thing. In the trade industry, nobody really cares about that.
Mm.
One of the most successful cartoonists in the trade industry is Dave Pilkey, who does Dogman. Sells millions of copies of books, right?
Oh,
His
yeah.
stuff looks like version 1 stick figures. So, Dedrin, yes, you can go after many artists to draw your stuff. Or you can draw how you draw, and as long as your communication is on point, you're good. The thing that is most important in the trade industry is, do you have a compelling storyline?
Right.
Do you follow me?
Yes.
Now, I'm putting that out there because I want the audience to understand that as you're drawing Black characters and so on and so forth, how, and I'm putting up my quotation fingers here, how good or bad you are doesn't matter. The thing that matters is, are you able to communicate your idea effectively where you are. Got it? Now, some people have great difficulty letting that go because they are stuck in one gear. And trust me, I was one of those people until I realized nobody in the trade industry cares, right? They don't care. They love infinitum. They like how it looks. That's great. But the most important thing for them is that I deliver finished work that's compelling and that sells. Got it?
Got it.
All right. So now we're going to go back here. Keywords, Juneteenth slavery. From there, we then extended it to, we boiled it down to Reconstruction. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I like that idea. Family reunited. Superpowers. Right? So we have our setting, right? Which takes place in Reconstruction. Our characters, which is a family reunited, and they have superpowers. Got it?
Got it.
So let's recap.
I like this. Yeah.
We go this. We go, whoops, let me go here. Right? See how it gets more detailed and less detailed? Then we go there. Now we understand that our drawings don't have to be that complex. Now, again, like one of my favorite artists out there is Imani Latif, right? Does Peep Game. He doesn't know this. Imani's like, what is he talking about, right? Imani has a drawing style that's similar in many ways to that, right? He's right in the middle, right? And I'm telling you, I don't know if Imani's listening. He may be listening. He may not be listening. But he's right in the pocket because his art style is simple and clean. Let me repeat again. His art style is simple and clean. As long as he's willing to let go of that and just do that, he's good. And by the way, for those folks who can't do this or that, then do that. Got it?
Got it.
All right, now we move to the next thing here. So I want to do some what's called reference right quick. Now, some people use photos for reference. Some people use images from magazines. This is a very different world we're in now. I'm going to pop out of this stop sharing here. And we're going to go to, hey, how you guys doing? We're going to go now to, we're going to share, we can't see my desktop here, correct?
That's correct.
All right, good. I want to make sure. I don't know what's going on. I guess StreamYard is having a few issues. So we went to Reconstruction.
You want to try to reshare it?
No. We got it here.
Okay.
You can see what I'm doing, right?
No, it went away. So
it went away again. Oh my goodness. Okay.
No worries. But we were seeing it up to that point, so no problem.
I don't know what's going on here. So we're going to go to share. Share screen. I guess StreamYard is like, hey man, we can't do that. And it can't share the entire screen here. So let's go with Chrome tab. Reconstruction. That's good. Share. Y'all see it now?
Yep, there we go.
All right, good.
Back at
wow, that's interesting. All right, so now I pulled this up because when you're using reference can come from photos, but it also can come from additional images, right?
Right.
Now, here's where we're going to get a little absurd. So I'm thinking to myself, now let me go back to Clip Studio Paint here. Can you guys still see the Chrome tab?
We see the Reconstruction Google. You see that?
Perfect. So if I'm toggling back and forth from here, right? This is pretty good. Hey, I like that. You know what? Let's say, this is going to be interesting. So I'm going to go here. I love that. You see, do you all see that image of that family?
Yes.
See that? I'm liking this. See, okay, we got this image of this family here. That's hot. Then we got this image of, let's keep going up here. I think I saw, oh, this is going to be interesting. Yeah. So, Dedrin, we're creating this on the fly. So I'm going to need you to write this story up for me, man.
Okay.
Right. So we got a family, correct?
That's right.
We got the clan.
Mm.
Right? Right? I like this. All right, let's go here. Now, you notice how my voice is changing? It's because as you go through each level of detail, the story and the concepts fill themselves in. Got it?
Right.
All right, watch this. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back now. So let's take this as a reference.
Okay.
We're going to take that as a reference. And just for the sake of it, we're going to take a little bit, I think, of that as a reference as well. So we're looking at all these different images, right?
Right.
This will be interesting. All right. So I'm going to minimize this. I'm sure it's going to go crazy again, but that's all right. That's all right, man. That's okay. We're going to go back to share again. We're going to stop the screen. And I'm going to go back to Clip Studio Paint. Now, it's 11:33. We're going to spend the next 20 or so minutes working up our concept.
Okay.
Right. Visual concept. We did all our reference. We did all our thematics in terms of what kind of idea we were trying to evoke. Now we're going to go to actually back to our thing. We're going to go to window. Excellent. 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 All right. So we are in Clip Studio Paint. Can you guys see that?
Let's see. Jumping into Clip Studio Paint, we have you now.
Okay, good. All right. Now, watch what I'm going to do here. Watch what I'm going to do. This, check it out. So I'm going to take, you remember the image of the family?
Right.
We're going to keep that. And this time, what I want to do here, come on, baby, do this, Bummer. Do this, Bummer. There we go. Just move that over just a little bit so I can see, because, you know, that's the other thing, cartoonists out there, be careful as you age, because as you age, you will not be able to see as well as you used to. That is something that I am dealing with now. Okay, now we got that. So we're dealing with somewhat of a nuclear family here. Here's where I'm going to go to my sketches. And I think I'll leave it here, but I'll make the point much smaller. Oh, this will be good. All right. Let me make this point smaller. For those folks who use Clip Studio Paint, left bracket makes the point, your brush point smaller, right bracket makes it bigger. So we're going to go here. And here's where we're going to begin to play within the scheme or theme of the superhero genre. Now, every superhero team, right, has what I call the big guy.
Right.
But let's throw it on his head. Let's make it a woman who wears the big dress. You know how they wear the dress, the antebellum dress?
Right.
Yeah, this will be fun. Right. And she's huge. Right. You want her to be young or old?
I like the idea of being older.
Oh, wow. That's cool. So here's where we're going to go. And bring this down here a little bit. Space bar allows us to move stuff around. You're moving with your. By the way, I'm not even using a mouse now. I'm using my Apple Pencil. All right. So we got that. And take her here. Oh, yeah. This will be interesting. We'll give her a head wrap. But we got to make a decision here. Do we give her a kind of a Harriet Tubman bandana? Like so? With the hair? Or do we give her one of these? Pick which one, Dedrin.
The second one, kind of the
Number
rap
2.
one.
Very well. So be it. We got it. See how quick we make that decision right
Yep.
there. That's where we're going. Now, we need to look back. I'm going to just very quickly look back here because I need a moment just to take a look here at some of the female dress. Oops, I want to take that out. I know you can't see it for right now, but it's
No
because,
worries.
we're going to go, we go here. Oh, wow. Check this out. Check it. Going back here, and we're going to give her one of those weird kind of interesting collars, like so. And she'll be muscular, and we'll have her sleeve rolled up like Rosie the Riveter.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do that. Yes. So I'll leave the names to you.
I think right now I'm thinking of her just as Queen Mother. To start off with. Mm-hmm.
So we could say Queen Mother, but let's make it a little bit more Juneteenth centric.
Got you.
Queen Ma? Queen Mama or Queen Ma? Which one?
I think Queen Mama sounds good.
Queen Mama. I like that. So you see that? So what we have here is now using elements of all of these concepts of superhero elements, superhero themes, right? So we have our big. This is our big, right? B-I-G, not B-I-I-G. Okay. We minimize that. We're going to go here. Now we need one character. And this will be a guy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And this one here. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'm moving through as quickly as I can.
Not a problem.
Right? I like this. That'll be interesting. Yes. Right there. Boom. Now you see how rough these sketches are? They don't have to be tight. So I'll go here. But this guy here is an ex-Union soldier. He's a gunsmith.
Digging it, yeah.
Huh?
Said, no, I'm digging that. Good.
As a matter of fact, we'll call him Gunsmith because my middle name is Smith. So why not? All right. Now we need 2 more characters. We need a young child because why not? And this kid here will have pigtails. This is a little girl. Dressed normally in the, kind of a thing there.
Mm-hmm.
So you notice how really rough my sketches and my themes are, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to have a little girl there because you got to get a little black girl joy in there. That's good. This one right here, she'll have sight powers. All right. And then we'll do one more. This one here, I know what it is. This is going to be crazy. Watch this. I'm going to use the idea from Groot. This is where it gets a little creepy because this right here is more like the Thing. But we're putting in a little Afrofuturism or ethnogothic elements in there. I don't know. We'll see. This might work. This might not work. This guy here has a tree strapped to his back. I don't know. We got to see if that's going to work.
I get you.
And that tree is embedded into. I know you probably can't see that well.
No,
what it is, right now I have it like he's there. He's this huge creature. And this man here was almost lynched. But when he did it, the tree and this man merged together. I'll leave the name to you, sir. All right. Now, so let's go here. I'm going to turn all these on. We have the big creature in the back. And the little girl here. We have Gunsmith there. Let's move the little girl down here. There we go. Queen Ma there. So you see this concept they have what we have there. So what I've basically done now is I have essentially gone from keywords. Those keywords led to detail. That detail led to setting, characters, and plot. And now that then inform who the characters are. Right? So now we have I'm gonna, in 10 minutes, I'm gonna work up Queen Ma here because she's interesting. All right, I'm gonna create a new layer here. And normally when I would draw a character like this, like for example, anyone who's seen Infinitum is pretty detailed, right? The reason why I did a detail, I'll stop just for a moment here, just talk for like 2 minutes.
In case some of the art for some of the
okay, so there we go. So
there we go.
Let me say this for the folks who are watching this. One of the reasons why I went detailed with Infinitum is for 2 reasons. I could have done it as a regular, black and white comic. I almost did that. I had done 230 or so black and white drawings, right? I've been very fortunate. Infinitum has been an overwhelming critical success, but of course, like anything, you got to go out and sell books. So that's why I taught with many people, classrooms, libraries. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm here with you today because you've been very gracious to me over the years, allowing me to talk crap. So that's what I'm here doing. So there's that. But also, it allows me to get my visions out into the world. So it really is a part of a sort of sharing of value. You understand what I'm saying? So that's part of what I'm doing. But to that point, I knew if I produced a 280 pages, which is what it ended up being, just black and white drawings, that would be cool, but it'd be so much better if everything was painted. Now, I am not here to say that I can paint as well as Kadir Nelson. Very few people on the planet Earth can do that. But I use him as my North Star. I use him as like, okay, whatever you do, you're going to render it to this extent. Remember the different drawing styles I had?
Right.
So I was able to take the stick, the stick figure, the simple figure, and then the complex figure. I was going to take the complex figure and then add on top of that. Got it? Now, let's go back here. We're going to go here one more time. I don't know if you can see me right quick. We're going to just go.
And we need to share your screen again. Just I think when you go out.
Hold on. I'm going to do it right now, but I want to use reference for. I'm going to go here. Let's go to our Chrome tab. I'm going to share. Well, I'm going to go to this one here. Okay. Can everyone see this?
It will be able to.
All right.
Now we have it.
All right, good. So we have all of these beautiful black women, right? But check it out. I love the idea. Here's what we can do. We can merge different women, different styles of women, right?
Right.
So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to merge a little bit of Cicely Tyson, Danielle Brooks, because she's stunning. And maybe, what do you think? A little bit of Stacey Abrams. What do you think?
Oh, always some Alita Abrams,
Yeah, but you're biased, man, because you're down there in Georgia. Anyway, she, the thing I love about Stacey Abrams is she's this highly accomplished politician, but she's also this. She writes novels, isn't that
Right. Yeah, she's a
incredible?
nerd. You know, she's quintessentially so. You know, Star Trek and all these parts. But yes,
It's amazing. It's amazing to see. Okay, so we got that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back here because I want to use this reference here that I can pop back to. So that's Daniel Brooks. Okay, we got that. We got a little Stacy here, and we got a little Cicely. Now, I like that hairdo there because it kind of evokes a little bit of Frederick Douglass. But we'll see where we'll come back to that as we go on. All right. Now, next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go back here to StreamYard here because we only got a few minutes left. We're going to go to stop screen here. Want to share our window, and we're going to go back here to this guy. All right. You guys can see my, okay, you can see my drawing here. Okay. Okay. And now we're going to go here back to Clip Studio Paint. All right. Now, here, first thing I want to do is I want to work on her face. Now, you might say, well, why work on her face first? You know, shouldn't you work on her clothes? I'm like, yeah, I could, but I want to get the face first. I want to get the face first. So let's zoom in here. All right. And I'm going to right down there. I'm going to increase my point size here. Now, I don't know if this is going to work, but right now I'm working with dense watercolor. Dense watercolor I find to be a very awesome sort of brush because it does work like watercolor, but it's semi-transparent. Let me go back here to Danielle Brooks just to look at the little reference there. Oh, I like that. Okay. She is stunning. So we're going to go here. And this is rough. I know. It's rough. And get her nose there, because why not? And I want her to really have African features. Okay. There we go. Also, one of the reasons why I chose to go from the general stereotypical gender swap for the Queen Mama,
right,
is because many depictions of female characters are very stereotypically European. That's one, I find that they are, and two, they tend to be scantily clad, which makes no sense to me at all. They tend to be wearing bikinis, which is always so weird to me. Because why?
Exactly.
It makes no sense. Why would that be the case? And two, you know, we kind of like don't want to have characters, want our characters to move us forward. So we're going to go here. Let me just go back here a little bit more and look at this right here. Okay, that's good. I got this. Oh, okay, that'll be interesting. Now, see, I'm popping back and forth from my reference, by the way. So just in case you guys are wondering what I'm doing here. Ah, yeah, I like that. Yeah. We're going to go here. We're going to get these cheeks here. Now, as I'm drawing, you guys may begin to feel, well, hey, wow, okay, his drawing is, you know, maybe it's realistic, maybe it's not, it's whatever you may think. But actually, in fact, when I'm drawing in these lines here, these lines, see that dark line there? That dark line there can be used as shading. Now, I'm sure people do that all the time, but I'm just saying this is one of the things that I have found that's very helpful to me. Go here. Okay. Ah, yes. Now, as I do this, what will happen is that it'll give her texture. These things give her texture. Do you follow me?
Yes.
Okay, now we're going to go. Let me take this down here. Ah, there we go. We're going to get that bunch right there. Ah, yes. There we go. All right. Ah, yes, we'll pop it out on the side. This is, I like this. All right, I'm going to make her neck thick. Right? I'm going to make her neck thick. I'm going to go here. Okay. And I'm going to go right here. And I'll soften her up. Right now, she looks a little masculine. That's okay. I'll soften her up by the time we go through. And I know we don't have a lot of time here, so we're going to do this. I wanted her to have a thick neck because she's muscular, like a big barter, that type. All right, now I'm going to make a kind of a superheroic element in there, and that'll be kind of like a scar. That'll like an imprint to suggesting that there's perhaps a supernatural origin to her. Let's make that up there a little bit there. Okay, cool. And what is the name of our superhero team, sir?
It is the Conductors.
The Conductors. All right, brother. Tours or Turs?
Tours, I think. Conductors. If we're looking, maybe a reference to like the Underground Railroad to get people in, yeah.
So you're saying there's a superheroic team that works, but they're superheroic to rescue folks from slavery, or is this who assists in the process of Reconstruction?
I think the process of Reconstruction.
Yeah, because the whole thing, we don't want to jump on David.
Exactly.
David, David Crownson owns that at this point. Just cool. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, now watch this. I'm going to duplicate this layer here. Now, let's go back to, I'm going to go back to Danielle here. All right, I got her. Now, I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. How do you achieve specific types of lighting? Let's go here. Want to copy this? Whoops. Nope. Hang on. Let's see if we can make this work. Come on, buddy. Come on. I'm going to copy. And now let's go back to this. Nope, it did not work, but that's okay. Now, watch what I'm going to do. I'm now going to go to the little brown here, a little red, not too much. And I'm going to turn my opacity down if we can. Maybe not too much. Let's take that right there. And now I'm going to increase my point size here. Can you see that going in there?
Yes.
All right, right now that's set to normal, but we're going to set it to multiply. There we go. I made her eyes a little bit farther apart because I wanted a kind of a little bit different look there. Boom. All right. All right, I'm going to try to have something done here a little bit in about 3 minutes.
Oh, no worries.
Okay, now I like the sky blue because although she's powerful, she is also gentle, except for when she has the cracked skulls.
Sounds about right.
And we will make her blouse here to be kind of like an off-white. Whoops, take that up there. Oops, got me ready to take that up. Okay, boom. All right, now. So we got that going. And I know her eyes are a little weird, but work with me here, guys. Boom. There we go. All right, now. Next thing I want to do is I'm going to create another layer that I'll come to at the end. But let's go back to Danielle here and use that reference for her. She's got light there. Okay, good. Now we will go here. I'm going to take a little bit of brown as well, but this time I'm going to make that a little bit lighter. Let's go here. There we go. All right. Let's try it here. Take that a little bit lighter. There we go. This is just to give her a little bit more context.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And one more time, we want to go back to our reference again. So essentially what I'm doing, when I'm looking at Danielle Brooks's image here, effectively what I'm doing is I'm taking the light that resides on her face, the light scheme, and I'm applying it to this cartoon character. And the reason why you would do that, what it does, it allows you to take a drawing, which can be pretty basic, but when you apply the light scheme to the drawing, it makes it three-dimensional. It's something that I learned over time that you can do that will add context. It will give your stylistic drawing the ability to be able to jump ahead, if you will, jump ahead. All right, now watch this. I'm going to go back here. We have 1 minute. I'm going to go here. I'm going to take this little smooth tool here, and I'm just going to very lightly soften up her features just a little bit. Then we'll have a quick review, and then you, sir, can have your life back. And thank you so much, Dedrin, for, and as I'm going to talk a little bit while I'm doing this, thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for continuing to put up with me. I really appreciate that, because not everyone does. Thank you. This is, I guess, the second or third time we've done this type of thing. And thank you. You can purchase Infinitum where all fine books are sold. It's called Infinitum, an Afrofuturist Tale, published by HarperCollins, Amistad. My name is Tim Fielder. You can buy it on Amazon. You can buy it on bookshop.org. You can buy it on HarperCollins' website. You can even buy it on eBay, which is weird, but you can, right? And that is what you can do. And with that, I'm going to put this on there. Okay, let me just go here a little bit, multiply, drop that down there a little bit. And there we go. There's our character, Queen Ma.
Queen Mama, looking great and in a record time. So again, it's
I had just finished it up. Thank you so much. So I'm hoping that everyone sees how we went from the process of keywords on up to image, and who knows, maybe these characters will be developed further, man.
Oh man, I'm in my mind spinning about the conductors as we speak. So
Go for it, man.
You start scratching it up. So no, that's perfect. So Tim, again, thank you so very much, not only for your time, but
buy Infinitum, buy.
By mass quantities, quality and quantity as soon as you can for your local schools.
Lots of quantity. That's what I'm looking for now.
Mascot, that's it.
All right, man.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. And the sweatshir's in the mail.
Oh, whoa, well, good. You got my size with the logo and everything.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you,
we're gonna hook you up. So thank you for that. All right, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And thank y'all. Appreciate you so very much. So again, that was Tim Fielder, acclaimed illustrator and creator of Infinitum, Maddie's Rocket, and other tales of Afrofuturism and Negroes and spaceships. So with that, this is not the first time that we had a chance to imbibe and chill out with Tim, and our hope is absolutely to not be the last. So such a great character on page and off, and a great example of what we look at as independent excellence and the capacity to have your stories be both authentic and move forward into the greater conscious of tales and stories. So again, please, on the top of our bookshelf, Infinitum. And so we'll roll right on into it with this Creative Juneteenth. Again, my name is Dedrin Sneed, founder of Subsume, and I thank you all so very much. So we talked cryptocurrencies. We've talked fantastic characters. And now the time is to talk about bringing those characters to life with story. And so I am going to bring to the stage a fantastic writer who is going to, G'day, Sharonda, how are you doing?
Hi, Dedrin. How are you? I'm good.
Well, doing well. So, you got so many cool previews these days. I was going to I'll say, let me allow you to give yourself your propers, as I like to say. And then we'll get right into what we're talking about breaking into the film industry.
Okay. Well, I'm Sharonda. I am a full-time creative. It now pays my bills, and so I'm happy about that.
That counts.
I am a costume supervisor, currently working with animator Keith Knight on his series Woke on Hulu. But I've also done The Resident on the Box, 24 Legacy, just finished Black Lightning a couple months ago, and looking forward to moving into a new series coming to ABC called Queens with Brandy and Notori and Eve, and it's going to be a pretty great show. So I'm excited about that. That'll be premiering in September, if I'm not mistaken. So that's coming up. So pretty stoked about that. So just a little bit of background of how I started was that, I was an accountant for about 16 years. And one day just said, hey, I'm going to quit accounting and become a PA in the film industry, making $9.75 an hour. And that was 4 years ago. And now here we are. So naturally, I'm constantly being asked, first of all, why would I make such an abrupt change in my life at 38 years old? And then just secondly, just how does anyone make a change like that? How does anyone get into an industry that seems so locked and closed and only available to some people? And how do you break into an industry like this doing what you want to do? So I get a ton of questions and they all have a range of answers. And so I thought that today would be a good day to talk about that, to have that conversation. So yeah, so here we are. Did you want to ask me something before I rolled into
it? No, please continue. No. This is us catching up. You got so many cool things going. So by all means, proceed. It's all right.
Oh, sure. So the first thing I tell people, and it's not out of sarcasm, is a genuine response. My answer is always, when someone says, how do I start? I always like to clarify what they're asking me. Are you asking me how do you start, or are you asking me how do you break in? Because they're two different things. Because how do you start is simply you just start. Like you just do it. Are you, like, if you're asking me how do I start being a writer, I'm just going to say you go write. Like, how do I start being an animator? You go draw some cartoons. Like you just start, You can start at 10, you can start at 5, you can start at 55, you can start anytime. But when you ask me, how do you break in? I'm going to always ask you, why do you want to break in? Because why you want to break in is going to kind of determine how you break in. A lot of people, when you automatically talk to them about film industry, they want to do one of three things. They want to be a writer, director, or producer, as if there are no other positions in film, right. Which is not true. Right. So that's always the first answers I hear. I want to be a writer, director, producer. If I had to generalize my responses to someone, which I try not to, because this industry is so little, but it's so broad. So if someone just said, I just want to be a writer, that's all I care about doing is being a writer, then I'm going to say, well, go to LA, because that's where most of the writers' rooms are. Granted, there are some writers' rooms now slowly making their way here to Atlanta. The majority of the writers' rooms are in LA. So if you want to be a writer and you want to be in the writers' room and that's your only interest and desire and you don't care about anything else, then go to LA. That's the genuine response on that. And, go there and, try to find a position as a writer's PA. And start there, and have a script in your back pocket, like literally have some scripts ready to go, because someone's going to ask you, what do you have? So, so if someone was to say, if I should just jump on a plane and go to LA, I would probably say, no, you shouldn't. But if you're going to, make sure you have a couch to crash on, or you have some money saved up for an Airbnb, because you're going to struggle for a while. Like that is the inevitable. The phrase starving artists did not come out of thin air. Most artists starve for a while. So have a plan, have a backup plan, and be ready for the starving phase. But if you wanted to be more practical, I tell people, if someone says I want to be a writer, then I say, especially if you're in Atlanta, which is, just a thriving film community, and someone says I want to be a writer. Okay, great. So you can go to LA and thug it out, or you can come here, get on a show here, and work as a PA in any department. It can be art, it can be props, it can be grip, it can be set deck, it can be any of these departments, and make some connections with some producers and directors. And the writers do come to set when we're shooting the episode that they wrote. So you have multiple opportunities to network on set and try to make some interconnections there. And maybe those can open some doors for you, so that if you do go to LA, you're not in LA trying to figure out what your next move is, because you already have a door open because you made it over here in Atlanta. So I thrive to tell everybody to use a little bit of wisdom when they're trying to make this kind of a move. Sometimes our passions can overwhelm us so much that we just throw caution to the wind and just run for it, which sometimes it's okay. It's worked for some people. So I'm not going to tell you not to do it. But if you don't have to, and can find some more practical avenues, I would suggest you try that. Same for directing or producing. A lot of times you have people like the Ava DuVernays of the world, or the Ryan Cooglers, who just went out there and made short films until the right person put their eyes on it. You don't have to wait for someone to give you permission to produce something. You can just produce on your own accord, using your own money, your own credit cards, your parents' tax refund. Just go out there and make some films until someone sees your film and says, hey, I want to talk to you. I want to give you some more coins, So I see a lot of people who are constantly telling me, well, I want to direct, but if I ask them what they've directed, they think that because they don't have some big name thing to give to me, that it doesn't carry any weight. And it's like, well, I don't know if you guys have seen Ryan Coogler's early films that he directed, but they're crap. Go look at them. But he kept making them. And then we ended up with Fruitvale Station, and the rest is history. So you don't know how to be a director until you've directed garbage and know how to make it better along the way. So one of Ava DuVernay's first films was all shot in a house, which was super producible because you're not going anywhere except the rooms of the house. You don't need a gajillion dollars to produce and direct your first short film. You can do it on $5,000. Just write something that's producible, that can be put into what we call a story in a bottle, because it's this here, and it's super producible. Maybe 1 or 2 locations tops, and you can shoot it with 5 people, and it can be great. It can be a great film if the story is great. It's all about the story at the end of the day. So I tell everyone definitely all the time, again, just start for one. Mm-hmm. And then when you say you want to be in the film industry, think about what that means. What does that mean to you? Because everybody doesn't want to be a writer, director, producer. Some people want to be a production designer, or they want to be a grip, or they want to be in the camera department. So it's, whenever someone just comes to me with just that very vague expression, I have to ask, well, you want to be, what do you mean you want to be in the film industry? How? What do you want to do? And then, because being a creative carries 100 different connotations and what that looks like in film. That's why there's so many awards given out during the Oscars. It's not just for writer, director, and producer. It's also for cinematography. It's also for set design. It's for hair and makeup. It's for all these different departments, because all these departments are very credible. Film is a collaborative effort. There is no one-man show in film that makes film successful. You need all these other people. You need hair, you need makeup, you need clothes, you need all these other segments present to make the big final picture, which is why when they present for final picture, everybody everybody who's involved, all the department heads come up to the stage and stand behind the producer, not just the producer and director, is everybody. It's the scenics, it's the hair and makeup guys, it's the art guys. Everybody comes and stands during the final when they give the award for Best Picture, because everybody was participating in that Best Picture moment to make that all happen. One of my favorite films right now, I've probably watched it like maybe 4 or 5 times already, is Nomadland. And I don't know if you've seen it, but Nomadland is it's nothing, but it's a great film. And it won the Oscars that it had the right to win, but it's nothing. It's this one lady and she's just trekking around in a Winnebago. Like, that's it. It's the whole story. It's her in a van. Just, that's it. There's no car crashes, nothing blows up. There's no stunts jumping out of windows. It's just this woman riding around in a van, and it's story. Story is everything. And people miss that a lot of times. They want all the antics, but doesn't realize how far a solid story in and of itself can go. So you can put a woman in a Winnebago and make a whole movie about that and win Oscars on it, because the story is absolutely amazing. So again, it's just, the people feel like because it's a film industry in everybody's mind is so big and so huge, people who haven't figured it out yet just think it's just completely impenetrable. I can't get in there. Nobody can get in there. It's some private society and you have to have a special birthmark to get in. And it's like, no, you don't.
It does feel like that sometimes.
It does feel like that.
It does.
It feels like it's some kind of special room that you have to be privileged to get into. It's some kind of closed. It's some kind of closed society. But you have people like the Issa Raes of the world, who made her own door. I remember watching her web series on YouTube that she started when she was in college. I remember watching Adventures of a Awkward Black Girl. I remember watching that, and it's actually just now celebrating its 10-year anniversary. So Issa is not some fly by night celebrity. Like, she's been on it. She's been doing it for, again, 10-year anniversary. I remember when she launched her GoFundMe for her for the 3rd season of Adventures. So again, it's all about just start it. Like, just, if you want to know how to start, just start. Put it up where anybody can see it. Put it on. Now we got TikTok, we got Patron, you got YouTube, you got every possible avenue to put your meat. There are people getting discovered on TikTok. There are people getting discovered on Instagram. Like, so many social media outlets that we didn't even have 10 years ago are now present. And I know it feels like it's daunting because everybody's on there and everybody's trying to use it. But you know what? Like, if you really have confidence in your work and you are genuinely a creative and you're not just in it for the money and the celebrityhood, but you're in it for the heart, then just put it on. Just put it on. You only need one set of right eyes to look at it. Just one set of right eyes needs to look at it. So, and that's nothing I tell everybody at the gate. First of all, are you in this for the love of the business, or are you in it for the money? Because if you're in it for the money, I would just say, be ready to struggle for a second. If you're in it for the heart of the business, because it's genuinely something that you purely want to do, and if you would do it for free, if life didn't cost money, then by all means, thug it out, go for it. But if you're solely in it because you want a check, you want a Hollywood paycheck, and you want what that affords you, I would just say that's fine too. I'm not taking that away from you, but I would just say have a plan. Have a plan. When I jumped ship in corporate and became this PA on a set, I was like, hey, if I got to cash in my 401k, I will, so I had a backup plan. I had something to fall back on if it came down. Fortunately, I didn't have to. I was able somehow, I don't know how, but I was able to make it on $9.75 an hour at 60 hours a week without even touching my money. Like, I don't know how it was, but grace of God or whatever, but we did it and, we thugged it out. And, I only had to be a PA for like a year before I was able to move on and move up into some better echelons of the business and start making adult money. And that's another thing. It's never too late to start. It's never too late to start. I've had a love for the arts since I was a little kid. So you know, when I was in high school and middle school, my teachers and principals always made sure I had money to attend the writers' workshops at like Duke University and Xavier. And one year I went to Tulane. So they always made sure Sharonda every summer went to a writing camp, you know. So I always had a love and a passion for writing. When I was in college, I minored in journalism because I had a passion for writing, but I wasn't really sure what to major in. So the heart has always been there for me. And so as I was encroaching on 40, I was just kind of like, you know, I think I'm ready to like, I want to do this permanently. I don't want to just be doing it for the fun of it. I don't want it to just be a hobby in my life anymore. So I actually went to film school, which is never necessary. Nobody has to go to film school ever. It's just a choice that I made. I made a choice to go to film school because I wanted to learn the mechanics. I wanted to learn how things moved and worked. And I will say that I feel like once I actually got into the business, the things that I learned in film school helped me move up a little quicker than maybe someone else who was learning it from scratch with their boots on the ground. So when I came in, there were a lot of things that my supervisors wasn't aware that I already knew. So it's only because I learned it in school. So they were able to bypass a lot of like the early teaching because I already knew. So there were things that I already knew. So they were able to kind of just go ahead and bump me on, which so it worked in my favor. So I'll take that. But you don't have to go to, no one cares that you go to film school, just so you know, no one cares. No one cares. No one wants to hear about it. No one cares. If you learned, just show it. Like just show that you learned. You don't have to broadcast it or tell them. No one cares. So, and how I've managed to get my foot in the door, which is, you know, really the discussion is I was just doing it. I was making a short film on my own. I took like a week off work to make a short film of a pilot that I had written. I decided to shoot a trailer for it. So I took a week off work. I hired some people who came and worked for me to like people that I just found like randomly on like Facebook or whatever. Because there's so many short film groups on Facebook. And if you weren't aware, there's a lot of short film groups on Facebook.
Yeah, that's good to know.
And I subscribe to a couple of them. So I'm able to see people who post what they do. Hey, if you ever need an AD, hit me up. If you ever need a PA, hit me up. If you ever need a set deck person, hit me up. So, so I needed some people. So I was like on the group, like hitting up. I didn't have a lot of money to pay people, but I was like, hey, I'll pay you $100 if you come and, decorate my set for the day, or I'll pay you $100 if you come and do sound for me, blah, blah, blah. And so I did a short film. I hired this guy to come and AD for me. I paid him like $100 a day because we shot for 3 days. So I paid him, $300 to come and AD for me. And an AD is a person who actually runs the set and makes sure set runs on time. So and just in case anyone's wondering what an AD is, that's their job, is to look at what we're shooting for the day. They set the time frame for the day and they make sure we keep the time. So if I say I'm only spending so much time shooting a scene, an AD makes sure I don't supersede that time. Make sure we make the day. So I hired this guy to come in and do this for me for the day. That was in late May of 2017. And then we shot for 3 days. I paid him his money. I was like, all right, it was nice meeting you. Nice meeting you too. All right, talk to you later. Bye. And then he hit me up in August, like the last week of August. So like 3 months later, and was like, hey, I know you said you was trying to get into the industry, and I know 24 Fox is relaunching 24 and they're looking for a PA. It doesn't pay much, but I know you said you was trying to break in. Are you still interested? And I was like, yeah, hit me. Yeah, sure. Like point me into the direction of the person. And he put me in contact with the supervisor. The supervisor called me and said, I need for you to come in for an interview like right now. I was literally at work. At the accounting firm. So like, I need you to come now for an interview if you can. So I actually took my lunch early, went to interview with her, and she said, okay, great, you're hired. I need you to start tomorrow. So I had to come to work, come back to work, and basically tell my boss that I was, quitting my job, which he was kind of expecting it. I had already made it very clear to him that what my intentions were and what I was trying to do. And that, if something came up, if the right opportunity came up, that I would be leaving the firm. I didn't tell him that I was only making $9.75 an hour, but I just told him that I got hired to work on a show. I wasn't going to embarrass
And
myself.
that was all that needed to be said.
Right. I just got hired to work on a show. They need me to start tomorrow. So I basically was like, and I took it, and I want to take it because this is something that I really want to do. And he was like, okay, so I guess can you come on the weekends for me the next 2 weeks and close your clients out so I can move them over to someone else? And that was it. And, but again, I didn't know anybody actively working in the industry who could get me a job at that time. It was just me, like I said, starting. It was me doing some work and hiring some random people who I didn't know, and then having someone call me 3 months later and saying, hey, I remember you saying XYZ on set. Are you still looking? So had I not actively been out working, doing things, and people seeing me and seeing my work ethic and what I was, capable of doing, I wouldn't have been offered that job. No one would have called me. So you really can't just sit home and just wait. Well, I mean, you could if you wanted to, but I would advise you not. I would advise you actively be working in the area that you're interested in, doing the thing that you genuinely say you want to do. So the right person at the right time lay eyes on you and see that. You never know what door it'll open for you. And so that door opened for me, and 4 years later, here we are. So that's always the answer to my question every time. If someone says, how do I start? I say, just start. Right. But for practical purposes, how do you break in? You got to network. And the key word there is work. People need to see you working, whether you're doing just free films on your own time and posting your free films online every time you shoot one, whether it's that, whether you're attending events like these on Zoom or in person. There are networking events everywhere. Don't go to all of them. They're going to exhaust you. Just do your due diligence. See who's going to be there. See who's going to be in attendance. What is it about? Just if it's free, like just go. You don't know who you're going to meet in these rooms sitting around eating, little hors d'oeuvres. You don't know who you're going to meet. So just attend events, whether online or in person. Meet people. Sign up. Like I said, join all these little groups on Facebook. The unions have groups on Facebook and on Instagram that you can join. And a lot of times they're not even vetting who joins. They just let you in because you have an interest in joining the group. Just join the group. And people will post all the time, hey, I'm hiring for this, I need that. And they're not always paying. And that's the thing. Sometimes when people are working on passion projects, they don't always have the money to pay crew, but if you don't have any experience, if you've never been on a live set before, you don't know how a real set moves, and someone is looking for someone to come do hair for a day on their set, and you know how to do hair, go do hair for free. So you can learn how a set moves, how it works. You're sacrificing a day of your life. It's not going to kill you to take this job and go on a set and learn what working hair on set looks and feels like, because you need to know how a set moves. And you're only going to get a snippet on a small short film set, but it's something. It's better than nothing. I worked a lot of stuff for free before I got into the business, and people, they hate that. I'm not working for free. But I'm like, well, what have you done in the back? I've done nothing, but I'm not working this for free either. So I'm like, well, good luck out there. That's all I got for you is good luck. You can't do it, but good luck. I'm just going to say good luck. That's all I can say. Anybody who's trying to get into this business should probably be on Twitter and following all the networks, because almost every network offers some kind of writing workshop or program that you can sign up for every year. Pixar, Nickelodeon, I get all the emails from all the Sesame Street, Warner Brothers, HBO Access, which is a really great diversity program. HBO, Warner Brothers, Disney, they all have diversity programs that they have open submission every year for like a 3-month window of just open submissions. And it's not just writing, it's directing, and it's animating. So you just have to go on to these studios' websites and see what they're wanting. HBO is open all year long. It's just different brackets are open. So sometimes it's acting, sometimes it's directing, sometimes it's writing, but it's throughout the whole year that they're accepting submissions for everything. Right now, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Charles the King, but he was the producer of, Judas and the Black Messiah. He has he has open submission right now for macro. So if you just go on to Charles the King's IG or his Twitter or just Google him, you will find that his macro company has submissions open. I want to say through August 1st, they're looking for feature short films, and they want undiscovered writers. So they're trying to get somebody a writing contract. So if you're genuinely a writer and you're writing and you know how to format a script and you have a genuine solid story and you are undiscovered, you should be on Charles the King's IG, his Twitter, or just Google him and submit your feature screenplay to his company. And it's free. It doesn't cost any money to submit to him. You just submit to him. And you should literally be, and like, you can literally just Google writing programs, because I do it every year. I just Google writing to see what everybody's due dates are. And I'm going to put it on my whiteboard. And then once I'm done, once that due date hits, I make sure I submit by that date and I mark it out and go to the next person. And another thing that I do love about a lot of these sites that do these programs is that even if they don't select you, they'll send you coverage of your script, where they basically tell you what does and doesn't work in your script, which is great for you to have, because a lot of times we just write based on our own recognizance. We don't really ask anybody else for feedback, or we don't know anybody who works in a studio who can tell you what a studio is genuinely looking for. So you don't know, you're just writing, which is fine, because you should write. That's part of starting. You just start. But to get some coverage back from the studio after they've read your work is great, because you now have an understanding of just some of the things. There's either your writing is great, but they're not looking for that style right now, which is totally fine. But they will at least let you know that, hey, this is a great story. This works. You might want to reconsider this thing. This act doesn't transition well. Like, you want to get coverage on your work. It's very important for you to know like your strengths and weaknesses in your story. Because writers, we have a tendency to not be objective to our own work, because they are our babies and we love them and we don't want to think they're ever flawed. They are. And it's okay. It's totally fine. Screencraft is an amazing screenwriting contest site. They have contests all year long across the board on everything. They want sci-fi. They have brackets for sci-fi, animation, family. They even have one for public domain, where you basically go find a public domain script and rewrite it. So they are great in that. Every submission you do is automatic. You get automatic coverage on it. And it's wonderful. I mean, even down to stage plays. They even have a stage play that submission. So they have contests across the board for everything. So if you want a place just to even start, I would say start on Screencraft, because they have everything. Because every network doesn't want animation. Every network doesn't want sci-fi. Every network doesn't want family. But Screencraft would give you all the little nooks, so you can submit into whatever you're into. If you're into animation, Pixar has a internship program. They have 3 different internship programs. So does Nickelodeon, so does Sesame Street. And you may say, well, I want to do animation for Cartoon Network. If Sesame Street hires you, you go to Sesame Street, okay? Right. You start somewhere. You start somewhere, because you don't know what it's like to actually work for a network. So you go to Sesame Street and you learn at Sesame Street. Now you have some credentials, and now you can get an agent and they can get you on at Pixar. So you take the door where the door is. But that's the thing. You really have to like cast your stones and just hope they land in the right place. And that, like I said, you're in the right place at the right time is genuinely a thing. Needing only one person to say yes is genuinely a thing. Like, these rules, they're cliches because they're true. And so it's just, I hate to say, it's just the way it works. Like, you just really you need to have a product. You should always be working on a product anyway. So if someone comes and asks you what you have, you actually have something to sell. You actually have something to show, and not just one thing. I was always taught by my professors to always have at least 3 projects in the whole. You need to have at least, because if someone asks you what you have and you pitch your one thing, they're going to say this: what else you got? You need to have a what else. even if it's not written out, even if it's just bullet points, even if it's just a really great idea that's structured but no script yet, you need to have something to say. You don't want to just give someone, you don't want to be a one-trick pony and just have this one project and that's all you care about. And that's the only thing you're trying to pitch, because they may not want that, not because it's not good, but because it's not what they're looking for. But they may like your passion. They may like your ability to tell a story. And they may say, well, what else you got that's along these lines? So you want to have something. You want to be able to try out different genres and not just be kind of pigeonholed into one thing. And I just think that it's important that we just, when you're trying to get into an industry that's considered lofty, because this industry can be a little lofty sometimes, you just want to make sure that you are genuinely in it for the heart of it. Because you can get money anywhere. Like, let's just be real. You can get money anywhere in any industry. So this is an industry that has to have heart, because it is hard. And it's not an easy industry to be in. Like I told you, when you asked me today, like, who else is joining you? I'm like, dude, it's Sunday. People in film, we don't do Sundays. If we're filming Monday through Friday, we don't want to talk to anybody about film on Sunday or Saturday. Like, you know, so it's like, this industry is hard. It drains you. You're looking at 12, 14, 15-hour days, some days. So you have to have the heart to handle this. You're working with sometimes directors and producers who just don't care about you. They only care about the project. You're working in an industry that has a lot of turnover and turnaround. It's not as glamorous and as beautiful as everyone thinks it is. It's glamorous on the red carpet. That's where it's glamorous. But other than that, it's hard. It's a lot of work, because people are passionate about their projects. You're passionate about your projects. I'm passionate about my projects. And when people have so much heart behind their projects, they're very passionate about it. And sometimes a lot of passion can come with a lot of aggression. that's pushed out the wrong way. And so you have to just be ready to put your heart into it and deal with the blows and the highs and the lows of it. But of course, once it's done and it's finished and you get to look at it, you're blown away. You're amazed by it. I remember working on Christmas on the Square 2 summers ago with Debbie Allen and Dolly Parton, and it was hands down the hardest project I had ever worked. I cried some days. It was just really hard. I was just like, what am I doing? I'm questioning all my life's choices right now.
but obviously in the right way. Right?
In the right way. It was just a really, really hard, but it was because I had never done a musical before. It was a full-on Christmas musical, and I had never done a musical before, and I wasn't ready. I wasn't prepared for all that it brought to me. And but then when it finally came on in November on Netflix and I sat back and watched it, I was in awe. Like, oh my God, this looks absolutely amazing. I was just like, oh my God, this looks amazing. This is what it looked like when we finished. Like, this is great. So, but it's a messy, beautiful process. You know, it's literally like childbirth. It's just messy as hell, but it's beautiful when it's done.
All right, so I'm gonna give you
messy and painful, but it's gorgeous when it's done. So that's art.
That is art. I was gonna say you finally brought your project. Oh
yeah.
Well, yep. Well, I mean, I want to ask one closing thing. Again, Sharon and Shepard here. You have to give us a shout out for your own internal. Do you have your own internal production team or a brand that you go by?
I do. So I have Around the Table Productions, which has been my brand since 2016. And it's so funny because everybody asked me how I came up with that name, and it's because when I was a kid, I have a large family. I have 13. It's 13 of us. And so we had a huge kitchen table in our house, and my mom made us do all of our homework at the kitchen table. So we did everything literally around the table. So at the dinner, she cleaned the table, we all took our baths, and then we all came back to the table to do our work. So as a kid, I did most of my writing around the table. And so now the name of my company is Around the Table Productions. And so it's just a ode to my mother and her sit at the table and do your work and don't get up until you're done.
There you go.
That's it. I still sit I'm literally sitting at my dining room table right now. So I literally still sit at a table when I work. It's just a habit. It's just a habit I took with me into adulthood. I do have a desk. I just don't sit at it very much. I literally just prefer to sit at my dining room table and work just out of old habit. So even my son now has a desk in his room, but he also has like our previous kitchen table in his room. And he works at his table. So it's a table thing for us to just kind of sit at a table and work. So that's the name of the company. And I have a great guy who directs with me. His name is Jason Singletary and Kyle Ware are my guys. And because I love writing, I love producing, directing, not so much. I don't always have the most patience when it comes to sitting through every single shot. I'm just like, let me see it when it's done. I trust you. Let me see it when it's done. I do sit in on the meetings to discuss what the shots are going to look like and discuss what my expectations are, what I want to see, and things like that. But I trust my directors at the end of the day to give me the look that I'm looking for. And, of course, when you're a director, you want to be able to assert your own vision. That's part of being the director. And I tell everybody all the time, there are a lot of people who want to wear all three hats. They want to be the writer, director, and the producer because they want to call all the shots. Good luck with that forever. That can get very tiresome and tedious. And, even Tyler Perry occasionally lets somebody else get behind the directing wheel, because it can take a lot out of you, especially if you're working on multiple projects and you need to be able to kind of concentrate. And you just have to trust your team and just trust that you don't have to wear all the hats. If you trust the people that you're with, you can let go of some of the reins. It's okay to share credit. Like, you don't have to be selfish in this business. It's okay to share credit. It's okay. It's okay, because you're going to get tired and you're going to want some people that you can trust to make some decisions so you're not burdened with them all. At least I do. I don't want to make all the decisions. I want to have people that I can trust with my vision, and people who I trust to also blend their vision into the process as well. Mm-hmm. So because it's such a collaborative process, it is, and it will tire you out trying to do it all by yourself. It'll tire you out. I promise you. Mark my words. If you don't believe me, just try it.
No, last point, as we wrap up here, what's the one point of advice for breaking in that you would, again, have you given some fantastic points already? Mm-hmm. I think the idea of, if you don't live in New York or don't live in LA, or maybe even don't live in Atlanta, what's the idea of how do you get into the film industry? Well,
it's going to go back to my original point of just do it. If you have no desire to move to where it's actively happening or where it's actively working, you're going to have to work a little bit harder, in that you're going to have to actively be shooting your own work and putting it out. I would say, of course, anybody anywhere can sign up for the film festivals. I would say submit to as many film festivals as you can. Because that'll get you out of wherever you are, because you'll want to travel to your festivals if your work is selected. And you don't have to be in any city to submit to. You can submit to a film festival from your own computer. You ain't got to be nowhere for that. So if you have no desire to move, I know a guy from Delaware where nobody's doing anything in Delaware. Nobody shoots in Delaware, but this guy is he's a animator, but he is doing so much right now because he is still in Delaware, has not moved, but he's submitting his work to literally any festival that he can find. He's sending his work, and his work is getting selected. And so he's just, so he's showing up, of course, with him and his team are showing up at these festivals. So he's still getting some traveling in, but he's always still going back home to Delaware when the show is over. So again, that's back to utilizing all the resources that are out there. You don't have to actively be in a New York or LA or in Atlanta or Miami to work in the business. You can work from where you are. You just have to be very active and make sure that you're putting stuff out on a very active and regular basis. So you got to do the work. You got to do the work. So, yeah.
No, and as you say, the network is all work. So
it's
now
work.
So it's commendable to your own work and taking that leap of faith as a creative, to make it happen, and then to have it happen.
Yeah.
And again, obviously the best chapter still left to be written.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, absolutely. So lastly, where can we follow you and find you and support your work?
Well, you can find me on IG at Gotta Love Shay. I probably should have written that down for you.
We'll post it out. No worries. We'll make sure to
I'm gonna send it to you in my chat. But You can definitely find me. I'm on all the I'm on all the social medias except TikTok. I'm not going to get on TikTok. You won't find me on there. But I am on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, and I am on Twitter. You can definitely find me and follow my work on there. And you feel free to, I get DMs all the time. And I do genuinely try to respond to the ones that are genuinely, industry related. I get wanting to have someone you can ask questions to and then actually give you an answer. I might not answer you right away, but I will answer you because I that's the one thing I did say I wanted to do. If I ever got my foot in the door, is to make my resources available to other people. This industry is big. It's not going to kill anybody to share what they know and who they know. You're not going to die because you gave a contact out. Calm down. So if I can help, if you have some questions that I can genuinely answer, if I can answer it, I will. If I can't answer it, I'll try to point you to someone who can. So I don't mind you reaching out. You can totally reach out. I don't mind at all. So yeah.
So I'm sure our audience and myself appreciate you as a resource and an example of how to break in and stay in, right?
Yeah, and stay in, be a commodity. Once you break in, become a commodity. Please do your work. Be as resourceful as you can, and make. You definitely want people around you to feel like if they lose you, that they're genuinely losing something. You don't want to just be a person who's just in the way. You genuinely want to bring something to the table. And if you work so hard to get in, then why not give your best foot while you're there? Please do, because there's a million people who will love to take your place. So keep that part in mind.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we absolutely have to do this again and follow up and the same point. I'm sure there'll be some chatter between us. And
absolutely. Always.
No, always, and a pleasure. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dadrin. All right, you guys have a good one.
All right, thank you. And that was Sharonda Shepherd of Around Table Productions, writer, also creative designer for a lot of popular programs and writing the next chapter of her own legacy. And so again, thank you all so very much for being part of our Creative Juneteenth 2021 here with Dedrick Sneed and Subsume Summit. So again, I thank you all so very much. And we are actually going to take a really quick break here in just a moment. Here at the top of the hour, we have one of our tentpole projects, Bitter Root. We have the opportunity to talk with the creative team of Chuck Brown, Sanford Green, and David F. Walker as we talk about from idea to big screen. How and what in the world is Bitter Root, and why is it one of the most popular IP properties out right now? And so we will talk with them. Please have your questions ready. Also during that chat, which is sponsored by Image Comics. Thank you so very much, Image. We'll be doing some giveaways for some of the exclusive Juneteenth editions of the Bitter Root number 14. So please make sure to stay tuned and stay included here with us at Subsume. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a bit. And I want to do that again. So, good day, everybody. My name is Daniel Sneed, founder of Subsume, and welcome to Creative Juneteenth 2021. Founder of a creative-based platform that's the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, using skills in art and technology to tell story and improve our workforce for tomorrow. And so with that, I want to go ahead and just get right on to it. We've got a fantastic panel up of creatives, folks that are near and dear to my heart. It is Bitterroot time. So we'll be talking about the comic book Bitterroot with their creators, with the creative team that has brought this seminal project to life. I'm going to go ahead and bring them right onto the stage. I've got two of the trio already set, Chuck Brown and David F. Walker, writers extraordinaire. Gentlemen, good day to you and happy Father's Day, and as it applies, and to your families. Hope y'all are doing well.
Gang signs. What's up? Happy Father's Day, nephew. Chuck! I ain't seen you in a minute. Congratulations on Black Manta.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. So just good work and good news abound. As I pinged Mr. Green here, which he's got his link, so I'm sure he'll be right in just a moment. Please start with Chuck and then to David. Please tell us who you are and just a quick blurb on you, and we'll get right on to it.
I can't adjust my bandana, man. It's
You got froze up for a second.
Oh, no worries. Chuck, tell us who you are and where you're from, and just a quick blurb on where you are.
I am Chuck Brown, co-writer of Bitterroot, and I live in South Carolina.
Really? That's all you got for us, man?
That's
Come
it,
on.
man.
All right. Well, I'm David Walker. I am the co-writer of Bitterroot with Chuck Brown, who is the writer of the Black Manta comic for DC that's coming out this fall, or is it late summer? And I live in Portland, Oregon. And Chuck is also the creator of On the Stump, and he's got a collection of short stories that just came out called Short Complex, and he loves to hug. So
I'm gonna hire you. I use my publicist.
What did I just walk? What did I just walk into?
That's that last part. That's a lie. I don't hug nobody, nowhere, no how.
What did I just walk into? I'm like,
Chuck being Chuck, not saying much, so I had to step in and.
You got to be on time, man.
Be an intro. Yeah, but see, I haven't seen all three or both of you in a while, so I'm gonna clown everybody. I just got to warn you.
All right.
I'm sorry. Sanford was taking his time because he was in his Santa Claus training school with that beard of his, getting his.
I have no idea what is happening right now. Happy Father's Day to everyone. Even you, David, your father.
That's what they say.
You think you're a pop? You think he's the father of all of us, but he'll find out otherwise.
Happy Father's Day, Sanford. How are you, man? I haven't seen you in a while either.
I'm doing well. I'm actually coming from a Father's Day event, so we had some close friends here in Charlotte. We get together once a year, and we get our boys together, and we do a Father's Day deal together. So they gave me some space just for this moment to do this. They were like, "Look, you got a good 30 minutes because this is Father's Day." I'm like, "All right." So we're here, man.
Thank you.
No, we appreciate you, Sanford. And just as we were just kind of walking into was just the introduction. So we just wanted to know who you are and where you're from and you're part of this project.
I am Sanford Green, violinist and body paint sculptor, and I also am a part-time juggler for the Ringling Brothers Circus. But no, I co-creator of Bitterroot and the artist on this project, and got some other stuff. Of course, me and David on Power Man and Iron Fist, and just happy to be amongst these brothers on this journey and the creative process, doing that work together, and you know, there's other things happening, but stuff that, you know, can't talk about. So
non-disclosure agreements make life kind of it's almost boring, right? Like we know the secrets, but then everybody else just thinks we're not doing anything.
That's how it is with you Hollywood types, right? There's always some things in the can, right? But I want to go for it. Sorry.
I was going to say, no, comic books they make you sign more non-disclosure agreements than film does.
Oh, really?
Comic books think they're more important. So, you know,
well, they are more important, man. Haven't you heard? They you know, they sell, you know, hundreds and hundreds of books a month.
It's going to be like this today. I get it. Okay.
Oh yeah, we got to do something, man. To liven it up, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you see what I'm on. I'm not on my normal, you know, my normal setup. this is my remote setup.
Okay. At least you got a remote setup. I don't even have one of those, but anyway.
No worries. So talking about important books, you know, we get a chance to talk about, you know, how did we get from a concept I got a chance to hear out loud some time ago all the way to a Juneteenth edition of number 14 Bitterroot. And what's the story of how this even started? So with all creators in the house, you know, what is Bitterroot?
Sanford?
I thought that well, truth be told, the Juneteenth edition, if you're just speaking about that, that was something that I started thinking about, just how if I'm being honest, we're one of the very few all Black creative teams in the industry. I mean, there are some exceptions, but not too many. And it's one of those things where I consider it the elephant in the room of that whole dynamic. We're in a pretty male, Caucasian dominated industry. Regardless of how diverse it's getting, it's still male dominated. And that's not just from the creative side. That's just from the consumer side. And I've been, you know, these guys as well, I've been pretty intentional in trying to, you know, bring that demographic, that diverse demographic into not only just our book, but to the industry. And but it got to the point to where it was like, you know, it's such a uphill battle in trying to create some content for us, but also include that demographic, you know, the normal demographic, if you will, the mainstay. I got to the point where it was like, you know what, we can't keep fighting that battle. We have to do what's going to be best for us. And that's, you know, I just got to the point to where it's like, all right, let's just do some things that are really geared specifically towards us. And if they, when I say they, I'm meaning the mainstay audience, the mainstream audience, they come along, then so be it. And I don't mean that in a very flippant kind of way or anything. It's just that I had to make a decision. We had to make a decision in how we go about, you know, promoting ourselves. So the Juneteenth edition was something that I felt like, you know, especially as we created over the last few years, we're learning more about this time, this part of history. Though it was something that was already in our kind of our peripheral, you know, over a period of time, it started becoming more and more prevalent. And you talk about, you know, serendipitous, you know, situation. I knew that this was an opportunity, not because I knew that there was legislation being passed to have a Juneteenth officially or anything like that. I just knew that it was something that was significant for us and our people. And I just thought it would be great to commemorate that, not looking at any of the other things, but those things happen. So it looks, to some degree, it almost looks like we kind of jumped on that if you're not really fully aware of it, at least from my perspective. But I was already kind of tuned in, and I just wanted to do more things that would really cater towards us specifically. The Juneteenth thing was, an opportunity to do that, I felt, and it just kind of worked out. Worked out really well, honestly, because of the timing of legislation being passed. So even if that hadn't happened, that's something we would have done anyway, I felt.
Well, I'm going to take all the credit and say that the legislation got passed because of me. And I called Sanford months ago and said, hey, look, man, I'm working on this thing with Congress, and we're about to turn Juneteenth into a holiday. So let's do a commemorative cover. We'll get it within a couple weeks, maybe even a few days of the bill being passed, and then the value of that cover will skyrocket, and people will be talking about us for years to come. They'll be like, "Yo, how did they know?
How did they know?
That's how it."
And so, there you go. There you have it. It's all on record now.
No, it's interesting because. Sanford called me or he texted me or something, and he said, I'm going to do a variant cover. And I was like, oh, man, you're behind schedule. You ain't got time to do no cover, right? Just like that. Because that's how I talked to him. And then he said, well, I'm sorry. I was thinking about doing a Juneteenth cover. And I said, okay, that's fine. Just like that. That's how it went down. So.
At some point, we're going to get the real story from David.
Get a real story.
Good Lord, man. This brother's all over the place.
I don't know what it's like where you guys are, but it's so hot here today. I'm like, my brain is melting. So
that explains the schizophrenic answers that we're getting right now. Right?
Well, it's also, I haven't seen you guys, and it's coming up on 2 years since we've been, last time we were together was in New York of 2019. So I'm going stir crazy. I don't know about y'all. And so I'm just happy to be here on a Father's Day.
He's living vicariously through us.
That's right.
So let me pose a question that I've been wanting the whole series. How do you pronounce this family's name? Because it's unique, and I'm trying to figure out. I said, was it Sun Yuri? And and I don't know. So that's been my biggest question of reading Bitterroot of how to, the pitch is easy. It's like the best I've ever heard is Steampunk Harlem, and I say that to people, and they're like, oh, and it's just that you see the mind just start to expand with like explosions. But then what's the name of the family? And I'm like, I don't know how to say that. So,
I pronounce it Sangre-ye.
Sangre-ye. There you go.
Yeah. It's a completely made up word. It doesn't exist. So
it exists now. We're creating words and phrases that people are they're stopping me in the street. Well, not in the street. In a comic book store, and that's still the streets.
That's the streets, the mean streets.
The mean streets of the comic book store. I was at a signing yesterday, and people, constantly was, saying indubitably. I have to fight to say that word, and I'm like, you know what? We should do shirts that just said that.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
It's funny because when I was a kid growing up, the people would argue over how certain what certain names were pronounced like there was some people that said it was Submariner, some people said it was Submariner, there were some people that said it was Magneto, some people said it was Magneto, and so that's why I just kind of sit back and laugh because there's no real true like when I watched the Iron Fist show on Netflix, aside from the fact that it was a terrible show, I was like, oh, it's not pronounced Kunlun, it's Kunlun or whatever they said, like all these years. So I figure when the movie comes out, however they say it in the movie, that's how it's going to be. It's going to be it. Yeah.
All right. So a chance to change the lexicon of Bitterroot here. So I'm going to think on that. That's good. Any final verdict on your end, Chuck, for the pronunciation?
I can't say it either, so it's all
okay. I didn't want to feel ignorant to the thing. I'm like, this is like.
I say Sangiri. Same way.
That's how most people say it. That's how most people say it. So I just do it that I say it my way to be contrarian. So you'll with this book that I do with Brian Bendis, we can't agree on how we pronounce the lead character's name either. He says her name is I don't even know how he says it, some weird way. I say it's Naomi. He says something else. Naomi. That's what he says. Yeah, Mammy. That's it. Yeah.
Cool.
I guess if you have an accent like a Boston accent, can you imagine a Boston accent saying sangria? That would be kind of cool.
Let's see. So now, we got a question in chat. Just overall for Bitterroot, what is the concept of Bitterroot as far as what that word means in context to how the story either plays out or I guess to say came to life? So Bitterroot, what does that mean?
I think it's a kind of a double entendre kind of thing, right? It's like it's kind of a literal and somewhat of a spiritual connotation to it, right? The literal connotation is pretty much, the things that the sangria family uses, the herbs, the root itself, and their fight using those elements to fight this evil, right? And then there's the spiritual and emotional side of how if you let something fester long enough, it can create that bitter root. You have to cut it off, kill it before it grows into something. If you think about the root, as a matter of fact, well, no, I shouldn't say it, but we're using something like that in the last few issues, talking about how that root grows and the deeper it gets, the harder it is to deal with.
Yeah, it's like if you see it's funny, I went for a walk a couple days ago and I was walking down the street and there was this part of the sidewalk that was just like bulging, right? And I looked over and there was this giant tree and you could see that the roots from the tree were coming up out of the ground, right? And I just started thinking about, how old is this tree? How long has it been growing here? And how strong are these roots that they can move concrete, right? And so, as Sanford was saying, when you look at the root network of any tree or any plant, it can be very complex. But then when you throw in this idea of bitterness or animosity, which is, in a very figurative way, is sort of the story of America, right? Is this these roots of animosity, these roots of hate, these roots of oppression and misunderstanding that have taken hold so much that, as we're talking about Juneteenth, Congress can pass legislation to have Juneteenth made into a holiday, but people are still banning critical race theory in schools, right? There's still no federal anti-lynching legislation on the books. It's in a lot of ways, Juneteenth being proclaimed a holiday just points out the sheer hypocrisy of this country, right? And within that hypocrisy, bitterness and animosity grow.
And I think to that point, you think about as we continue. I mean, David said it right there. Just the more what we're seeing here in society now, as things become they come to the surface, if you will, you start to understand how deep it goes, because the things that we're learning or the things that's being, when I say learning, not necessarily us, but just in society overall, is starting to understand the history of this country in just the practices, if you want to call it that, the nature. You see how deep it is, and you realize, wow, no wonder this is 400 years. So, because this thing is so intertwined in so many different facets that you can't cut off one part and expect it all to just go away, to be, remedied, if you will. So, it's very meta. A lot of the things that we're, as we create, a lot of times we're just creating off of our own instincts, our own emotions, or what have you. And then we, see some kind of information or article or something that happens, from a news standpoint that's lined up exactly with what we're trying to do. So it's just all starting to connect. That's the other part of it too, just the roots and how it just roots intertwine and connect, and they're twisted and turned together, and it's super complex.
I mean, humanity and our day-to-day lives are so filled with so much complexity and tragedy and trauma, and just like those roots, they branch off in so many different directions. There's good in those roots, in humanity, but also, like you mentioned, there's these bitter roots of hatred and pain, and we deal with that every day in our lives, as Black Americans and Black people, people of color around the world. And the Singiri family, we give them a physical manifestation to imagine trying to fight this on a day-to-day basis and deal with this trauma and pain and hate and fear in the world. And it's I think it's a great title that really sums up what we deal with every day and how this family has to fight this impossible fight in the story. It's almost like David said to me once, there's, if you think about it, there's no cure for hate. It's something you're always going to be fighting and struggling against. So I think it's like one of the greatest antagonists I can think of for a book, fighting this invisible force of pain and hate and rage that people deal with in real life.
No,
so in other words, this book is fun for the whole family.
Absolutely,
Bitter love the kids.
Absolutely, and someone's making some great points in the chat. I just want to just bring it to there. The idea of, again, what you said earlier, Sanford, perhaps for this fantastic Juneteenth cover, the timing of it was serendipitous. I mean, I think likewise, just the launch of Bitterroot, for what we were as American, as culture, seem to be dealing with, right? The idea of being able to tell Black history in a fantastic way, but at the same time, the story of what the story set, yourselves as a creative team, where it seemed that for America in some, there was a change, I guess to say, almost an unraveling of some traditional points and notions. You've had riots, we've had political things, we have social things, and all the points of hate being manifested, seem to be on our screen every day. And so again, knowing that, that obviously wasn't timed to that point, it became I think it's a cultural relevance of what Bitterroot eventually became. So can you speak to the idea, again, which, as Chuck just eloquently put, when dealing with such an invisible enemy in what we consider like, a comic book enemy in this sense, but then we as Black Americans have to deal with that enemy in the real world, in our everyday lives. Is there any reflection of again, the serendipitous nature of what was it Singiri family fights versus what we fight, as Black creatives and trying to tell our own stories, in contemporary America?
I mean, I think the book could have honestly came out anytime. It would have felt like the right time because, like we're always dealing with this. We've always been dealing with this. Coastal race riots always been around. I know growing up in Sanford and David, we talked about it when we were younger in our teens. We just kind of knew about it and wondered about it. But when it became popular culture, it almost seems like, oh man, this is like the perfect time for this. But it's always been around. It's never going to be a perfect time because it's something that needs to be said, needs to be addressed. We're creators. We're always going to be creating, and like the Sanford said, creating based off of what's inside of us and what we deal with. So,
and I think that when we look at popular entertainment in America, it's all based on this myth of America itself, right? The one nation under, indivisible with liberty and justice for all, and all men are created equal. It's that myth, right? And it's that same myth that gave us the American Western John Wayne as the hero and the Native Americans as the evil villains, right? And I know when I watch a lot of pop entertainment that deals with the Black experience, it's always tied into misery and trauma, right? Like that's supposed to be our story. And I have this personal belief of like, well, I want to rewrite that mythology of America, but I don't want to gloss over. I don't want to wallow in our misery. I don't want to wallow in our tragedy, but I don't want to gloss over it the way the current myth has, because the current myth is what makes people up in arms and say, oh, we can't teach, the history of slavery in America. We can't, it makes it resistant to that conversation. The moment you take those experiences and wrap them in a metaphor, wrap them in an analogy, it becomes not only easier for people to just sit back and be entertained by it, but then it also makes it a little bit easier to discuss. And when you can make the monsters or the truly monsters, it's I think it's just easier for people to accept, and it's not as shocking. But for me, I just don't want to see, like I like movies that, I love Judas and the Black Messiah and but it's like every single movie I see about Black folks is either a comedy or a tragedy, right? And it's like I just want to see some action and adventure, maybe some horror, some of that stuff, but I don't want to gloss over the reality of what our experience has been, which is, again, that's what the myth that they keep feeding us. It's why I'm personally infuriated about the current. It's great that Juneteenth is a holiday. What's terrible is that we're arguing, there's public discourse over what we should be teaching kids in school. So we're going to teach them Juneteenth is a holiday for Black people when they celebrate this thing that happened, but we're not going to talk about it because it's too painful. Like, what is that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's
Can I? So yesterday, I think one of the for what it is, I'm not necessarily trying to go out and venture out into the world and go back to what we call the comic book schedule, where we're doing conventions and stuff like that. I did a signing yesterday here in Charlotte at the Esteemed Heroes Aren't Hard to Find, and those guys are really good at keeping things cordial and in terms of health protocols and stuff. But there was a discussion that started amongst some folks that was standing there, and that very topic came up, what David just talked about, yesterday being the day that we're celebrating this. And there were some Blacks and whites that were in the line, and a person said, a Caucasian person, the discussion basically went, we were talking about Juneteenth, why that is significant, and then another person who's he's Filipino. He's an artist that's working on another project that's similar to, it's not Bitterroot, but it's based off of history from the Filipino perspective, the Asian perspective, and it was you guessed it, trauma, pain, from that perspective, and it involved something similar in terms of how the Anglo-Saxons, pillaged and all that stuff. And a Caucasian person listening to our conversation stepped in and said, wow, this is so hard to hear. And it was one of the things that I think is exactly to David's point. That's the push, that's the struggle, that's been the struggle from the beginning. No one from that perspective, the Anglo-Saxon perspective, really wants to hear it. For the most part, if I was in that position, that would be hard to hear. Like every turn you hear about what your ancestors did, the horrible, terrible things. But when he said this, I said, why is it hard to hear? And he went in and he kind of expounded. And I said, you know what just happened, guys, between this Asian person myself and a few other African Americans and a few whites, I said, this is exactly the type of thing that needs to happen. We need to have these discussions that are hard to have, and mainly because it's going to bring about this it's going to expose the myth like David just spoke about. It's going to really kind of break that thing down, but we don't have to stay here. This is not about talking about you should feel bad, you should feel miserable or whatever. It's more about, here is the pain that I've been feeling, and I just want you to be empathetic. That's it. And if you can be empathetic, here's where we can make the progress. This is why teaching it in schools is super important, right? But if it's not going to happen in that structure, then to some degree it's going to happen, or it should happen. And that was a very natural setting. We were all in in an environment that we all have a connection with, and I just felt like, wow, it was super encouraging and powerful to some degree to know that we had this foundation, which is the thing we all love, and we came away feeling that much more enriched, and that much more feeling that there is progress, so and it doesn't have to be what we're doing. It can be in any setting. But that was just really encouraging to me, just hearing what you guys are sharing. There was an actual example of something that needs to happen, society wide.
No, and I have experiences like that. I don't have them that much now because obviously I'm not going out that much, but at conventions, I've had people walk up to me and at signings and just say, "Oh man, thank you for doing this." And I never knew about this thing, or I never knew about that. I never, and so there's, you're learning something in the process without it, necessarily being a heavy-handed lesson. But it's interesting because, when what Sanford was just talking about, like I've had people say to me, my family, my family never owned slaves, or no one in my family ever lynched anybody. And I'll respond, yeah, well, nobody in my family ever murdered anybody, but that doesn't mean murder is okay. And we teach that murder isn't right. So why don't we, we're talking about societal ill that somehow has turned into a very personal thing.
Right. Yep. That's the thing. Everyone has made it personal in that regard. No one wants to feel that discomfort or whatever, guilt or whatever you want to call it, because it's just, I'm like, but we're not trying to go out of our way to make you feel guilty. That's the thing. No. It's all about empathy. And if people can understand that, a much better place. And I do want to share this really quick. You said, kind of circling back to that first part of that question about, the timing and what have you. I honestly, when that former guy was in the White House, when he first got elected, everyone was in shell shock. People were just trying to figure out what in the world just happened. That was the first shoe to drop. And I said the first shoe because it's the obviously that means there's more things that took place, but that was the beginning of I think David might have said it, creatively, you're now in this place where you're at a crossroads. Do I take this thing? How do I process this? And the only way I can process it, I think these guys can too, is to put it in some kind of creative lens, right? Because I'm not necessarily built for standing on the front lines of a protest somewhere in the streets per se, but I still feel these things. I still feel them. I'm still passionate about it. But what can I do? How can I contribute to this, to getting something across that would relay a message that will hopefully create some type of impact in a positive way? And that's where it really dawned on me that we have to do this idea. We have to put this thing into action. And so I do think that, yes, on one point it should have been done. It can be done at any time period period. But this time was even more poignant because the next shoe to drop was the pandemic. And that's when every other shoe dropped, right? I think we wouldn't have seen anything or had any of these lessons really truly exposed on that level if it wasn't for that. And that gave a lot of people time to reflect, self-reflection, no matter what background you're from, right? And that's why so many people were up in arms, I believe, that wanted to start things back to get back to normal. So get back to normal so you don't have to see this. And I really believe on some metaphysical, spiritual level, that was one of the main reasons all of that took place, is for us to really see who we really are. And I think that's when everything really started to make a huge impact, not only in what we're doing, but just all of these things that we're having a discussion about right now.
Yeah, there's, I was the other day, there was some more footage released from January 6th, and I was watching. I could only watch it for a few seconds because it gets so disturbing, but I was watching it, and just as I watched all the other footage from that day, and it was like, this is what we're talking about. These are monsters running in the street, right? And now the debate in this country is, were those monsters or were those people? Right? Were those and the thing is like the people who are trying to say, no, those are just people, those were just tourists, it's like they're feeding the monster. They want that they may not want the monster to grow, but they don't want to starve the monster because they're afraid of what will that mean to them, for them. And it's so, I have to be honest, I can't speak for Sanford or Chuck, but like any relevancy, current relevancy that Bitterroot has to our present state, socio-political state, I don't necessarily feel good about it, right? I don't necessarily feel good seeing something on CNN that's like, oh, this is something that's taking place in 2021 that looks like something that we put in a comic that takes place in 1921, right? That's a really, like, to me, it's almost heartbreaking, right? It would be, in a lot of ways, I would feel better if Bitterroot was sort of a cautionary tale of what happened as opposed to a relevant tale of what's going on.
Yeah, strong. I want to just get a chance to jump into a couple quick questions. Was one I know that I'm going to put it up here. Let's see. I'll tap it once. There we go. Let's see. Adams Eats Illustration. Thank you so much, Adam, for tuning in. And want to just make sure your question gets answered. What has been the biggest trials or the hardest parts of producing the series?
Oh, well, we all hate each other. That's what it is. We fight all the time, and it's like,
Don't
when
say
you
it out loud. Don't say it out loud, man.
When you see, like when, because it's Father's Day, right? So we can talk about it. Like you're on that road trip and the kids are in the back seat fighting, and Dad is like, "Shut up! Don't make me turn this car around." Well, that's all three of us. All three of us are, "Shut up! Don't make me turn this car around." So we're the kids fighting, and we're the dad. That's the beautiful thing of us. That's what I say.
Well, besides
agree.
besides that, and hear me, folks, what David is sharing is it's exaggerated. I mean, we're all passionate, and I think that's the biggest thing. We're very passionate about our viewpoints. Every creative team, you're coming from whatever experiences you're coming from, and so you want to.
You want to?
He got cut off, so I'll continue to go on.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
No, it's I think that it's been a great learning experience for all three of us. I'd like to think that it's definitely been a great learning experience for me, and okay, he's back. There you go.
Yeah,
I was just saying, I was putting words in your mouth. I was
going to say that somehow David hit some kind of button to delete me. I was about to speak the truth, and he was like, "No, don't say that." But seriously, we all were very passionate about what we're doing as a creative team, and we have to learn one another, and that's just like with any team. I don't care if it's whatever. I mean, let's take it to sports. I know, Dedrin, you're a sports guy. I mean, think about a team of all-stars. Like, all those guys got their own tendencies, and they come together to try to win for that common goal, right, of winning a championship. And you have to put aside some things, sacrifice or whatever you want to call it, some of those things that you would do if it was all you, right? But you have to pull back on some of that just to be able to reach the ultimate goal. And man, I will say this: just we've been nominated for all kinds of insane awards, and won a good bit of those, especially last year. To be able to do that with all of those egos and coming together to achieve all of that stuff is pretty impressive. I mean, we got this independent director named Regina King. I think that's her name. She's a part of our deal now. So of course I'm joking. I don't think that joke went over well. But
no. I was gonna say the little girl from 227.
The little girl, that little kid, yeah. But just to think that we have all of those things that have transpired in just a short period of time, with our dynamics is unprecedented, and I'm just, I'm ecstatic that those things registered to the people that supported us. So that's it's worth it. If you're going to go through, if someone was to tell me you're going to have to work with creative team partners that have things that you may disagree with, or you don't necessarily want to be on board or whatever, but the end goal is this thing, I would take that 10 out of 10, no question. So that's the thing that's so gratifying, is that through all of that, we've achieved these things. So
no, and I have to agree with Sanford, which is something that I don't rarely do. And it's comics are an interesting medium because it's as opposed to, say, film or television, right? Mm-hmm. A comic can be produced with a relatively small number of people. I mean, in some cases, you have creators who do it all themselves, right? But you can do it with a relatively small number of folks. Mm-hmm. But those folks tend to be people who have spent a lot of time alone in their own heads, working on stuff, maybe in their basement or their bedroom, developing, in some ways, an almost loner mentality, and then having to play on a team, right? It's like suddenly having a boxer join a basketball team, right? And that dynamic can sometimes be overwhelming, but at the end of the day, what matters most is it a good book, right? And so I always joke and I say, oh yeah, no, we don't get along and we fight all the time. And Sanford tries to hit me in the head with a fire extinguisher, right? But at the end of the day, we put out a good book, and Sanford has never hit me over the head with a fire extinguisher or anything like that.
After issue 15, it's coming, buddy. I'm gonna let you have it.
But it's I'll say this, right? Because Sanford and I, we do go back and forth sometimes, especially where like he's talking about like issue 15, where he'll say to me and Chuck, this is too much. This can't be done, right? And it's going to be too difficult to draw. And the thing I always try to tell Sanford is, maybe you haven't drawn something like this yet, but you can draw it, right? And I feel like truly blessed to be working with him as an artist, and we've worked together in the past, but not only blessed by being able to be to collaborate with this talent, but to study it, look at it, understand it enough to know, okay, this is what he can do. Let me push him just a little bit harder. Let's push him just a little bit harder. Let's see where it can go. Knowing at this point, the way I know him, that he's going to get frustrated with me, but then also knowing that, like, he's going to win a Ringo Award for this. He's going to get nominated for an Eisner for this. So it's the work that we see from him coming out that's like the best work of his career. And if I got to be mean to him, right, and yell at him, I'll do that. But then I'll buy him, a McFlurry next time I see him in public. So,
Gee, thanks. I appreciate that.
But I'll be honest. Someone asked me recently, "What's the best part of being, working in comics?" And to me, the best part is always when the art starts to come in, right? And because when the art comes in, that's when it starts to come alive, And again, I've been very fortunate in that, between Bitterroot and then Power Man and Iron Fist, Sanford and I this is the longest relationship I've had with any single artist. And it's always, to me, like, every time the art comes in, it feels like it's my birthday, right? So whatever disagreements we may have over, what's Public Enemy's best album, or, who's better, Gangstar or Mobb Deep, no matter how much we may disagree about that sort of stuff, like, we still look and care about what we're doing and recognize what we're doing or what the other is doing. Same thing like with our letterer, our colorist, our editor, knowing that they're bringing their A game, and that the book would not be what it is if we weren't who we are.
I sure hope you got this. You're recording this, man, because this is
because I said some nice stuff about you.
This is a kumbaya. This is kumbaya type stuff right here. I don't know how to react. I don't know, but I mean, I would say, the hardest. That's part of it, but I think for maybe for all of us, the research was challenging. Not in the sense that it was so exhaustive. It was exhausting, because seeing those images, and for me, when talking about the Tulsas and even some of the brutalities that took place in Harlem around that time, just seeing that research, and sometimes I might not even be looking for those things specifically, but I could be looking at something like I don't know, I could just be looking up 1920s policemen, Harlem, and I'm doing a Google search, and somewhere in that search is policemen beating down, a person, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So it's just seeing those things flooded with those images. There's one scene, I think, in the first volume, I had to draw that scene of these policemen beating on a black man. That was rough. That was the hardest thing for me. And so, yeah, it just kind of let me know that I had to really kind of get myself grounded every day before I hit the pages, just to kind of have myself in the right frame of mind. But even with that, like David, just drawing and illustrating, all the really cool action scenes, also some of those quiet moments, interactions between mother and daughter, grandmother, there's legacies. There's a scene I drew recently of them having dinner together. That stuff was awesome. So for every one or two challenging moments, there's at least a dozen other incredible moments.
I mean, what David mentioned is definitely at the top of the scale with different personalities, but developing a project from scratch, there's so many different moving parts. Just developing the story and then the script and then artwork from Sanford and layout. There's just so many different moving parts, and it can be very overwhelming at times. There's so much going on. But like you mentioned, us having such different personalities is also can be a curse and a blessing at the same time, because what we produced, we did produce something special, working together, you know. But overall, it's kind of a combination of all those things, different personalities, the complexity of the story. Initially, you know, I wanted to, you know, it was about the Harlem Renaissance and just fighting monsters. But you started digging deeper and reading more, like Sanford mentioned, you start seeing all this horrific tragedies, and you can't ignore that. And you know, it's something that had to be addressed in the story. You know, so a combination of just the research and just the complexity of creating a book that's all yours. You know, because you're marketing and you're accounting and you're creative all in one. So it's a lot, but it's worth it.
And then that comes right into, you know, my question, you know, as independent creators, like you all, of course, have worked on Hallmark programs and locations and things like that. But for Bitterroot and all of its success, it came as an independent comic book in the sense of that it was your original ideas, your original concepts. You as a team came together and built this world, and then took it to a publisher to create it. The idea of the independent experience, how did that play? Like I say, what role did that play in how you handled creating and eventually, you know, publishing and going forward with Bitterroot? Was that something that was intentional to not just go somewhere else and say, hey, we want to sell you this idea, we want to pitch this idea, and it not be something that would be yours long term, to maybe a faster return or maybe an opportunity of that? As an independent creator, I think, just long and short, you know, we all look for this idea, right? Well, we have this idea that will go as far as some of the things we've seen y'all accomplish. From your independent perspective, how was Bitterroot approached when it was time to actually share it with the world?
I guess we have a unique situation because with the independent book, you can pretty much do anything you want and present it to Image or some other publisher like that. But David and Sanford were coming off of Power Man Iron Fist, and they were, you know, already kind of hot in a sense, you know. So we kind of knew that we could pretty much do anything we wanted and tell the story we wanted, and that's what Image can provide. Image lets you do your own thing, and they're, you know, with them being as high as they were, there wasn't going to be too much pushback to doing what we wanted. And of course, independent, you own it; it's all yours. You know, the creative direction, the characters, you know, and of course, in the end, the rewards from the profits and you know, eventually the movie and things of that sort. So that's why I love independent stuff. I'm writing Black Manta, but that's more of a, you know, something I love. It's a nostalgia type thing, you know. But you know, in the end of the day, Black Manta isn't gonna, you know, if there's a movie, I'm not getting too much money from that movie in a sense. But independent, that's all you know, that's your love, that's your heart. You know?
No, and I just think that it was just an interesting time for all three of us in our individual careers, the directions that we were heading and the goals that we have. And I still think that we're in a different, all three of us heading off in different directions at times, but also coming together. And you know, I haven't sent the email to these two cats yet, but I drafted an email that's proposing something to the two of them, right? Which, you know, maybe it's crazy that we try something different outside of Bitterroot, but I'm when it comes down to those non-disclosure agreements, what I'll say is that I'm learning I'm learning firsthand the power of writing the success of other projects, right? And so I'm looking at where Bitterroot is going, and I feel like the three of us are poised to do something that's a follow-up, but that's not Bitterroot, that we can reap the benefits of both creatively, personally, and professionally. So y'all going to get an email from me in the next day or so, just so you know. And I already know what each of your responses will be, but so just know I'm going to be pestering and pestering and pestering and pestering.
You don't know me. You don't know what I'm going to say.
All I can ask is to say you can blind carbon copy me. I'll be quite interested. I'll sign an NDA. I know it'll be pretty dope. But to that, I'm gonna get another question in before we wrap up with y'all. And this was actually my next question, which is perfect. Who is your favorite character from the series, or the one that you relate to or identify with the most?
Chuck.
For me, it's Cullen. Kid just can't win. Cullen for me.
Oh,
There,
Sanford.
there's so much to discuss on that one. I think it's almost like, your favorite child, right? I mean, you hear that cliche all the time. So I don't know. I think for me, I love Ford, and I love Ma Etta. And it's not even so much of their character as much as it is me being able to draw them and create them. There's so many unique, especially Ma Etta. I just love her stature, and she's a lot of fun to put on paper. But yeah, I love, honestly, I love all the characters. I know that's somewhat of a cop out, but in terms of story, I love all the characters. They all have something interesting, which is that was the one thing that we really wanted to do. I mean, that's what every writer I would imagine wants to do, creator, when they're working on a team type book, because this is a team. If you really think about it, it's still a team. You want all the characters to have their own voice in their own space, and so I think we achieved that for sure.
For me, so there's two. There's my visual favorite character, which is the character I like looking at the most, meaning the character I like to see Sanford draw the most. That would be Berg, because Berg is just like I could look at him and but he's also the most difficult character to write for because he speaks in these big words, and so that's difficult. But the character that I relate to the most is Ford, and Ford has gone through such a tremendous transformation, and we're seeing that they've all gone through tremendous transformations. But I feel like the transformation that I relate to the most is Ford's. But if you ask me this question tomorrow, it could quite possibly be completely different. Because like Ma Etta is a character that I love visually what Sanford does, and I love who she is as a character, right? I feel like Ma Etta to me is that's all the women in my family. You know what I'm saying? There's bits and pieces of so much generational love and empathy and a little bit of badassness all thrown into one single person. So it does it changes for me. It changes so regularly, but I think more than anything, it's always fun just to see where the characters go, because for me, they've all taken on a life of their own, right? They've done things that it's almost like they surprise me, especially where we're going in these next few issues. 14 comes out, I believe, this week, and then 15. But 13, 14, and 15, I feel like there's a lot of surprises.
All right. Let's see. And we're here at the top of the hour. So just lastly, where can we find and follow you outside of with Bitterroot and beyond?
For me, the best place is just go to my website, which is davidfwalker.com, and that will lead you to Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff. And yeah. Chuck, Sanford, where can people find you?
Either one. Where can we follow and find you online?
You can go to oganinc.com. That's
spell that, please.
OGOUN.com. And my Twitter and Facebook and Instagram are all on my website.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook at Sanford Green.
All right. And with that, again, we thank you all so very much. Everyone in the chat, we appreciate your support. We'll be going back and taking a look therein to reach out to y'all. And we've got some courtesy books, courtesy of Image Comics, that let us give away a few of these out for this panel. So thank y'all for that, and for y'all gentlemen. Of course, it's been great to be on the ride along to see all of y'all, especially Chuck and Sanford, from the very beginning. But then and David in times here current, y'all are my heroes. So like y'all are the folks I always look to for reference as far as to how to write and create as an independent. So again, it's been good to see this concept all the way through and to his points beyond, and not only just this, but your own personal projects. So I'm very thankful for that, for y'all's friendship and the opportunity to be here with me on a Father's Day. So Sanford, I want to let you get back right on time, hopefully, and David and Chuck, likewise. Appreciate y'all, and
Chuck,
we'll
I'm hugging you.
from there from Team Bitterroot.
I'm giving Chuck a hug.
Thanks, David.
Oh, bring it in, Chuck. Bring it in.
All
Chuck-
right.
Chuck is
Thank
like
you.
this. Hug me right here. Hug me right here.
Feel the eye.
All right,
I'll
y'all.
see
All
everybody
right,
later.
y'all.
Take
All
care.
right.
Happy Father's
Later.
Day.
Happy Father's Day again.
All right, bro. Thank you so much, Sanford. And also, David, thank you. All right. So that was Team Bitterroot. Again, talking about Bitterroot comic book and the story and legacy of independent, big time, and beyond. And so we get a chance to give away a few of these Bitterroot commemorative, Juneteenth commemorative editions, thanks to Image Comics. So again, thank you for that. I'll look to make sure that the folks in the chat, and I think we have enough for everyone there. So that's great. So thank you for your participation. With that, we are going to take a quick break and then up next, get right back to our next regularly scheduled program. So again, my name is Dejan Sneed, and I thank y'all so very much for being part of this panel, as well as being a part of Creative Juneteenth with us here with Subsume. Then, of course, Subsume is the creator-based platform that's the intersection of creativity, technology, and community, using things like comic books, video games, STEM projects, as well as film and beyond, to be able to try to teach workforce development for technical and creative careers that impact our community. Again, we thank you all so very much. I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Thank you all. And we're back. Thank you so very much for your time and attention. My name is Dejan Sneed, and welcome to Subsume Summit, Creative Juneteenth 2021. And happy Father's Day to everyone out there and to you and yours. And we appreciate you all so very much for being a part of our show. So this is day 3 of Subsume Summit, and with Creative Juneteenth, what we're looking at doing is trying to empower pretty much everyone to be able to tell their stories and agency and authority. So for creatives, for artists, a lot of questions that we get, and I have myself, is how to stay included in the people with the people I want to reach out to. So how do we make sure that our products, that our conversations, and that we ourselves stay engaged and be able to build ourselves not only as creators but as brands in a way that's sustainable and accessible to everyone. And so we're proud to have our next guest come up as part of our partnership here with MailChimp. And so I want to talk to and introduce you to the lovely and talented Jocelyn Hardy, who is, I'll make sure she gives her own proper introductions and bona fides, but I know her as a program manager and product manager over at MailChimp. And again, is going to be the first of many opportunities, we hope, for her to regale us with the inner workings of this fantastic program. So thank you so very much, Jocelyn. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Happy Father's Day.
Oh, thank you, young lady. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. So we get a chance to chat a bit, and of course, I think we're both of the same mind that while MailChimp is a fantastic tool, that there's a lot of little things, or I guess to say there's things about it that are great tools and resources that a lot of people either don't know about or don't get a chance to utilize. And for most of us as creators, all of us have some sort of mailing list. And the idea is that we know that it's an effective way to stay connected with people. But how do we do that with not only MailChimp, but what's the best way to use this great tool effectively? So I want to turn it over to you. And by all means, we want to make this a fun and engaging workshop, everyone. So if you got any questions or comments about anything that you're seeing, we'll be here to the top of the hour, and we're excited to bring this next part of our partnership together. So first of all, thank you for that, and thank you, Jocelyn.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here. Thanks to all the attendees. I've been working for MailChimp since August of 2010, so almost 11 years working at this company. I've been blessed to work here, blessed to see a lot of us start businesses, start our online brands. If you've got an idea, you basically should have a MailChimp account. It's kind of how I think about it. If you're telling people about your business, or if you're creating something and you want to get the word out, like, you should have a mailing list to get started. And you should be collecting email addresses, phone numbers, anything that you can. So when it's your time, right, to shine, you're not trying to figure out where your audience is, right? I think, Dedrin, I'm going to use you, if you don't mind, as an example.
Don't use you. It's so fine. I'm used to being an example of what not to do, so it's fair enough.
Well, that's what I wanted to kick off with, because when you were getting the summit ready and you were looking at your audience, you have thousands and thousands of people. Like, that was something that you've been collecting as you've been doing these summits and these projects, and you had a sign-up form and all that going. So when you were ready to get the word out, all you had to do was hit send. So that you had the easy part, right? Like, taken away. But a lot of people don't realize that you need an audience and you need somewhere to keep it. And MailChimp has a CRM at its core. And I'll actually show you, if you don't mind, how that works.
Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go over MailChimp 101. I'm going to do a screen share if I can figure that out.
Oh, easily. Oh, yes, ma'am.
I'm going to do a demo. So I'm going to just explain what MailChimp is for folks who don't know, but it's a software for small businesses. It's online software. And they do have a free account, but it sounds like we only do email because MailChimp is in the name. When we started out with just email, but we actually have commerce. We just launched our ability to start an online store with MailChimp. We have appointments now. So if you have consulting, or maybe you're doing some one-on-one work where people need to book or schedule some one-on-one time with you, we have that capability. We also have surveys, like I said, email, postcards, websites, the ability to do digital ads You can schedule social media posts with MailChimp on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. You can do just a lot more than just email. But it all starts with just building your audience. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Just getting all those folks in, growing your audience. So when it's time to get the word out, you're not wondering what I should do next, because it's actually like a million steps. And Dedrin, please feel free to share your testimony. I feel like that's what we did the last couple of weeks here.
Absolutely. I stand before the congregation of center, and I did not utilize my network of people and processes the right way. It was the opportunity of and we had known each other for a moment. It wasn't until very recently that we got a chance to reconnect, and it was the idea of, I knew that I had this program, and I knew that I had a lot of people through the years that I'd had a chance to engage with, but it was the idea of just, it seemed like too daunting a task, making audiences and doing these other parts. But once I really got into it, it's very automated. I think most of the work is the setup, right? And I think for a lot of people, and people like myself, I get caught up in the details. Well, what's this setup and what does this button do? And eventually it just left where I wasn't connecting directly with my audience. But I saw that as definitely an opportunity here for the Subsume Summit. Well, we've had a lot of great people, not only be participating, but wanting to follow up and reach out. And especially with what we want to be as the future of Subsume, where we're looking at trying to build communities, based on our events. We wanted to make sure that at least this time we were setting ourselves up for success. And so, we've had a couple of one-on-ones and actually went through and took some of these steps. And again, at the end of the day, really demystified a lot of it, because to your point, now it's so much more than just email. But I think it's the idea of now having at least a good perspective of what I can do to better communicate with my audience, because that was definitely an opportunity coming into this creative Juneteenth. And as a creative who knows technology, I knew better, but I just didn't do better. But it was to the point of just taking that time to learn the steps and say, okay, this is just part of that process of being creative, is you have to have that acumen of technology. And so that's part of our premise with Subsume, right? Is we want to show creatives how to use technology, and how technologists can be more creative, in their technical careers. And that same silo that I talk about, we need to break down. I had to break down myself to better utilize this program. And once I liked it, I loved it. And so the idea was to keep learning and keep engaging with MailChimp. And here we are.
Right. Because you said a mouthful just now, and we really appreciate that. But it's all about focusing on, marketing and creativity. Really, they mix well, and they're kind of, you need that in order to market smarter and to reach your audience. Like, people don't just listen to the basic, boring stuff. They listen to things that really resonate with them, and they're really listening to you, and they're your fans because of your creativity. MailChimp is just a platform to get the word out. It's just a communication channel, right? Mm-hmm. So it really depends on who you are, your brand, your personality, and you really have to spend time on that first, right? And get the one-on-one. That's why we're here today, talk about that foundational piece. And then you can spend time, automating, getting your marketing pieces, getting your, sign-up forms and all that runs in the background, so that can work for you on your websites, and all your own channels can start to work for you while you work on your creative juices and all that, right? All of your God-given talents. So I'm just going to share my one-on-one workflow, which is a lot. Like Dedrin said, I am a program manager. I work on MailChimp Academy, so I build courses for MailChimp. So I'm going to actually pull up a sample of how the courses work, so that in case you're looking at what MailChimp can do, this is a high-level overview of the marketing platform and our commerce platform at once. So I'm going to share my screen, which is, see what I can do here. Mm-hmm. Let me know. Can you see my screen?
I'm going to add it to your stream now. There we go.
Okay. Ooh, no, already shared. I'm not sure what I'm going to present so you can see it bigger. All right. So this is my framework that we have in MailChimp Academy. So if you're using MailChimp or any marketing platform, please look at your marketing strategy holistically. Like, don't even look at getting into a marketing platform until you have a strategy. Sit down with someone, sit down with a pen and paper, a consultant, a MailChimp expert, a marketing expert, whoever that may be, and you can start at this framework with what is your collection strategy? Do you have a CRM? So if you're meeting someone in a meeting, or if you're meeting someone on LinkedIn and you've connected and you have their email address, are you putting that email address somewhere? Is it not sitting on a notebook? It's not sitting in Gmail. It should be sitting in a marketing CRM. So when you need to market and add that person to your audience, when you need to email that person, you need to send them to your website via email, you have them in some sort of CRM where you have collected all those touch points and see how they engage. Do they open? Do they click? Right? Do they buy from you? All of those things need to be marketed and saved in a CRM. So you start there with your collection strategy. And you really need a website. I really truly believe that everybody that has a brand, a creator, I don't care if you're selling something or not. If you have something to say, a website should be your very first start, right? So MailChimp offers the ability to create websites for you. They're very extremely basic. It should take you literally 5 to 10 minutes to get something up. You can buy a custom domain. You can even get a free domain if you need it, but it gives you an online presence. That way, if someone wants to learn from you, they want to stay connected, send them to your website. It's no longer the business card. You need an online presence these days. It's 2021. There's no excuse not to have some kind of website. If you can't do a website, your second step down is a landing page, right? A landing page is simply a one-page website. That's all you need. Add an image, add some of your products, even if you're selling something, add a sign-up form so that folks can start to enter their email address. One cool thing that folks are doing these days is making ebooks. You can use that, send an automated email. So if somebody comes to your landing page, enters their email address, 10 seconds later, they get an automated email with an ebook, a download, right? Like that takes 10 seconds, maybe, Dedrin. We set up an automated email.
I was gonna say, I was like, yeah, sure, 10 seconds. That sounds about right.
It did take us, a couple hours to set up an automated workflow for this whole event, right? So, I mean, as long as you have it mapped out, you have to start simple, but as long as you have a sign-up form in place, you can really trigger some automated emails to keep the conversation going. Because once you collect somebody's email address, you want to continue talking to them all the time, not just as soon as they enter their email address, they never hear from you, right? So you need to enter your email address, have a conversation maybe once a month, send them a couple updates. You don't want to have an audience of 4,000 or 5,000 or even 100 to 200 people sitting there for a year or two and they never hear from you. You know, if you're building something, you have ideas, even if you're doing doodles, every month or working on a project, give them some kind of update at least once a month and let them know what you're working on, right? Like it doesn't have to be the finished product. We want to hear about your story, your struggles, your challenges, what it took to get there. We want to invest in you from the beginning all the way to the end. Don't wait till everything is grand and you're ready to go. Even if you're having an event, and you only got one speaker lined up, tell us about that one speaker, right? Or even if you just have the date, tell us that, registration is coming soon. This is what I'm working on. Just give us updates so that we are not hearing silence, right? Because people forget about you. They really do.
Beautiful.
If you're not in their inbox. So make sure, and they have an inbox of, 1 million emails, right? We get coupons, we get emails from everybody. But just make sure that you're one of those people. So when it's time for you to really shine, they're not wondering, oh, how did they get my email 2 or 3 years later when you finally decide to get up and send email again. So that's one of the things I do want to highlight. I'm going to move to this quickly because I know we're low on time, but your collection strategy really is your most important thing. And you can get a mobile app, the MailChimp app, collect signups on the go, website, sign-up forms, landing pages. Those are all things that work for you while you're asleep, working on your creative flows. those collection strategies work for you. You just have to do the work of communicating and putting the word out there. Once you have your collection strategy in place, you need to organize, then you can really personalize. People really need to hear from them, and they need to know that you build a relationship with them. So when Dedrin sends an email to them, to me, my email needs to be personalized. Hello, Jocelyn, not just hello, right? Like I need to see that he knows me personally, then I'm not just one out of 1,000, that we've built a one-on-one communication touch point through email, and he recognizes, hey, I purchased a ticket. Send me the information on the next steps and the next steps and the next steps. So you continue to build a one-on-one relationship in bulk, but I don't know that as a recipient, right? So just make sure you have that personalized experience. It is all about that experience for the consumer at the end of the day. Then once you figure out how to personalize, you can market. And it's not just email anymore, right? We're talking about social posts, digital ads, postcards. So when people are tired of the inbox, send them something in the mail, landing pages, like I said, automated emails. You can send all kinds of personalized content through MailChimp's Content Studio, which is basically like Photoshop and MailChimp, is what I like to call it. And then once you put all of that, your marketing strategy in one, guess what? You gotta do it all over again every time. So you need to optimize. So with every campaign, you should be A/B testing. You should be looking at your reports. You should be figuring out a good time to send your email. I know we work up to the wee hours at night, us creatives, and we're saying, okay, we're done with this email. Let's hit send, right? But 4 a.m. is not always the best time to send an email. You need to start sending your email at optimal times, which is typically around 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. when folks open in the morning, you know, to 6 to 8 p.m. at night. So you need to make sure that you're hitting the inbox right when, at the right time, at the right place. That's what marketing is. Getting that right message, right place to the right people at the right time. It's a lot, right? But when you start to do it, you're going to mess up. So expect to fail in the beginning. But once you start to fail and you start to figure out, you know, what things am I going to do right? Like, how am I building audiences? Should I spend money on ads? Yes. But should I spend money on different types of ads? You know, you start to figure out what works for you in your business, and you start to grow. And it's a really cool thing. But you just have to realize you have to trust the process, just like anything else. Cool.
Nice.
So I'm going to do the last 20 minutes. I'm going to do a quick demo of MailChimp so that you can see what the chimp is like on the inside. And this is MailChimp. So it's a very basic platform for small businesses. And every time you log in, you get a dashboard of your performance. So like I said, you don't want to just log in and go straight to creating campaigns. You want to be looking at your open rate, your click rate, your audience, right? Your audience should be growing hopefully every day, every month, every week. You should be using all different touch points to grow your lists. And I talked about audience a lot in the beginning, and I'm going to click on the audience tab just to show you how this goes. This is a prime example of an account, and this is my just dead account that I don't do anything with. And this is a good example of most folks who grow their list and they have thousands of people, and then that have been growing their list for months and months and years, but no new contacts, right? It just sits there, right? So nothing has been coming in recently, no new subscribers, but I have 3,000 folks just sitting in here just waiting to be reached out to. So that's what I'm talking about. If you have an always on marketing strategy and you're always building new contacts, if you're meeting new people, this number should be 10 to 100 every month. But that's the lowest. So that should be your goal, to have this number. Your number of new contacts should be growing all the time. As you meet new people, I need to automatically be added to the list as long as I have permission, right? So you're wasting time, you're wasting money if this isn't growing. But MailChimp gives you the ability to tag folks, which if you signed up and you're here at this summit and you got a ticket, hopefully you were tagged, and the tag will actually allow you to trigger different campaign types. So if I hit target with campaign, I can send any of those folks an email. I can send them a Facebook ad or an Instagram ad, or I can even send them a postcard if I have their physical address. So it gives you some ideas so that you're not just saying, oh, I'm just going to send a boring email. Like,
Right.
something different, right? Like,
Mhm.
try sending an ad on Instagram where people might be, sitting at more often. Of course, creating an ad is going to cost you money, where email is going to more often be free. But an ad might help you get more views and build your brand versus an email. It just depends on your goal. One thing that I want to show you is MailChimp 101. If you're new to MailChimp and you're not sure, like there's a hidden gem here. It's called Let Us Guide You. So depending on your goals, like I said, if you need to build your brand, meaning you don't have a pot to piss in is what my grandma used to call it, right? You don't know where to start. So you just know you have a brand, you have a goal and you have a dream, right? You can always send people to a form, right? You can send your mom to a form, your cousin to a form, your neighbors to a form. Send somebody your link. I know you have this whole summit. You could send us. You should be networking, right? So everyone should be sending their links to their website. We should be networking. We should be connecting. We should be supporting each other. We should be building each other up, sharing each other's lists, landing pages, and all that, right? These are lost opportunities. That's why we do these things, to help support one another. And it's not about money. It's about support. So even if you just open or click my email, that's support. It doesn't have to be financial. That's just at the end of the day, you're showing that you're interested in what I bring to the table as a creative. So this helps you, with the pop-up form. If you have a website, you can build a landing page, which is free with MailChimp. If you want to spend some money, create an ad, just throw it out there. See how people, are going to resonate with what you have. If you want to send a survey, maybe you're not sure on how to grow your business, or you're not sure to build a website or product. Maybe you want to send some folks, hey, I'm not sure, tell me your thoughts, and you want to collect those thoughts like in a database, not just in a text message or in a chat. Like, really take those thoughts and what people have to say seriously. And get official and serious with your business. And this will help you start to build your brand. Once you start to build your brand, you can connect with your contacts. You can send automated emails, those welcome emails, to help people grow with your brand. Tell them how to get to your website as soon as they sign up to your audience. Tell them how to get on your social media channels. Tell them when you go live, right? Tell them, when you have a pop-up shop, or when you're having a class, right? All those different things. If you have a blog, people still blog these days, but just in different forms. It might be YouTube, you might blog, or you might go live every now and then. Those are different options. You can share those updates in MailChimp. Just make sure you're continuing the conversation as soon as you get those contacts, right? Done a lot to acquire. It costs a lot of time and money to acquire a new customer, but it also requires a lot of time to retain them too. So just remember that. So once you acquire, you retain your customer, now you got to get them to convert, which is another step. These are all things one-on-one, marketing one-on-one, those journeys, and they're all touch points, all the way from the beginning all the way to the end. So you want to think about, if you need to sell something online. I heard some comic book conversations going on. If you need to sell, get the word out, again, use those ads. MailChimp will say, like, throw an ad out there, create a lookalike audience. It'll tell you how much revenue you got from those ads. So that way you can see the impact. It's not a black hole. Once you connect your e-commerce store to MailChimp, or build your store on MailChimp, you can actually see what sales came in from your email, from your ads, from all those different channels, from your landing pages. So you can see where those dollars are coming from. You just have to connect those integrations. And then once you start to get those customers, they need to be repeat buyers, right? You need to thank people from buying from you. Don't let it be that one-time purchase, right? Like, if they're buying something from you, thank them, and even recommend some complimentary products. Maybe even recommend, a complimentary business, right? If somebody, bought a comic book, or maybe somebody bought a product from you, have them support somebody else in your community, right? So it's just these things, you have to think about it, not just you, but as a community as a whole. Like, how can we support one another? So these are all things that you can think about in just this one page. Once you have people build their loyalty, how can you continue to bring them back, right? So how can you win back people who have kind of lapsed and kind of fell asleep and took a nap, is what I call them. Right. How can you wake them back up, give them a snack? Maybe that's a coupon, right? Maybe it's something different. Maybe it's a different flavor of something you might want to throw out there and experiment with something different that you might not have with some of your other customers. Maybe you want to do a sneak peek event to bring some folks back, to say, this is just for you. I know we've all gotten those emails before. We fell for the okie doke. That's what I like to say. It's not exclusive. It's just a strategy to kind of wake you up to get you to be loyal or coming back. But like I said, these are all things, and it's all in this menu. And so a lot of people don't realize, like, you really just have to hit create, just like you do with anything. You just have to hit create. You just have to go for it. And you have all these different things. You can create an email. I'm not going to go through, I don't know what time we have here. I only have about 15 minutes. I maybe could, but once you create an email in MailChimp, you can pretty much create anything. And Dedrin, you can tell me if I'm wrong here, but that's my belief. It's pretty simple. Just like any other email, you can hit your to, your from, your subject line, and then you design your content. And then once you design your content, which is just designing a regular old email, that's it. You have a header, footer, and that's it. You just decide a CTA, tell people where to go. And it's not rocket science. But some people do make it rocket science and they get anxious. And I'm one of those people. But we guide you. But once you figure this out, right, all you have to do is hit continue and hit send. And you have all these different options. You can drag in images, which is just reuse what you already have. Those assets you already have on your website. Right. Those assets you already have on your social media channels. Don't create something new just for email. Like, just reuse what you already have so that your brand is consistent and folks recognize it from your website to social media. So you're not doing something like just totally crazy when it comes to email, and I don't even recognize who you are. I'm going to tell some other kind of tricks for the last couple of minutes here with MailChimp. There's a creative studio, which is new. So if you are ready, this is called a creative assistant. All you have to do is put in your website. This is my friend's website. He uses my account just to play with it, but it'll pull in your colors. It'll suggest some designs for you. All you have to do is just put your website in. It'll pull in your logo, your colors, your images, and suggest some things about your brand. So it'll create, it's kind of like a intelligent system that will help you create a brand kit. So it'll pull in your logo, your fonts, your colors. If you don't have time to, get creative in terms of marketing. I know it might be like 2 different ways to get creative, but this will help you get creative in terms of dumbing it down just for marketing purposes, is what I like to call. Your campaigns will always be here. Every time you send a campaign, you'll look at your reports. I would like to, again, highlight that you can build websites with MailChimp. They do have free options. You can create an online store or even appointments, like I said. And to create an online store with MailChimp literally takes a couple, maybe an hour or 2. You start with the product. See, it says 5 to 10 minutes. You set up payments. The payments are through Square. And then you literally hit publish. and you can start selling your products like today. So if you got inspired on Father's Day and you want to start selling something, you can get up and running like literally today and get really excited about growing your business, and MailChimp can help you do that. Let's see. Again, Content Studio is where you store all of your assets. As MailChimp 101, again, use the creative assistant. It'll help you create some designs. It'll pull in all of your products for you. This is a dummy account, so it has a lot of random stuff, but you creatives probably use Photoshop or something better, but you can also edit images in MailChimp as well. Let's see. I'm going to go to a couple other things just to show you how you can connect integrations. This is my favorite thing in MailChimp. And the Eventbrite integration is probably the coolest one. I know Dedrin and we talked about that pretty often. But if you're running events, if you're doing anything with MailChimp, if you have an online store, like for those folks who are using Shopify, or if you have your own website with Squarespace, I know a lot of folks are using that on the creative side, just make sure they connect with MailChimp. So that way that all of your data from those platforms come into MailChimp, and so you can use all of the channels in MailChimp to market. You shouldn't have email addresses in Squarespace or Shopify or WooCommerce and then none of them come over to MailChimp. Like, that doesn't make no sense whatsoever. You want all of your data. You can use as many tools as you want. Like, no one's saying to use all of MailChimp's websites and tools. Like, sometimes you might choose a more robust platform, right? You might have better needs or more advanced needs that MailChimp can offer. All you have to do, use those other tools, connect that data at least to MailChimp, and then you can start using those other channels. So just use MailChimp as a CRM to collect the data, but you can start to use those other like websites and other channels just to collect the data for you. So hopefully that helps. So this will help you at least get started. Just make sure you connect everything first. Hit this create button. It'll help you from creating your campaigns to landing pages, to surveys, to ads, to forms, to social posts, which I'm going to create one really quick because that's probably the coolest thing and easiest thing in MailChimp, where you can create a post in MailChimp, schedule it on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and be done with it. Just select an image, hit insert, save and continue, and you can select different whatever. I have my church and a whole bunch of stuff that I'm admins of. I'm not gonna post, but you can see, like, you just hit schedule or finish later, whatever you decide to do. But who knew that MailChimp, an email marketing platform, historically would have the ability to also schedule social posts, you know, in the long term. So all of these things you can do. If you're a one-person show, stop doing it all in a million platforms. Just learn how to consolidate, and then you can save some time and even automate. That's MailChimp, 501. We'll do a class on that, hopefully, with Subsume later when we have a longer time. But automating is the next part of this. I did want to ask if anybody from the audience had any questions, anything that they would like to see in particular, or Dedrin, if you wanted me to share anything quickly.
Oh yeah, I think the idea of, and I think you shared it for audiences. I feel like that's just a great tool. As I just posted, for the crowd to, of course, if they have any questions for Monica, by all means, look at the point. But just overall for audiences, Jeff, what is I think we know the advantages of it. Can you elaborate? Do audiences travel over to the other parts of MailChimp, or is that strictly for the mailing side?
Yeah, I'm going to actually pull up an audience, right? So I didn't really I was trying to do MailChimp 101 without going in.
The taste of the advanced purpose. That's okay. That's all right.
Yeah, but I'm going to go into an audience for you and show you. So This is one audience that I have, and I've been collecting the first, last name, address on my sign-up forms and things of that nature. And this is a dummy list, so excuse the QA bot here. But if I click on one person, it's basically kind of like a Rolodex, is what I like to call. So it's gonna keep basically everything about that person. So if this person had been opening and clicking all of my campaigns, it would show all of that data here. So that's why it's so important to have the email address added, because we're going to not only add them to your audience, but we're going to track everything that they do so that you can market to them. So if they're not opening your emails, we let you know, because you might want to show an ad to them, right? To get them to do something or to come to your event, to purchase your product, versus, you're going to talk to those people who don't open very differently to people who do open. So it's not just now, it's a very different layer. Now it's not just an audience. Now you're talking to the audience very differently based on their activity, right? So that's why an audience and keeping them in a CRM is so important, because it allows you to track them. We are tracking everything they do for every channel, not just email. I'm talking about postcards sent, website visit, website click. I mean, it's crazy how stalkerish the internet is, but it makes it very cool for marketers to, oh wow, I didn't know that they knew I was interested in these stocks, they add a cookie, so now I can show you something that you're interested in. Because you've come to my website and now I see everything that you've ever viewed. So it's just, our way of tracking everything about everybody.
So lastly, I think a good question of saying of tracking, how can we ensure that we're being policy compliant when dealing with clients and databases like this? I think we also get a lot of times that, data breaches or, I don't want to give my email out or things like that. Is there compliance things in place already that we can ensure customers or guests that, using this service meets those expectations?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good question. Especially for folks with international audiences, like the UX is pretty lax in terms of security and data, but other countries are not. So they're very serious about email collection and things like that, and cookies. So if you are cooking people when they come to your website, if you are collecting email addresses, those disclaimers have to be on your website, and it has to be very clear, and they have to accept those terms and conditions, right? So nowadays, if you go to websites, you see now you have to accept that you agree to add their cookies. If you're doing that, you need to add those disclaimers too. And you need to be very clear that, they've agreed to be added to your mailing list. So it's all about clarity. Don't be sneaky. If you're going to grow and do marketing the right way, you want fans who aren't ashamed to be on your list, right? You want to get emails the right way.
Very well said. All right, so I'm looking to see if we have any final questions, but likewise, I think we're getting close to our time for just this quick introduction of the 101. Any final words of encouragement for those who are now, now have this wisdom of what they need to do and how they can use it with MailChimp? Any final words as far as utilizing this service?
Yeah, I mean, MailChimp is official sponsor of Subsume, so we're very excited about that. Personally, I'm more than happy to help anybody one-on-one. So you can just email me at jocelyn.hardy@mailchimp.com. I'm happy to set up a class, another detailed workshop that helps me learn MailChimp faster, because we're changing all the time. So I'm learning every day, just like everyone else is. So feel free, if anyone does decide to do that, I'm sending some swag along. I also send some swag to Dedrin for folks who might have some questions that they send to him as well. So looking forward to hearing to folks that are using MailChimp and helping them grow their business. So glad to be here.
Oh, absolutely. And Jocelyn, we thank you for your expertise and willingness to share that with our community. So we'll absolutely be setting up one of our name brand Subsume sessions where we can bring you in and have a deeper dive and have a more interactive and succinct class. Hopefully as a series of classes like we kind of talked about.
We will.
Bring folks in. So no, that's definitely part of the future. So with that, I want to say, no, just if there's anything else, I will check your screen there and just say, bring you in full view. And just as I say, thank you. And, I appreciate the, the direct support, of course, but then obviously the partnership and for us in Subsume trying to be impactful in our community, both from a creative and cultural standpoint. So, I mean, as you said, it's the idea of having something to say and then being able to make sure that it's said to the people that need to hear it. So
right.
That's and thinking of the ways to better myself and my brand. I'm grateful for yourself and MailChimp, being a quality solution and giving us a point of sustainability. So for that, and of course, for our community as well. So we want to thank you all for that.
Thank you for everything that you're doing. It's been awesome. I'm looking forward to staying tuned for the rest of the day. So thank you.
Jocelyn, I thank you so very much. Again, Jocelyn Hardy here with MailChimp. Thank you again and have a great day and happy Father's Day to on your family side as well.
Thank you. Y'all take care.
Take care. Bye. All right. And that was Jocelyn Hardy just stopping by to give us that MailChimp 101. MailChimp as an email and connectivity tool is a solution on many fronts. And for us as creatives looking to stay included with not only our own work, but with the people who want to engage and support our creative and technical endeavors. We wanted to make sure that we found a partner, and again, thankful for MailChimp for that partnership. But we'll have some future engagements that we'll set up virtually, as well as in person as those times come in the future, to be able to sit down and make sure that we as creators are building a path of sustainability. Again, for us here at Subsume, the idea is to stay included, not just be included. So what we want to do is make sure that your art and you are in their most survivable and thrivable circumstances. So again, very excited for that. And what we'll look at here is coming up at the top of the hour. We'll look to come back in with some more programming. We are full swing with our Subsume Film Festival, and we'll be bringing in some young creative talent there. And then, we've got some new announcements of our projects with Subsume later on in the day. It being Father's Day, again, we want to be kind of appropriate and appreciative of the fathers and men in our lives that are impactful, are present, and are powerful in the ways that they make us the best versions of ourselves. So, for the fathers and for the dads and for those who fill those roles, we do thank you so very much. Appreciate and honor you on this Father's Day, as we've been celebrating that along with Creative Juneteenth as part of Subsume Summit Series. Thank you so very much. I'm going to turn it back to our programming as we get things set. Again, we appreciate y'all's patience and being here with us on day 3 of Subsume Summit. Just a couple of last announcements before we head into the next break. Want to make sure that you're aware that we do have over 40 vendors available in our virtual space, complimentary entrance. All you need to do is go to subsumesummit.com. Again, subsumesummit.com, register and enter inside this virtual space. On the website, you'll see some easy instructions of how to be included in that spot. But also, we still have our guap coin raise as well as our NFT auction for 6 pieces of Juneteenth artwork. First of its kind. We're gonna hold on to that. I don't know many more Juneteenth NFT sales, so we might be historic in that sense. But with that, we have a legacy artist in place already. Then, so we have Keith Cross of Daybreak fame that has brought his pen and his talent and his passion to 6 pieces of collectible art commemorating the weekend. And by investing in just as little as $20 of guap coin, you can also be a part of that legacy as well as learn about cryptocurrency and the NFT marketplace. So again, what we're looking to do here with Subsume is to make this a point of education as well as entertainment when we're looking at how we can survive and be successful in our technical and creative legacies. So with that, let's try to make a transition here. I'm still trying to get my computers together, see if my son can come in and teach me how to use Scratch. And then, yeah, we got a lot of cool stuff. So we're trying to get some animation projects in. Please take a look at our schedule at subsumesummit.com. Again, subsumesummit.com, and we'll be right back. So I'm just hitting the background buttons. That's all. So not the transition buttons. There we go. Good day and welcome back to Subsume. This is Dejan Sneed here with Subsume Media in Atlanta, Georgia. Hoping this message finds you well. Welcome again to Creative Juneteenth 2021, which is our celebration of our creative freedoms and the liberties to tell our stories with agency, authority, and inclusion. And so thank you all again. So I am excited to not only continue the celebration for day 3 of Subsume Summit, and again, look at celebrating Creative Juneteenth and also making sure that we give a happy, healthy, and honorable thank you and happy Father's Day to all the fathers, the men, and those who play in those roles in our daily lives, that we do honor and appreciate you. Thank you so very much. And so this year for Subsume Summit, which is year 3, we wanted to take that next step forward in regards to the way that we look at film as part of the legacy of story. So, of course, we've had some great filmmakers be part of our Subsume Summit first film festival here for Subsume Summit. Also being able to look at the way that film and storytelling go together, as well as how we can find ourselves included in front of the lens and behind it. And so it's quite appropriate that we go on to our next portion of the show, where we wanted to look at some of the new innovators of film in tomorrow. And so with that, we've taken an opportunity here to partner with Reimagine ATL. And I want to go ahead and bring them and some new future filmmakers to the stage. And so we'll look to do that now. All right, and welcome everyone. Thank you so very much. You kind of from the front. Hopefully everyone's able to hear and see me just fine. All right, thank y'all. So again, welcome. My name is Dejan, and again, welcome to Creative Juneteenth 2021. And we thank y'all so much for being the very first inaugural class of our young filmmakers of the future. So thank y'all. We're honored to have your show and you as part of this conversation. And I think we're led off here by Miss Kimberlyn Bolton. So Kimberlyn, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Dejan. Thank you so much for having us today. We are so excited to be here. I am Kimberlyn Bolton, the Executive Director of Reimagine ATL, and we are essentially an education and workforce development organization geared specifically towards the creative industries. And so what that means is we simply exist to equip the next generation of representative storytellers by providing them with creative exposure, training, and placement within the careers that exist within the industry.
Perfect. And the just the overall mission statement of Reimagine ATL just aligns so succinctly with what we're looking to build with Subsume. It was quite our pleasure to reach out and again to find in no short order a wealth of talent that we have here on the screen here now. So as we would like to go around and have folks introduce themselves and let us know who you are and where you're from and what film we'll be watching of yours today. All right, no worries. May we start with you, Nia?
Hi, my name is Nia Velasquez. I'm 17, I'm from Atlanta, and the documentary that I'm showing today is called Cartoons Are Here For Me.
Thank you. Is that Nyla?
Hi, I'm Nyla. I'm 17 as well, also from Atlanta, and my documentary is called Father and Son.
Thank you. And is it Takaya?
Yes, you got it right. Hello, my name is Takaya Riley. I'm 18. I'm from Dublin, Georgia, and the documentary you'll be seeing today is, oh my God, sorry, I forgot the name of it for a second. Or Forever Hold Your Peace.
Thank you so very much, ladies. I appreciate your time and opportunity. So what we want to do here is get right on with the show. I want to be able to queue up a few of the parts of each of your individual pieces of work and just ask a couple of questions if that's okay. And then of course, leave it, if we have comments and any opportunities from our studio audience, we want to make sure that we give you a moment to get a chance to answer. And of course, we had a chance to run each of your films here earlier today in our virtual space. Again, we were honored to do so, and we'll definitely have that future conversation about how we can feature it more locally here in Atlanta. But first off, definitely wanted to make sure we give you ladies your proper due diligence and letting us be a part of your legacy. So thank you again for that, straight up. With that, I think we're going to start with the first one, which is we're going to watch the first trailer of Cartoons Are Here For Me. All right. So what we'll do is going to look to cue that up and bring that to the stage. So thank y'all. All right. And what we'll end up doing is we'll depart from the stage. We'll bring that piece up, run it for, I think we've got a runtime of 1:38, and then we want to come back into you and be able to ask some questions in regards to that block, if that's okay. All right. Thanks everybody. Just one moment. We'll go ahead and we're going to reset our theater so that we can enjoy this portion of entertainment. All right. So stay tuned with us one moment as we bring up our very first feature. Cartoons Are Here For Me.
These kinds of questions are so funny because then I have all these great examples and they fly out once I'm here, because all of these examples is just here in front of you.
I don't know if this is a trope, but the loud black girl. Yeah. I see that one a bunch and I'm like, not all of us are like that. That's not really good for you to have.
We don't have a lot of sort of quieter, meeker or quietly intelligent Black women represented. I really don't think there's a lot of Black women representation in cartoons, animation at all.
One thing that they used to do a lot of times, which was funny to me, is that like the Super Friends from the 70s, like there have been several production waves of these Justice League of America assemblages of these characters. The original Justice League never had a Black person in them, but in the 70s they decided, hey, it's kind of hip and good for Black marketing. So they added a character named Black Vulcan. Okay, he was a black guy that turned into a strike of lightning and he could fly away. But we knew he was Black.
For some reason, I feel like we always see that like goofy Black character trope.
It's a stereotype. It makes everyone think, I think every Black girl might be like that, when that's far from the case.
Oh, am I missing? There we go. I want to make sure I got everyone else back in. Let me just ask, was the stream okay for everyone? No, it was kind of disjointed, right? Okay, that's what I'm thinking, that it seemed like it was playing in a bit of delay. What I'll do, I'll try to see if I can reset it because I want to make sure to give everybody the proper review. All right, so I'm going to just try to see if we can reset that for just one moment and look to bring that right back, okay?
These kinds of questions are so funny because then I have all these great examples and they fly out once I'm here because all of these examples is just here in front of you.
I don't know if this is a trope, but the loud black girl. Yeah. I see that one a bunch and I'm like, not all of us are like that. That's not really good.
These kinds of questions are so funny because then I have all these great examples and they fly out once I'm here because all of these examples is just here in front of you.
I don't know if this is a trope, but the loud black girl. Yeah. I see that one a bunch and I'm like, not all of us are like that. That's not really good for you to have.
We don't have a lot of sort of quieter, meeker or quietly intelligent Black women represented. I really don't think there's a lot of Black women representation in cartoons, animation at all.
One thing that they used to do a lot of times, which was funny to me, is that like the Super Friends from the 70s, like there have been several production waves of these Justice League of America assemblages of these characters. The original Justice League never had a Black person in them, but in the 70s they decided, hey, it's kind of hip and good for Black marketing. So they added a character named Black Vulcan. Okay, he was a black guy that turned into a strike of lightning and he could fly away. But we knew he was Black.
For some reason, I feel like we always see that like goofy Black character trope.
It's a stereotype. It makes everyone think, I think every Black girl might be like that, when that's far from the case.
Right. And I'll continue to work on that, ladies. I think I'm going to move this to another machine that we can make sure to get a full and complete play. So, but I do want to make sure that we take the time, at least initially, to talk about, to kind of just ask the questions to you, Kimberly, if we may, let's see, this film by Nia, correct? That's right. Okay, I have to make sure I have it right. So Nia, I do want to just kind of ask you, what was the purpose of this particular film as you were making this as a concept?
Well, originally kind of came to me. I've always been really interested in animation. It's always been one of my favorite mediums and genres. And around the time of like situation matter, a lot of people were trying to prove and show how they can best support Black people in these times. And one of the things that kind of interested me most being into animation is a lot of white voice actors leading their roles. And it led to a lot of discourse I kind of watched of people being like, well, maybe they should, or maybe it's talent that matters. We listen with our ears and not our eyes, so if they're doing the job correctly. And I was just like, considering how much Black representation we have in this medium, is this okay anyway? And I just wanted to kind of ask around and see if anyone kind of felt how people in this medium felt about that.
You're muted.
Yeah, I couldn't hear what you said.
No worries. No, trying to be courteous with you, but thank you so very much. I appreciate that. I was going to ask, obviously you have a lot of love for the medium of animation. When you, and again, obviously the speaking of this about tropes, particularly about Black girls, is there a particular instance of I guess watching or being part of like an animation project, or maybe just something that you saw in media itself that you would think exemplifies what you're talking about?
Yes. There is a show that I do really, really like that has missed the mark when it comes to Black representation, or Black coding, as it's called often when characters don't really explicitly have a race. There was a character who was constantly kind of personified as being strong, and it wasn't really, it was just kind of it just didn't really read well when other characters took advantage of that and would use that character only for her strength, and because they thought like being with her would make them stronger or better in a way. And it's like, is that the only reason that said character is here for? And we see that often, and it's not healthy and it's not real. Like, why do Black women always have to be perceived as like strong? Why can't we just be happy?
No, so well put and quite poignant. I mean, and putting that as posing that as a question to an industry that I presume that you like to be in, what would you say is that response? Like, why do we think that characters, particularly Black women characters in animation, to your point, don't appear to be happy or perceived as such?
Honestly, I think it kind of goes back to like not having Black women in the writers' rooms or in the storyboard rooms. I feel like they think it's the best way to show us, as we have been underrepresented and seen as weak in real time. They think that's like the only other way to be, and that's like the best way to be, which is wrong. It's just wrong.
Easy enough. No, pleasure. And I mean, and to your point, making this film, was there anything that surprised you in your research or development of this film, of trying to bring this point to light?
In my research, honestly, it was interesting to see a lot of things being affirmed and being like, how many things that I've watched and didn't see a problem with actually had problems, and how it can be a lot to kind of try and make that better. That was like probably during research, but I think it most surprised me like during interviews, like how different people thought. And I like to think it was like a generational thing, where some people said one thing and somebody else said the exact opposite. In regards to like the main questions, like, should white people be voicing Black characters, or should non-Black people be voicing Black characters? Like, that really shocked me the most.
Wow. And now, as far as what's next to be able to explore either this particular subject or next, do you have a follow-up for this particular feature, or perhaps an extension of what we're seeing here today?
I would love to kind of continue what I started. I'd love to make it longer. I feel like there's a lot of good points that I did not use, and I'd love to like branch out on that. Yeah. Sorry.
No, easy enough. And I'm just trying to make sure I cue this up on a stronger machine for our next point. Now, what would you say overall to anyone watching this film is the message that you'd like to convey?
That representation is important. And in a medium in which you can literally do anything, there really isn't an excuse for not hiring, casting, telling Black stories like at all.
Just well said. And again, what we can appreciate between yourself and all of y'all is taking the initiative to craft that story and not waiting for permission, of course, is key, particularly for storytellers. So with that, any other plans to maybe submit this to, say, a festival? Or again, I know you said, you're looking at seeing this out. What mediums do you feel like are best for you as a young filmmaker to get your message out?
Well, I'll probably continue with the film medium to get this story out until because animation does take a very, very long time to craft. And I definitely will begin that process to, practice what I preach and get into this field so that I can tell the stories that I want to tell.
Perfect. No, Ania, thank you so very much. I appreciate that consideration. And again, we'll look to keep troubleshoot here to get things up. So what I want to do is also just give another point in time here for the next film that we'll look at. So as I work on that, which will be Forever Hold Your Peace. And Takia, just wanted to ask as we get started, can you give us a synopsis of what this film is and how you came about that?
Okay, a synopsis of what the film is. I would say the film is about three women like reflecting on the trauma that they've faced throughout generations and years of their lives, and specifically their childhood. And how I went about creating it, I really had no intention on making it about that. It started off as it was supposed to be about love and romance and relationships, and I was going to have it focus a lot on my great-grandmother and my great-grandfather. But there was one, I asked her a question about her marriage, and she said one thing that really stuck out to me, and I feel like that's what sparked everything. She told me that she got married at like 18. And to me, being an 18-year-old, I could not imagine getting married, and considering like I don't want to put all my family business out, but considering the age gap between my great-grandmother and my great-grandfather, that really stuck out to me, and I decided to unpack that more.
Just such a great perception, at such a young age of what that type of relationship had to have been like. What, and looking at that particular kind of circumstance, what obviously your own perspective of not maybe being able to initially perceive what that is, and speaking with your family through the film, what did you was there a realization that you came to?
A realization. I came to a lot of realizations, honestly, but when it came like where it pertains to marriage and her marrying so young, I just realized, kind of like how Neil was saying, it's definitely a generation thing. Like to me, I couldn't fathom getting married so young, but back then that was like a norm for them to get married so young. Nobody questioned, no one asked. Like I think it's strange that a grown man would be interested in it. Like no one ever looked at that kind of thing like we do now. And I also realized that my family has a lot of things that there was some things I learned in the documentary. Like I didn't know a lot about what was going on before I was created.
So in that, what does your family think about the documentary when they watch it now?
Not many people have seen it, and I kind of want to keep it that way.
Fair enough. No,
I was advised not to show it to certain, so yeah, I'm fine with the public seeing it, but my family, I think I'm just gonna hope they kind of forget it exists.
No, again, we want to be respectful of that consideration. Of course, anytime when it's a personal, connection to a project, that's something I think we all as creators feel in some way. But for it to be so intimate, to truly be your family, and that point, I want to commend you for your courage, of bringing that type of story to light. For any of us, I think there's always a part of us within our project, but I think very much, you're already advanced past that, right? So again, I want to, again, that takes a bravery, and I think a courage and storytelling that'll serve you well in your career to come. So I want to see if we can get that queued up here now. I think I've got a better computer over here, and then obviously we want to go back to you, Nia, and make sure that we get you and your work there. I'm trying to enter in my studio as yet another person, and let's see if I can bring that point to light. All right. And again, thank you everybody so much for your patience. Let's see. So for yours, okay, we're starting at. We have the trailer here. All right. See if we can get this going. All right, we'll bring us down and see if we can get the service pack up. All right. All right. I think we have it in queue here. We're going to bring us down, and we'll be right into it.
A grandmother, a great grandmother, a friend, and a companion, and a babysitter. Whatever they need me to be, that's what I am in the family. I raised my oldest daughters, 2 daughters. I raised them up until they graduated from high school, until they got married, because I feel like that's my life, that's what I was put here for, is to take care of my family, is to help raise my children and help raise my grandchildren and help raise my great-grandchildren. So I don't regret that at all.
Being raised by my grandmother rather than my mother was hard because I didn't get the opportunity to experience the things that other females or women or children experience as far as having your mother there with you to go through every single important moment in your life. I'm thankful for her taking the time to raise us because I know that she did not have to, but I still wish that I had been raised by my mom.
When I got married to my youngest 2 children's father, we were moving to McCray, and I asked the girls, because they were so used to being around my mama and my stepdad, I asked them if they wanted to come with me or go with me to stay with their grandparents, or they want to stay with me. But their answer was they wanted to stay here. They didn't want to leave their friends, and they were just more comfortable being there. I regret leaving them with them. It's because of some things that happened in their lives. I think never should have happened, and I should have been their mother and took care of them. But the pattern of the kids staying with their grandparents, that was in my life. I stayed with my grandmama. She raised me.
I was a little upset because I felt like my mom didn't want to raise us, like we weren't as important. I know better now, but at that time, being a child, you just feel like, okay, why am I not good enough to be raised by my mom? Why do I have to be raised by my grandmother? Even though the choice was ours, we chose to go live with our grandmother. I felt like my mom could have fought for us to live with her a little bit more.
So when I first lived with my big mama, I was probably about 5 till I probably got from 5 to 8. And then my mom came back to Georgia, and then we had to live with her. But we all lived in a house with my grandmama. So as long as I was with my grandmother, everything was good.
And why you moved with your grandmother?
Yes, because my stepfather was abusive.
And thank you so very much. I appreciate the power of that clip we just watched. So I would say from that, Takia, just having watched it again, and I'm sure it's not new to you, but is any points of reflection, as you see that yet again?
Everybody should go to therapy before. Everybody should go to therapy. That's it. That's a statement.
No, just exactly. Just well, so well said. Y'all are just so much ahead of where I was at 18, and in that purview. I think to have an appreciation for your mental health and being able to realize and rationalize and heal in all points is wise beyond your years. I'm over here speechless. I don't have much else to to add into that. It's obviously we talked about the challenge of something being so close and so intimate being hard to share with your family. Is there anything else that may have been difficult about this project that maybe wasn't so much the emotional side?
Well, this is, I guess, more still on the emotional side, but I had to go and do the interviews for the documentary, but I also had to go to my hometown because I had to go to my grandmother's funeral. So I went from my grandmother's funeral to interviewing my other grandmother. And that was just a lot going on. I just wasn't in the best mindset going into it because I was grieving and there was a lot. And then a few days later, I found out that a friend of mine had also passed away. And I had no drive at one point. I just wanted to give up. But, I dedicated so much time to it already. So I kept going. But that was very difficult. And I was kind of bitter editing it because I was like, my mom, she's been able to see her grandmother and she even got to see her great grandmother as she got older. But I won't be able to have that same experience. I mean, I still have grandparents, but yeah, so that was probably difficult. Also, a technical thing, my audio wouldn't sync for the longest time, but that was minor compared to the other thing, but it was still very daunting.
No, it's just was still just so poignant. And again, as we're seeing in real time, those audio and video things, they going to follow you your career. So it's being able to still come through with your project and your passion is absolutely is absolutely key. So any closing sentiments, as we look to talk about the next film?
From me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the
No worries. No worries.
Be kind to people because there's a lot about them you don't know, especially if they're your family members. Even though you're related to them, you probably don't know that much about them.
Just the wisdom being just passed along. Again, just so well said. Thank you so very much. Nyla, before we go to your film, I do want to get a chance to see if we can, from a technical standpoint, go back and see without interruption Ms. Velasquez's piece. So if we may, we're going to try to count that back down and give you another moment or so to reflect on your piece of work. Is that okay? Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll double back. I feel confident with the new computer that we'll have this go along. But we definitely want to make sure, and for folks who are watching, feel free if you have some comments or suggestions or just affirmations for the talent that you're seeing here today. By all means, feel free to drop a link in the chat and a note, and we'll take it from there. All right. Thank you so very much.
These kinds of questions are so funny because then I have all these great examples and they fly out once I'm here because all of these examples is just here in front of you.
I don't know if this is a trope, but the loud black girl. Yeah. I see that one a bunch and I'm like, Not all of us are like that. That's not really good for you to have.
We don't have a lot of sort of quieter, meeker or quietly intelligent Black women represented. I really don't think there's a lot of Black women representation in cartoons, animation at all.
One thing that they used to do a lot of times, which was funny to me, is that like the Super Friends from the 70s, like there have been several production waves of these Justice League of America assemblages of these characters. The original Justice League never had a Black person in them, but in the 70s they decided, hey, it's kind of hip and good for Black marketing. So they added a character named Black Vulcan. Okay, he was a black guy that turned into a strike of lightning and he could fly away. But we knew he was Black.
For some reason, I feel like we always see that like goofy Black character trope.
It's a stereotype. It makes everyone think, ooh, I think every Black girl might be like that, when that's far from the case.
Thank you so very much. I'm glad that we got a proper viewing of that. Naya, any points of reflection as we got a chance to fully appreciate the trailer?
It's Nia.
Nia, excuse me. My apologies. Yes, my apologies. Nia.
Honestly, I just think, especially when it comes to tropes and stereotypes, we really need to go back and do research about what is helpful and what's harmful in having those conversations. I think those are really, really important. And especially as people are moving more to trying to be a little more conscious in what they're putting out, we need to start hiring Black people. Please hire Black people.
Just again, so well said. Again, this is our inaugural class is just got all the wisdom already. It's the bar is so high. And we're going to continue that conversation by looking at our third piece, which is Father and Son. And Nyla, thank you so very much. I appreciate you and your patience. Definitely, we want to round in our third of our Reimagine ATL film selections here. And can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what we're about to witness here with your work, Father and Son?
Sure. Okay. So, Father and Son is basically just about my dad and my brother, and kind of just like, it's kind of like a conversation between the two of them while not being exactly with the camera kind of intermediating. And I felt like using film as a medium to get my brother and my dad to open up kind of just made them more honest and more open about kind of their relationship and how it's changing as my brother's, getting older, and just their dynamic as father and son.
All right. Thank you. So with that, I think we have this film queued up, and I want to go ahead and bring that in, and we will proceed. So with that, everyone, let us take a moment. Let's count it down for Father and Son.
We see ourselves through our kids, right? And you want it to be the very best part of you. So I saw Kettler 2.0
Leslie probably saw in you, Leslie 2.0. So that's the goal, is to see yourself and see how can you improve yourself to be a better, to a better version of yourself. But I wasn't one of those like crazy dads, like, man, I gotta get a son now. I'm gonna make him the greatest basketball player, the greatest this, the greatest. It wasn't kind of like that. It was like, man, we're blessed. We got, both sexes, you're gonna have great kids. We're gonna have the perfect family. That's how I looked at it. And that's how I was thinking about it. But I wasn't thinking down the line how great it was to have a boy like me and all this stuff. But yeah, you always want to see, okay, I know a little bit about being a boy. Can I get this guy to be an even better man than I am, whatever they say out there about boys, he did the things a lot of boys did. I mean, he got into more trouble than you did. And, we tried to treat him the same way, the same systems, the same, but it just didn't work as well. So we had to reconfigure whatever we had to do to get him to behave appropriately and, be respectful, be a good kid, that kind of thing. But our personalities are pretty much the same. Kevin is a bit hesitant not to disappoint, right? I never thought of that when I was a kid because I basically did my own thing. Single mother raising 4 kids. She basically let me be. While we're more into Kevin's face to get it right, you know what I'm saying? He's not learning on his own. We kind of like jump in, be like, no, dude, that was the right thing to do. This is how you should do it. Well, for me, I basically had to learn everything on my own.
My dad is in charge of my homework. So when I'm doing my homework, he's normally the one who checks it. So at the end of the day, when we're about to check my homework, and he'd find like a billion things that I haven't done, and I'd be like, and I'd just go to the table and finish it. So that eventually gets annoying to my dad because he's like, why don't you just do it? But, I am doing it. My friends know their parents don't check their homework, and for me, it's like, coming from the family that I know. My dad came from Haiti, a third world country. Same thing with my mom, and they still ended up doing better than average in school. So in my family, you got to be good at school, or else there's pretty much no place to be, pretty much.
No, and thank you so very much. Appreciate everyone's patience as we are continuing into our third review of Father and Son, and actually getting a little bit more in depth with some of the actual footage in that particular one. So I do want to kind of look and ask from that point, Nyla, what's your initial reaction? Of course, with thinking about how the production of this went out.
Well, my initial reaction to kind of seeing the finished product of my documentary was, I thought it was really good, much better than I was expecting it to be compared to my other projects. Just because it was my first time like using such like quality equipment, and just having so much education in terms of documentary making going into it, but also just like the emotional aspect and like what I think my dad and my brother got out of it emotionally was just, I thought it was just a great experience that I think brought us closer together. So I was very happy with the final product for that reason.
So was it a challenge at all to work with your family in regards to making this particular piece of art?
Definitely. I think working with family is always challenging, no matter what, because I mean, my father, my brother and I, we have a pretty close relationship, but especially my dad and my brother, they're not very, emotionally open people. So going into it, knowing that I would need to get such personal details of like their relationship from them was a little bit challenging and just kind of a little scary, because I had never tried to be that, intimate with my father and my brother before, and relate on such a personal level. So I think that was like pretty challenging, but definitely worth it.
Fantastic. Anything that surprised you in the production of making this?
I think one thing that definitely surprised me was the things that my brother would say, because we have like a 5-year age gap. So I can kind of remember seeing him throughout all the different stages of his life, from like a little kid to now. But just seeing how much he like processes the things that are going around him and how he was able to articulate these things so well, it just kind of showed me like he's definitely not a little kid anymore. He'll always be my little brother, but like he's growing up. And I think while that was kind of my first time noticing it in that moment, besides just the physical aspects of getting into the next grade, getting taller, I think my father and my brother have kind of been noticing that. And that's kind of what is making their relationship change so much and create more nuances in that sense. So that was surprising, but also it made perfect sense, if that makes sense.
No, that makes perfect sense, honestly. And for this work, where would you like to see the next part of it go?
I would definitely like to have, like I said before, it was kind of like a broken conversation where they're kind of talking to each other, but the camera's like the intermediary between them. I would kind of just like to have them together in the same room and just have an actual real conversation. I think that would be a great next step, and to add that to my documentary. I definitely want it to be longer so I could touch on more aspects of their relationship as well. So I think including something like that would really bring it to the next level in terms of what I want it to be.
Thank you. And just last question before we come back and open it up for just a general conversation with us all. Something called Father and Son on Father's Day. I think the question to ask is, what do you think your dad thinks about this particular work and your creative career?
He hasn't seen the finished product. I'll probably show it to him tonight after dinner. But my dad is very supportive of my creative efforts, and I think he really showed that to me when I was doing the documentary, because like I said, he's not a very open person. He doesn't really like talking about his emotions and feelings all that much, but he was like very willing to open up and just speak from his heart, I guess, for me and for my documentary. So yeah, he's just a really good dad, I guess.
A blessing and glad to hear, and again, that's, we all need those type of networks, father and otherwise, to be able to be our most creative selves. So that's, again, fantastic to hear. With that, I want to just open up for a couple of quick questions as we get ready to come to the top of the hour. Again, we've got some great comments here from Thrill Builds. Again, saying, that speaking to is hard when you're a kid to see the value, but parents being involved is a blessing. So it is well said. I guess I could at least figure that out. Yep. There you go. Thank you for that, Thrill Builds. We appreciate that. So with that, I want to just open it up to everyone. The project and program of Reimagine and being able to be part of this workforce development to build your careers. What has just been some of the experiences in not only this project, but as a whole for you as young creatives? And anyone can feel free to jump in. That's a very long, rambling question, but how has it been to create and deliver these type of final projects so far?
For me personally, I think it's been amazing. I've had so much fun, even with all of the emotional stuff and the hard things going on. It was still a lot of fun, and I love texting everybody, and it feels very personal. Like Reimagine, it doesn't feel like just a company where you're just like another number to them. I feel like I know everyone and I can text anyone for anything. It doesn't even have to be about home. So I've enjoyed it a lot.
Honestly, I relate to a lot of what Takaya said, especially when I was making my documentary and I was looking for people to interview. It felt really good to know that I could ask one of my teachers and they knew somebody and they were like, who I could reach out to, and they would reach back, and everyone kind of believed in not only what Reimagine does, but what I was doing. And it just encouraged me a lot more to like make my documentary great. And that was really great. Really great.
Thank you. Nyla, anything to add, please?
Yeah, I would say just to add on to that, just I feel like Reimagine definitely brought me to the next level in terms of my filmmaking and just kind of affirmed that is kind of where I want to be and what I want to be doing. And again, part of a lot of that was like the curriculum, but another part of it was just like the people. All the teachers and staff are amazing, and then all the students are just amazing, and we've become so close. So I think just like it was just such a positive experience that like there's no way that I'm not going to keep doing what I'm doing now. So.
It's so empowering and again affirming to hear. With that, the second question before we ask Ms. Bolton to join us, and like obviously in the next steps for Reimagine in the Emerge apprenticeship program, is there a skill or a talent that maybe you didn't use as much before, but at the end of this project you felt like now you've acquired or really have put to work to get to finish this project? Like, were you not good at post? Were you not good at editing or the camera work? Is there any part of this particular process or just in yourself as a creative that you feel like you're better at having now delivered and completed a project?
Networking. I used to be very, very shy, and I could probably not speak to anyone. But honestly, now I love it, and I love being able to bring people together and put things together. So that was definitely a strength that I did not expect to gain with Reimagine, and I'm very, very grateful for it.
I would say one of the biggest things I learned was to not be afraid of the camera, because it's kind of weird for like someone who loves filmmaking to be kind of afraid of the camera. But I was never felt like super confident in my skills with it, but just like being forced to be on my own and have to do all the aspects of lighting, working with the camera, sound, everything. It just made me more confident in like the technical skills that I've built.
For me, I would say like Reimagine has taught me to show up for myself more, because like there's been so many times in the past where I will go so hard for a friend or just a loved one in general, but I'll fall short in doing something for myself. And with this documentary, I was really able to like push myself, because I was doing it for somewhat of a selfish reason, but it was kind of good for me. Like I told myself, this is what you want to do, and this is going to help you. And somehow me being able to say that, I realized that it is okay to go hard for yourself.
No, just such excellent responses. You're again so polished and so professional in not only the delivery but the implementation of those skills. So again, just my commendations, and it's an honor to have you as part of our film festival. Now, Ms. Bolton, as executive director of Reimagine ATL, you absolutely have to be proud not only of the work that we've seen here today, but I can only imagine that obviously there's a level of success there with Reimagine that again is worthy of support. So again, congratulations to that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always such a joy and pleasure to be on these panels and on these platforms with our students, because for me, it reinstates my why, like why I go out and fight so hard for them so that they can have the resources they need. So it's always a joy to hear from them directly and hear about their process and hear about what they're learning. And these three individuals are some of the brightest and most talented filmmakers and young creatives that we have. And it just brings so much pleasure to my heart to see young Black female identifying storytellers. This is what we're doing. We are preparing the next generation, and these are going to be the next leaders, the next game changers. You hear Nia talking, you hear Takaya talking about going to therapy, you hear Nia talking about hiring more Black writers, you hear Nyla talking about the importance of family within the Black community. And so these are going to be the next people that are going to change the world. We say we don't teach filmmaking because it's fun or it's cool. We teach this because we know that by storytelling, by filmmaking, we can impact change through our young people.
Perfect. No, nothing else to say, but perfect segue into, why we're looking to have programs like this, with the Subsume Summit and our idea of Creative Juneteenth, and it speaks right to it, and why I was, just so passionate to try to get a portion of our time to make a platform for y'all, because again, just seeing what the excellence that was being part of Reimagine ATL, and again, our idea was Subsume to come into more collaborative partnerships in the future, is that we want to make sure that we have that bridge, and that bridge is accessible and able to be able to utilize, not by the brilliance that we have here in Atlanta. And shout out to the ATL. Obviously, we're well represented here, but that there's voices throughout that need this type of empowerment, that need this type of development, and again, need their stories told. So the way that you already have a system in place from an educational and an inspirational standpoint that teaches that workforce development goes hand in hand with what we're building with Subsume. So again, it's simply a pleasure to see this in action. And so thank you all so much. Now, before we close out, I do want to give a moment to talk about how, there's going to be parents that are watching this, family members that are watching this, and basically the community at large are trying to understand, how can I have my young person be so eloquent, so impactful, so empowered to find their most creative self. And so my understanding is that there is a program that you folks have through Reimagine ATL, and I think we had just named it. I will say, can you tell us more about how young people can be involved with Reimagine ATL?
Yeah, so we have a few ways that we're involved. We work directly with the school systems to provide hands-on media production workshops within the schools for students who really want to understand the careers that exist. And then we have our flagship program, which is where these three creatives are represented through our No Comment Film Fellowship. And this is in partnership with Warner Media. It's a year-long program where students learn how to write, produce, and pitch their own films. So what you saw was the first half of the year where they worked on documentaries. And then in the latter part of the year, they worked on narrative short films. And so this program is particularly for high school students who are interested in becoming the next filmmakers. And then we have another program which we launched for the very first time in February called our Emerge Apprenticeship Program. It's our newest program, and it's part of our placement initiative to really create the next generation of workforce talent within the creative industry. And so this is a 9-month program where young people ages 18 through 24 who are not in school full-time or who are not working full-time, they have the opportunity to receive a federally registered apprenticeship training in media production and post-production. And these people these apprentices get paid a stipend for 9 months, and they also receive client work. So these people are working for Nike, they're working for some of the top creative agencies here, Dagger, working to do client work. At the end of this 9-month program, each of those apprentices will be matched with an employer in the creative industry. So whether it's animation, whether it's a marketing agency, whether it's a film studio, the goal is full-time employment at the end of this program. Perfect. And if you want to know more about us, you can visit us online at reimagineatl.com. And then we also post a lot of information on our Instagram as well. That's where you can keep up to date with all of the things that we offer.
Thank you so very much. And again, glad to see that we do have the workforce development portion of this, where again, storytellers are finding a way to be sustainable in their creative careers. So I want to just lastly make one more round to our fellows here to say, to just say if there's a parting thought to anyone that's looking at you and your work at this stage of your career, or feeling like that maybe their voice isn't being heard, what would you say to someone that is looking to follow in your footsteps based on the legacy that you're starting from, already well on your way, as we're seeing here now?
There's a quote by Beyonce, and she says, "Power's not given to you, you have to take it." And I love that quote so much because you cannot wait for people to give you an opportunity. You have to go out and search for it. And me being the person I am, I'm an Aquarius. Nobody asked, but I am. I truly believe that if you want something, you have to go out and get it. And if your voice isn't being heard or if you're not being seen, then you have to make them see you in the best way possible. Don't do anything crazy, but make them see you.
I would say start now. Don't sit on your ideas for too long. Even if it doesn't come out the way you want it to, or things don't work out the way you want it to, it's all learning experience. The more you try, the better you'll get. So just like start as early as possible.
There are so many stories that haven't been told yet that need to be told. So please just go ahead and do it, because somebody will watch it and somebody will enjoy it and somebody will definitely be inspired by it.
I myself am so inspired by what I'm seeing and hearing, and again, your work and your experiences, and again, just here visualizing the future of everybody here on the stage here now. I feel so satisfied, but again, optimistic that this is just the first of many steps for y'all, and I feel like I'm going to look very smart in a few years that I had all of y'all on the stage at one time. And and as you ascend to the heights that I hope is the peak of your wildest dreams, just know that we here at Subsume are here to support. Likewise, just champion you and your voices, and again, I'm just appreciative of your example. I think you're the exact reason why we want to have this creative Juneteenth and celebrate stories and the way that we, particularly our youth, or that tomorrow is well in hand. So thank you all so very much. So make sure I'm saying it right, Nia. Is that correct? Takaya and Nyla and Miss Bolton, Executive Director of Reimagine ATL. I just want to thank y'all so very much for this opportunity. Y'all, it's truly been a blessing. And again, I'm very thankful for y'all to be a part of our inaugural class of the Subsume Film Festival. And so there'll be something, I hope, consider it in the mail as we kind of talked about, our first laurels and giving those out. We definitely want to talk about how we can make that a special occasion for you fine filmmakers. And again, we'll be working further with Reimagine ATL in the time to come. So any closing remarks from Reimagine, Ms. Bolton?
No, we're just, again, grateful to be on this platform. Thank you so much for having us. I do want to note that all of our programs are free. So we do rely on philanthropic dollars, whether that's from grant funding or individual donors. So if any of you watching was so inspired by what you saw today, please feel free to donate at reimagineatl.com/donate.
Thank you so very much. And again, we'll curate the videos that you've seen based on our permissions here on our website. And again, make sure that we give these fine filmmakers all of their credit and their bona fides. So just stay tuned and stay included with the continuation of our programming here with Subsume Summit Creative Juneteenth 2021. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Choo.
I think we've been on mute this whole time.
Oh,
Okay.
so
Test.
I'm sorry about the mute.
No, I think we're on one thing, but maybe not on another. We're maybe muted here, but because you have it here, I think we got it. I think we're okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There we
so
go. All right. So
now
go
we're
ahead.
just gonna.
No. So what I'll do here is make that, and we will just mute that one.
All right.
Mute. Okay.
Oh.
It's just a. Okay. Let's keep it going.
It says everyone can. Okay.
That's okay. Keep it going.
So now we're just gonna do a forever loop. Get an if and then else. If touch switch costume to costume 2, else switch costume to costume 1.
Yeah, we got a cross stream, but it's okay. I'd rather hear you talk than not hear you talk. So
I'll
try to work on
I'm
that.
gonna go get something from my files. Here. Cameras. What 3? Sounds like that. So we're just gonna put a Poisson whoop 3.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this works. Okay, not like that. Okay, so
Okay.
don't think it's supposed to work like that. Us from on my computer.
Right. We can hear on that computer, but not this other one. And if I'm just I'm curious to why. Oh no, you got your own. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna keep it going. I'd rather us hear you than not. Test. Okay. No worries. This is own operated by Sneeze, so we'll be all right. Keep it going.
So I'm sure. Oh my god. We're just gonna This probably doesn't work. Sound. There. Sound. If. Sound. Volume. This makes no sense. That box is useless.
It's all right.
We don't really need this.
So I think there's a whole bunch of our listeners that even hear your smart explanation for what Scratch is. What is Scratch?
So Scratch is an educational coding website for all ages. And you can code games. If you confirm your email, you can share games. Watch. I'll quickly unshare that. Oh, didn't share.
So how many games do you have that you've made?
I have 1,103.
Is this all you do with your life?
No.
I'm being facetious, obviously. But this is your favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
Right.
This isn't a full tutorial. I might just stop there if I wanted to, but I won't.
Don't stop.
And then we're gonna play when this sprite is clicked broadcast. That's fun. Then it's just wait. Made a mistake. Alright, now we're just going to why is that there? These don't matter. Oh. Hide.
You sound good.
Hide. Now that it's hid, now it's hot. It's part of the comments.
You can check out the comments.
Oh.
Yeah, so we heard, but there's an echo. We understand. Thank you, Raheem. Yeah. So we got to fix that echo, but I think this is being very last moment If y'all will bear with the echo, Andrew's got a lot of smart things to say, I'm sure.
Okay, now it hides. We're just gonna
What does that mean, hide? What do you mean?
like it makes it not show up. Like, you click it, it's not there. And then we're just gonna put wanna receive. You made a mistake. Hide. Just put that in every other sprite by doing this. I don't know what this is supposed to be. But now we're just going to make it black. And then go to 0, 0. There. Now let's do pixel text because it fits so well. Night 1. Night 1. Oh my god, I did not mean to stretch out the text. There. 12 a.m.
So, Andrew, do you think it's cool that kids like you are able to build games and share them?
I've made a lot.
What's that?
I said I've like made a lot.
You made a lot.
Now we're just going to make some like a timer. So make that, and then we're just gonna put something inside. So basically, it's kind of like a clock, like it rotates. But not like that. It's not. But now we're just gonna put it in the corner. Make it smaller. Then we're just gonna make it white now. So, so. Alright, 12 now we're just going to add some static. Static is like, the thing on the TV. Yes, 3D objects. There's a lot of things in my 3D objects. Static. Okay, it's named that for a reason. I shouldn't have put it in here. Upload the sprite. I was about to click the wrong thing. So now we're just gonna make this like 200. Do this. And then we're just gonna, before I get clicked, show forever. Next costume. As you can see, it doesn't show anything else. So we're just gonna put a ghost effect on it to 50. Okay, that looks good.
What does the ghost effect mean?
Ghost effect like makes it like kind of transparent. 250. There we go. I don't know if we should leave it like this. Maybe. No, that's too boring. Let's do 30. It's like, oh my god. Let's just do 60. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Can I ask you a question about this? The code on the upper left hand corner, which says motion, look, sound. What is that?
Motion is like where you want to put it. Like, go to go to this. See, it goes there.
Yeah. What is it when it's X and Y?
X is like this left and right, and like Y is like up and down. See, like this is like 0, 0. So that if you put it on 0, 0, it's like the middle of the screen.
Is there a word for moving along X and Y axis?
No, not really.
Not really. Not yet.
Yeah.
So I was thinking of the word coordinates, right?
Yeah, coordinates.
There you go.
See? So now when we also on this one is static code. Let's see. Just ignore all of this. This doesn't count at all.
May I ask you a question?
Hmm?
So this program is called Scratch. Are there other programs like this that you like, or this is the one you mainly use?
This is the one I like mainly use.
So have people been rating your games lately?
Not really good, but people like them sometimes. Like, the problem is, the reason why we can't click it. You know what this actually reminds me of?
What's that?
Just get rid of the static. Right. See? It doesn't have the whip thing, so let's just add that real quick. And you don't have to add the sounds. You can add your own sounds if you have any. Cameras. Alright. Click. Why isn't it doing things? Dude, I didn't hide that.
So
see, now it like. So now here we're gonna put when flag is clicked. Hide. Whenever you see you made a mistake, it shows.
I'm gonna ask a quick question as I reach over here. No, you're fine. I see there's some comments. I just want to see if there's anybody. Somebody say.
Please put a link to one of his games. Okay, I have a link. I'm gonna show you one. Just weird. Okay, thank God. Alright, see? I make these games. It's not really that much. But I made them.
What's one that you're proud of? The people.
I'm proud of. I don't really know. I'm proud of this.
Okay. Go for it. Who makes Scratch?
MIT.
Okay.
S to slash and F to Spitfire. Now, I want to reply to this.
You can just type there.
Oh.
Yeah, back all that out.
H T.
Oh, what we can do here is make it easy on your life. We can do the copy paste because I think you'll.
It won't paste here. No.
All right, I thought you might be on this one. Right.
Scratch.
We'll put it at the end of it. We'll put it at the end of the show. See, so you got it here. I think it's just the ability to do it. Yeah, we'll do it at the end of the show. We'll make sure to give Andrew and his point a shout out.
You made a mistake. Show. Shows. Why isn't this showing? Oh, because we didn't put this. I didn't see. This has to go to front layer. When I go to front layer. See, it basically goes in front of everything. So now we're just gonna make this transparent. So like the black doesn't see? And now we're going to make it fade out into a newspaper. I have no idea how to do that, but I will try. So now we're just gonna repeat 100. Change brightness effect by -2. Wait. We're gonna have to set brightness effect to 100. Broadcast. I'm gonna make a new broadcast. Oh my God. Yo, look. I made it cool. Broadcast news. Read this. Okay, now if we click it, see, I did not mean to do that on purpose.
It's
Now,
okay.
now look how cool it is.
Oh, see?
See, it like comes in and then it like fades out.
Mm.
Just read this.
Okay.
Alright.
You like that
Now
effect?
this should like these will still be going, but you won't see it.
Mm.
This we don't want that no more. We're gonna make a newspaper. This is not that hard. I'm stressing myself out to the point where I think I can't do it. Alright, so here we're just gonna take off that. This is a different model. So add these posters. I drew half of these. I got my little sister to draw like this bunny thing. I don't know what it is. I do, actually. So if we just copy that, just put it here.
Mm-hmm.
It should like let us group it. And now his ear is gone. That's so great. Don't want it so his ear is gone. It was great being on your podcast. Thank you, Rao M, for being here. Alright, so now, alright, this shouldn't take you a while at all. So, how wanted. Okay, this paragraph might be disturbing. It might. I won't make it that. I'll try to make it not that disturbing. Okay. So, place. Frederick's family diner. Looking for security guard to monitor cameras, not cameras, and check if someone breaks in. Right. Okay, I'll try to make the second one not that disturbing. Right. This is why we need you.
May I ask a question?
Hmm?
Yeah, keep it going. I was just going to ask you overall, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a game engineer, like working on games.
Mm-hmm. Any particular reason why?
Because I really like making games. I enjoy them. Like, even ones that I'm not really proud of. So, looking for. Okay, this is getting silly. Please call the number below. That was a long paragraph. We're going to put 129 797 128 for there. So now it should have the number over there.
All right, we've got about 3 to 5 minutes before we proceed to our next shows, young Steve. For anybody that's watching this and going through the echo of if there's other people that want to make games like you and do things, you have any advice as far as how to make games?
Yeah, so I suggest you like follow some tutorials. Like I don't really know everything in the world, so like I use some tutorials. I didn't use a tutorial for this. A lot of things I need tutorials for. Designer.
So which one do you prefer? You prefer to teach yourself, or you prefer to learn with other people?
I learn with other people most of the time. Wait, most of the time I learn with other people, but sometimes I actually teach myself. I never knew how to make blocks, so I don't like messing with those. Now we're just gonna put hi. When I receive newspaper, show. We're just gonna do the same thing that listing did. We're gonna add. Oh wait. 4 seconds. Broadcast. Office. I won't really make the office, so because we don't have that much time left. So here's the finished product for episode 1. Oh my god.
What's that mean? A good oh my god?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
We'll take it. All right. We want was you finishing that? We'll finish strong and ask, where can we find you? Where can we follow your work?
So just go on Scratch. You want to search up Drew Games, which is my username.
Okay, we can't see that part. You have to switch to that tab, right? If you want us to see your tab.
Share.
Hit share.
Stop screen.
Okay, share.
Share screen. Share screen.
Yeah.
Here. So here.
You gotta put it in the chat.
Oh.
You're seeing it. You see over there. See Drew Tire Studios right here. And then click add to stream.
There. Now just search up my user called Drew Games. See, now if I see, this is like some games I made, some games that are made for me.
What do you mean made for you?
See, wait.
You have fans like that?
Yeah. Here. There's some other ones. I just won't go through all of them. Most of these are just based off of rhythm games, so.
So you're telling us you're kind of a big deal on Scratch?
Not really. I just like.
That's okay. It's been a talk.
That's okay.
Claim it, boy. Go. So what do you get? You do have people that like your games, though, right?
Yeah, I do.
Of course.
And if they hate them, I just send them a link to list.
All right.
Okay, that's what. All right. So that's gonna be the end of this stream. Because I have to go and 8 hours. Oh.
That's how long the stream's been going.
So I've been up here for 8 hours?
No, so I've been up here for 8 hours.
So anyways, thanks for being on this stream. And I'll see you soon.
Okay. All right. And so where are you taking all this knowledge? So what is your goal after you grad? Okay. So you're in what grade now?
I'm in 4th grade.
Okay. So you got 8 more grades to go. Obviously, you're gonna get smarter, and we're gonna be building a long time from here. You got an idea?
Mm-hmm.
What is your goal?
My goal is to become an engineer on computers.
Okay.
And games.
Got you.
So
Is there You got where are you gonna go to do that?
I'm gonna go to MIT.
Why MIT?
MIT. Wait, I thought. Wait, what? Massachusetts State. Wait, what is that? Oh, Massachusetts. Oh my.
That's okay. You don't. It was safe. So
Massachusetts Institution to Tradition.
it's technology, I believe.
Oh.
I mean, you know, they
See,
if
like,
you will,
I make games like this.
so this is like your game. We got enough time. Let it ride. Go as I set up our next show. You can 2 more minutes. Tell us what you want us to know.
So I'll basically show you the gameplay. It's not that much. You gotta just sit down. So you just check.
And what game is this modeled off of?
This is modeled off of Five Nights at Freddy's by Scott Colson. Which is an actual scary game, and I don't like it at all. I remixed it from this game.
What does remix mean?
Remix it means like you can make it your own game. Like you can like click the button, you can like change some things up. You can like see it's basically like this case.
What are you doing?
Okay.
Oh. Anything else?
No, not really.
Dad's running behind.
What was that? I stopped smiling real quick after I. If you're asking, this sound is not coming from the game. It's coming from this thing. Okay, that's kind of it.
Okay.
So I'll end the stream here.
All right. So, Andrew Sneed, thank you so very much for being part of Subsume Summit and Creative Juneteenth and bringing the heat with your studio. What's the name of your studio?
Tire Studios.
Okay.
On YouTube.
All right. Anything else you want to talk about for Tire Studios?
No, not really.
You want to talk about your films or your animation?
Yeah, I don't make animations. I just don't do much. I barely upload. I uploaded 3 days ago. Don't feel like uploading again.
Okay. All right. Well, you wanna shut off our show?
Well, yeah, kind of.
Okay. That's more than enough. All right. Well, thank you so very much, Andrew Sneed and Tire Studios, for being a part of Subsume Summit 2021. I'm going to shut down your computer and end the echo. Test. That's what I thought. It was picking up that part. So I'm going to minimize this as we proceed to our next part of our adventure with Subsume Summit. So thank you all so very much. I appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to have a little educational and father-son moment. So if you don't know, the nerdiness runs in the family. So this is what we do, right? Make games and hang out and talk about code. So that's about it. With that, though, we do appreciate you. We got a lot more content coming up. We're just going to run just a couple of minutes as we get our next 2 shows going. So with that, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. And of course, thank you so very much for being part of Subsume Summit 2021, Creative Juneteenth. This is Dedrin, and we'll be back soon.